Yo, what's up, everybody? It's LB here back at y'all with another one. Shout out to my brother Ticket TV, Mahoney Sports Podcast, Too Raw for TV, Black Reality TV, KQKC Boxing Network, along with the Lions and basketball community. Make sure you go subscribe to the respective channels. All right, man. Let's talk about this. Oh, yeah, get a video, like, hit subscribe. Also, shout out to there was got an alert earlier today, so I want to make sure I get his name out for subscribing to the channel. What up, Corey Boyd? Shout out to Elijah Emmanuel for subscribing to my channel. Really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the content. Man, I knew it wasn't going to take long for 89 TV to bring his ass up in here, man. Hey, I knew it wasn't going to take long, man. All right, man. Y'all got that one. You know what I'm saying? Still ain't swept us, but you got that one. Oh, boy. That was painful to watch last night, man. Golly. That was really painful to watch last night. Anyway, let's get into this, man. Oh, man. It's so hard to bite the bullet sometimes, man. Well, I wanted to talk about what Kendrick Perkins said today. And shout out to my boy Asar9 in the building, man. Appreciate you, man. Couple things I wanted to get at. First of all, you know what bugs me? What really bugs me when I watch like these debate shows or whatever like that, when Shannon Sharp running around here talk about this we stuff. I'm like, what is we? I'm like, you don't play for the Los Angeles Lakers, Shannon Sharp. What is this we stuff? You act like you got an impact on the game and shit. I don't get it. For real, I don't get it. What's up, Mr. Big Chest? What's this we stuff? We going to the final. What, you don't play for them. Okay? Stop saying this we stuff. You are an unofficial LeBron James supporter. You don't get paid by Clutch to say the stuff you say. Get off this we stuff. And the second thing, yeah, he out there living through LeBron vicariously, man. It's annoying. Because they're still driving this narrative about him being the MVP. He is not the MVP. Get over it. All right? The second thing I wanted to talk about is Kendrick Perkins. So Kendrick Perkins made a comment today about the Philadelphia 76ers saying that their ceiling is the second round of the playoffs. Because Joel Embiid right now is nursing an injury yet again. But for a guy who hasn't done anything his whole entire career. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Kendrick Perkins, with that scruffy beard and them dusty suits you be wearing on a daily basis. But for a guy who hadn't really done a whole lot in the NBA, sure got a whole lot of mouth to talk about these players right now. This guy is a Bama. So you mean to tell me the Philadelphia 76ers don't have the potential to make the Eastern Conference Finals? I think they got a great shot to make the Eastern Conference Finals. The problem is the ceiling is capped by a couple things. One, we talked about Joel Embiid's injury history. Two, Ben Simmons' inability to shoot jump shots. Right? And I don't want to hear, he shot a 3 the other day. Yeah, the team was up by 26. And the last thing, and the most important thing, is Brett Brown. Now, if you follow my channel through any length of time, you know how much I don't like Brett Brown as a head coach. I think Brett Brown is the reason why this team's ceiling is capped the way it is. I think it's Brett Brown. More importantly, so I'm going to put a link in the chat. I want Asar9 and Mr. Big Chest to come in here. All right, nobody else click that link. I want Asar9 and Mr. Big Chest. That's it. Nobody else click that link. If you click that link and you're not one of those two people, I'm kicking you out. So don't even think about it. All right, the only people I want to see is Mr. Big Chest and Asar9. That's it. We'll talk about this. I think the Philadelphia 76ers has a great opportunity. But will Brett Brown finally coach this team? Or is he gonna go through the motions again? And next thing you got a team that has all the potential in the world underachieve yet again. And are they gonna what's going on, Mr. Big Chest?
What's good, LB? How you doing today?
Chilling, man. What's up, Asar?
What's going on, fam? Salute to you. Salute, Mr. Big Chest.
Salute, sir. How y'all doing?
G Corey, I said Mr. Big Chest and God, people don't listen. I said Mr. Big Chest and Asar 9. You not one of them. See ya.
Hey, you know we try to slide in. Our people try to slide in when we ain't. We know
I
we know the
know.
instructions, but don't listen on
I
purpose.
literally
You know how
specifically said Mr. Big Chest and Asar 9. That's it. Then the only people I want in the chat room. I swear
I
to
knew
God,
as you
people
go
don't
down.
listen, man. Shout out to my
Yeah.
girl Juanetta Thomas in the building. All right, so let's talk about this, man. So, what you think? Well, we all know Kendrick Perkins is a jackass. That's
That's a given.
that's a given, right? So, what do you think about the Philadelphia 76ers and their chances to do some damage?
You want to go, Mr. Big Chest?
All right. If I'm being honest, in my opinion, the Philadelphia's like 76ers, they can get to the Eastern Conference Finals. They have the talent, they have the depth. It's just honestly coaching. Can Brett Brown get his players to be disciplined in clutch moments? Can Ben Simmons step up and take shots when they need him to? And can Joel Embiid, stay healthy? If we're being honest, they were literally a Kawhi bounce shot, away from getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like people forget that, Kawhi went off that game in Game 7, but everybody else was held in check because, Philadelphia played phenomenal defense. They can lock up when their minds into it. They beat the Bucks on Christmas Day. They beat some other top teams in the NBA. They beat the Lakers. They beat the Clippers at home. But it's just about, can they be disciplined? Can they be consistent? Because if they get on a run and they start locking teams up and Joel Embiid is healthy, they're locked to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and they could possibly challenge the Bucks too.
I agree with what a lot of what Mr. Big Chest said. I think and to his point about coaching, the one thing that I would take away from Philly is I feel like Brett Brown waited too long to make the move that should have been made, years ago with putting Ben Simmons at the 4. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't shoot. I mean, most of his scoring is going to come around the basket any goddamn way. And because Embiid can shoot a mid range and he can shoot a 3, when here and there, you can actually it could actually work because you got guys like Shake Milton, Tobias Harris on the wing, and Josh Richardson. Then you got Ben Simmons. When he gets the ball down there, he can space out to 18 feet, put a move on a big man, get to the basket. If that doesn't work, shit, you got Embiid that can crash towards the goal, or you got Embiid on a Ben Simmons drive where he can space out, and get his little jump shots here and there if he wants. You know what I mean? So I feel like that move now, it can still work, but they got to kind of catch lightning in a bottle with it. You know what I'm saying? Like it kind of had to work off top because they only have these 8 games to kind of perfect it with him playing the 4 now. Other than that,
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, my fault.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I was just gonna say, other than that, I just feel like as far as like Brett Brown, I don't think Brett Brown is the guy that's gonna really get them deep into the playoffs. Like they were a bounce shot away from the finals. But think about it like this. If they would have put Ben Simmons at the 4 last year during the playoffs, right? They had TJ McConnell, they had a few guards that could have just ran the offense. And plus, when Ben Simmons gets the ball in the offense, he can play make from the 4 position. You know what I'm saying? As a point forward. He was a small forward when he first came in doing that. The reason why he can't play small forward is because we all know he doesn't shoot jumpers. I'm not saying he can or can't. I'm just saying he does not have a willingness to shoot jumpers at all. So having him on the wing doesn't really help you. You know what I mean? Which is a reason why I feel like they could have beat Toronto probably, even though Kawhi was going ham. Like you said, defensively, they could keep Toronto in check. You know what I'm saying? So if they had Ben Simmons playing the 4 and had another guy out there at the 1 who could also be a shooting threat of some type, you know what I mean? Ben Simmons could still probably put up better numbers than he was even still. You know what I mean? He's scoring like 18, 20 points a game off layups and hook shots. You know what I'm saying? Running hooks and shit. So I
And
mean,
who
I
they
feel
had
like
the point?
you said who they had at the point last year?
No. During the scrimmage, I didn't see the scrimmage. So who they had the
Shake
point?
Milton. Shake Milton is the
Shake
point now.
Rick
Milton.
Milton. Okay.
Yeah.
They
That's
got
what's up. I
Korkmaz
like
coming
him.
off the bench.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. When you got a guy like when you got a point guard, it doesn't even have to be a necessarily Shake Milton, but when you have a point guard who can score by shooting the ball too and get to the basket,
Mm-hmm.
then that makes up for the fact that Ben Simmons doesn't shoot jumpers at all. You know what I'm saying? It's
So they
almost
got
like since you got Embiid, you know what I'm saying? Since you got Embiid who can score in the post, who can score a mid-range jumper, who can score a 3 now and then, right? It's almost like if Ben Simmons was a rebounding defensive center and Embiid is more like the scoring power forward. You know what I mean? They just switch and roll.
real quick. I want to give a shout out to a couple people that entered the building. Salute to Donald Woods, the Queen Unique Dawn in the building. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all for being in the chat room today. Go ahead, continue, Asar.
Nah, that's all I was just saying. Like, you know, when you have 2 big men and one of them doesn't shoot, but the other one can shoot, you're still good. It's not like you have 2 big men who can't, neither of them can shoot. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
if Joel Embiid could only score in the post, it would be a problem. You know, because then they would have 2 guys who can only score around the basket. But since Embiid can space out, when Ben Simmons attacks the basket, all Embiid got to do is take a couple steps back to move his man, you know what I'm saying, out the way. And Ben Simmons basically going one-on-one with a guy that he's quicker than. He's the same size as, but he's way quicker than and has more ball handling abilities than. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
At the 4. You ain't going to name too many 4s that's going to be able to keep up with Ben Simmons.
They
Anyway.
still got Al Horford coming off the bench.
Yeah, they need to get rid of Al
so.
Horford. That's the smartest way to play it. They can't have him on the court at the same time. Him and
They can't. Well, the thing,
No,
the problem with
there's a negative correlation there with those two. Those two take away from each other.
yeah,
it's just like
that's like
it's
I
just
was
like
saying.
well, Al.
Go ahead, Big Chef.
Now it's like well, I'm watching Al Horford. It's like it's not this like they're not. It's not that they're not using him. It's just it's different. Like if you have him, I think him and Ben Simmons could work in a court. Like if Al Horford's on the court, Embiid has to be on the bench, but because you can't have they basically play the same. It's just Joel Embiid's better, so you can't have. And plus, I think besides Ben Simmons, I think the key factor is going to be Tobias Harris. Can he be consistent in big moments? Because this year, I don't know what happened. Ever since he got the contract, he's been very inconsistent. He's had great games, he's had good games, and he's had nights where it's like, what the crap is he doing? And then like my X factor is gonna be I can't pronounce his first name, but his last name is Korkmaz. He's a shoot. He's backup.
Shit. I can't remember. I knew what you talking about. I can't get his first name out.
Yeah. He hit a game winner again. He hit a couple game winners, but if you can, if you get that dude going,
he's a Turkish guy.
Yeah, if you get him going, off the bench, he can play. Shake Milton, like they're very like the thing is like with Philadelphia, they got, and then I forgot the dudes that they got in the trade from Golden State, but like they got dudes that
got
can
Alec
defend.
Burks.
Yeah, Alec Burks, like he can defend, like he can handle the ball, but it's just if that offense gets clicking, they're gonna be a problem for anybody in the East, and I think let's just say they face I think if they stay the same seeding right now, they would face Boston in the first round. Now that's a different matchup because I think Brad Stevens will outcoach Brett Brown, so I don't think they can beat the Celtics.
Yet again,
because they did. Oh yeah. Oh, they. I forgot they beat.
Yeah, they beat them last year.
Yeah.
No, 2 years ago. I'm sorry, 2 years ago.
Yeah, the Celtics beat it. It's just coaching. Now, like, do I think that like in terms of overall talent, like down low, I think that Embiid can bully Tice, Embiid can bully Cantor, and like Ben Simmons is gonna get his. It's just in terms of coaching. It's just Brad Stevens is a much better coach than Brett Brown, and he'll figure out a way. Like basically what they did in 2017 when you had Ben at the point, they basically said, we're gonna make Ben shoot. We're gonna make Ben shoot from the perimeter and basically expose them. And you saw in that game three, or game well not yeah, it was game three and game five, dude had turnovers. So even if he's at the four, Brad Stevens is smart enough, to figure out something where you can isolate Ben and make him a perimeter scorer. And if he can't do the job, it is. Now I will think it will be tougher because the Sixers are a different team than they were back then. They're playing a little different and they're a better defensive team. But in terms of, what's going to happen on the court, if they don't move up, like if they don't take what's it called? If they don't take the second seed, the fourth, the fifth seed from the Pacers, it's different because I think they can beat the Heat in 7 games. Is a different team, different style. When it comes to coaching, it's just Brett Brown. Can you get the job done? Can you put your players in a position to succeed? And then when it comes to the players, it's like Ben Simmons. Don't be afraid to shoot. Don't be afraid to shoot threes, man. You're gonna miss some. Like people miss threes all the time. It's not that big of a deal as long as you shoot it, as long as you're a threat. Because if he becomes a threat, the Sixers offense can be like, they can use him in so many ways.
Hey, yo, well, one thing I will say though, Big Tits, again, I agree with most of what you said. I'm just the kind of guy that looks at players and I look at them individually, how they develop. And I feel like with Ben Simmons, before he develops a jump shot, he's going to continue doing what he's been doing. You feel what I'm saying? Like certain players, you can tell, okay, year after year. Jimmy Butler's a perfect example. Jimmy Butler was a nigga when we drafted him, when the Bulls drafted him, he was coming off the bench, right? And he was there basically just to play defense. You know what I'm saying? And as his defense he got shown to be a great defender. His offensive confidence came and he started, but he also had to work on his jump shot. He had to work on his moves. He had to work on his fundamental skills offensively, right? Now Jimmy Butler is a all NBA level player. You know what I'm saying? Ben Simmons, I don't see the same type development with him. But just like certain other players, I feel like Ben Simmons right now is capped out mentally. Like it's gonna be like 2 more years before he starts even thinking about shooting jumpers for real. Like he's already been in the league. What? This is third full season, right? Or fourth?
It's fourth year.
This is like his 4th year.
Yeah, it's 4th year. So think about it like this, bro. Normally when players develop, right? When they get drafted, right? Especially when they're like top picks, every team, especially with the way the contracts is constructed, they got 3 years, right, to really show what they do, right? The first year you can have a down year, and they'd be like, all right, well, we'll see if you can have a bounce back year, right? So the second year you have a decent year. The third year is where all the expectations is going to come from. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a solid rookie of the year campaign like he did, then you have a solid second year, but they basically the same numbers. You know what I'm saying? They're like, okay, well, we're either going to see the same thing in year 3 and 4, or he's going to take a jump somewhere in there. And year 3 was the same. And year 4, he's putting up slightly better numbers, but it's still around the same thing. He went from like 16 to 18, you know what I'm saying? Points per game. He still got a lot of rebounds and assists, you know what I'm saying? He's upping his assists too.
You forgot like year one he didn't play. I don't know what kind of injury
year 1 he
had,
didn't play. He was out for injury.
So
cool.
Right.
Year
it's
2
3
they
years. So it's years. So he's But
he's been in the league 4 years.
But he's only
been in the league 4 years. Yeah.
All right, but that's what I'm saying. He's in that third. This is the year where we're supposed to see him go from the 16 or 17 points per game, 7 and 7 last year, to where he's going like 20 something. You know what I'm saying? 20 something 9 and 9 or something like that. Like Luka in his second year had made a bigger jump than Ben Simmons has made over 3 seasons.
Yep.
Yeah. Luka went from 21 to 29.
They got Luka as a MVP candidate to start the year. All right, I'm gonna open up the chat line to everybody else that feel the need they want to come in and stick just stick their feet out or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? G Corey, hey, let me tell you something, bro. When I say Mr. Big Chest Star 09, that means that. All right, that don't mean for you to be the exception to the rule, okay? That don't work like that with my
Apologize.
channel, bro. All right.
Apologize.
All right. Now, what you got on this goddamn thing about the Philadelphia 76ers, man? What are your expectations toward this team?
They can make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. I just don't believe in Brett Brown. I don't believe in their coach. That's a cheap cigarette.
That seems like that's the general consensus around here. But
I do.
Yeah.
what else? Anything else?
I would, but I don't believe in Joel Embiid either because he don't want to dominate the post. He won't shoot jump shots. Like he's 7 feet tall.
That's facts.
Go in
too.
the post.
All right. What's up with you, Luda Ryder? What's up, man?
What's up, LB? What's up,
All right,
y'all?
what you think about the Philadelphia 76ers?
MB gonna blow it again because he don't want to be down low. Do what he supposed to do at the center. He want to be a jump shooter once again. And that's how many times I had that cost them in the playoffs when MB instead of being down low, dominating, he wanted to be sitting out there in the 3-point line, jacking up 3-pointers. He's up there crying after losing the playoff series. I said, fool, if you would stay down low and dominate like you supposed to, you wouldn't have lost that playoff series. Cry, baby.
That's fact, though.
What's up with you, Donald Woods?
What's going on, LB?
All right, so what you think about the dynamic of the Philadelphia 76ers?
I mean, they got some good players, but Ben Simmons, he's scared to shoot. And Joel, his game just soft. They won't go in the post. They just scared to me, man. They're scared to play their game. They just worrying too much about the media. Stop listening to the media. Just play your game.
You know, huh?
No, I'm just saying. It just I just don't get it. I mean, how they can't figure this shit out? It's too easy for me. It's too easy. They're both tall. They both can pass. One can shoot. The other one can't. And then they got Al Horford coming off the bench. How is that possible? How did that go? How is that going to work?
I don't know. But you
I'm
know,
guessing they're gonna put Al at point guard, right?
they put who?
They're gonna put Al Horford at point guard since you know how to pass the ball so much.
Hell no.
Nah.
nah, that's not gonna happen.
That was a
You know he's
joke. That was a joke. That would never happen.
But Mr. Big Chest,
Be honest with you, I thought Al Horford going to Philadelphia was a bad move.
You know what you should have won that? You should have went to New Orleans. New Orleans would have been a perfect spot for him.
just no, Mr. Big Chest alluded to something about being a X factor. And while to me, their X factor is gonna be Josh Richardson. To me,
Yeah,
and you know that's the guy they acquired in a trade for Jimmy Butler.
yeah.
And you know he's a good wing defender.
Yeah.
He's got to be the one that steps up. Now,
Yeah.
He
if
does.
I'm not mistaken, in Miami, there were times where Josh Richardson ran the point.
Yeah.
They did.
So
Even when they moved him to shooting guard, the offense still ran through him for a couple of seasons, I think, down there.
yeah, so this what goes back to what we talk about Brett Brown and his coaching, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So seeing that you got a guy in Josh Richardson that can handle the ball, he can run the point. Why not have him? You can have Shake Milton come off the bench. Don't get me wrong, he's a good player, and I like Shake Milton, right?
Yeah.
But why not have Josh Richardson run the point?
Yeah.
I don't know it.
You know what, LB? LB? They don't even have to have. They don't even have to have necessarily a primary point because they have guys like Josh Richardson, Ben Simmons. They have people that can pass the ball naturally anyway. What they really should be doing is, instead of worrying about a primary ball handler, they should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where they can run the point. They should have a system where that's more of a ball movement system that gets the ball. But when you get it to a guy like Ben Simmons, he has the option to do whatever the fuck he want to do. If he want to drive to the basket and score, drive to the basket and score. He drives and kicks. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like they really have an offense where it's like you got the main guy who's not a perimeter threat with the ball all the time. And then everybody else has to play off that. It's kind of like the LeBron James system, but now you have a big man who wants to shoot jumpers instead of dominating in the post, where like if Embiid dominated in the post and Embiid plays and Ben Simmons is playing the 4, right? Where he can dominate coming, you can put him out there in the corner and pass it to him. You know he's not going to shoot it, but he can get by anybody. He gets by people in the half court right now, you know what I'm saying, from the top of the key. So he can damn sure do that shit against a big man, you know what I'm saying, on the baseline and kill him. You know what I'm saying? Even if he doesn't kill him, he can always be giving it right there to Embiid, and Embiid can do his thing. Like there's many ways they could work, but I just feel like Brett Brown, this is like his last ditch effort before his ass is out. You know what I'm saying? You know how it goes. When the boys right there they already on the hot seat. You like, well, damn, we gotta do something. We gotta make a deep run. We gotta at least get to the conference finals again. You know what I'm saying? If not the finals, I gotta make some kind of move that's gonna make that shit at least look like it can happen to keep his job. You know what I'm saying?
Shout
I
out to
just feel
Myron
like
Jones in the building. Yeah, man, I agree.
that's how you went for that though.
Now I agree, Asar, because but the whole pandemic, the global health bastard has really changed things up, right?
Right.
And then considering that you got the season ends in October, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they turn right around and play in December. So I'm just gonna throw it out there, man. The Philadelphia 76ers underachieved. Do they fire Brett Brown?
They better.
I think they ought to. But what do you think, Mr. Big Chest? You think they should fire Brett Brown if the Sixers underachieve?
Honestly, yeah, mainly because you got two all-star talents, you got two great talents, you got a team that can play well, defend well, and you still haven't found out how to use them correctly. And I was thinking this, like something Asar said, you put, you have Simmons at the 4. Here's what I say, you basically have Shake Milton or Josh Richardson or whoever at the guard position, drive it up. You basically put Simmons at the elbow, and Simmons has the option because they can play like a version of the triangle where you can actually have he has the option of posting up, driving, kicking out, or driving and scoring. The thing is, Embiid can dominate down low. I still don't know why he doesn't do it as often, but he can dominate down low. He's a dominant center, so he has the option. So basically, as a defense, if I'm looking at this, if Ben Simmons has 3 options, Embiid has 2 options, and I got shooters like Shake Milton, Korkmaz, Tobias Harris. It's basically, as an offense, Brett Brown, they can basically say, if you do this, I can do this. If you can do this, I can do that. But the problem is, Brett Brown isn't creating that option for his offense because his offense can be a lot more potent than it is. Like the potential is there. It's just Brett Brown has underachieved, and if you can't figure out how to mesh this collective group of talent together, you have 4+ years. I mean, like it's time for you. It's time for you to go. It's time to get something better. Not saying that he's a bad coach because he isn't, but like with this much talent, you got to be better than what you had.
Not only that, hey, they got Glenn Robinson III on that team.
Yeah.
Man, they got a fucking stacked team, man. I'm telling you, man. Look, all right. You know what? I'm gonna reserve that for later on. I'm gonna go on another rant later on. Hopefully, I don't get the cops called on me about this rant. Hey, go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead and give your thoughts about whether or not Brett Brown should get fired or not.
I think if they don't make it to at least the Eastern Conference Finals, or better yet, if they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and it's like for some reason, let's say the Bucks don't make it there, like the Bucks get taken out of some craziness, and they're playing against somebody they should win against, but they don't. You know what I mean? Even if it's with Boston, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, Brett Brown is not a better coach than Brad Stevens.
Nope.
But Brad Stevens has, when you really look at it, a deeper team, and Brett Brown, I mean, has a more deeper team. He has more high level talent because right now Embiid is a better overall player than Tatum is right now. You know what I'm saying? And Tatum's what, second, third year? You know what I'm saying? So, and Ben Simmons is still a better talent than I would say Kemba Walker at this point. You know, when you talk about overall, you know what I'm saying? Kemba can light up, but Kemba's like 6 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? So, and Kemba's not always gonna be consistent. You know what I'm
What you
saying?
gonna do?
We ain't even
What you
seen
gonna
Kemba in the playoffs in like
do?
what,
Hey,
7
go
years or
ahead.
something like that, 6 years. You know what I mean? So
He
I
was
don't
in the
know. You know,
playoffs
we
in
gotta really
2016.
2016. Okay, so 4 years ago. You know what I mean? So I would still say that even if they play the Bucks or whoever they end up, if Toronto makes it, whoever they play, if they don't make a deep run or if they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals but can't get to the finals, I feel like they're gonna fire Brett Brown anyway. Brett Brown I just feel like he's trying to be too much rather than a coach of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like he do things to pacify Ben Simmons and Embiid rather than telling that nigga, hey bro, Embiid, you're not shooting threes. You shoot 1 3 a night. One. You gonna get one. Ben Simmons, you gotta shoot some jumpers. Or else. You know what I'm saying? I can't use you at the point guard if you ain't gonna shoot. I might as well put you at backup center, nigga. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I really feel like Brett Brown is really he's gonna be out of there. And I hope they get a coach like again, if Mark Jackson don't get hired, or Lionel Hollings, or somebody who's gonna be able to talk to them dudes and make them understand what they're supposed to be doing and get out of their ego. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Exactly.
they're not winning, because the coach is playing to their ego instead of, you know what I'm saying, telling them boys it's bigger than your ego, it's bigger than you. You know, when we're trying to win. You know what I mean? That's the thing. That's what Brad Stevens does with the Celtics. You don't hear about them boys' egos. You know, everybody got one, but he makes sure that they all can understand, bro. I don't care how you feel about it. This is what the team needs to win. You know what I'm saying? So, but you know, that's
All
just
right,
my
G
take on
Corey.
it.
That's hey man, that's all truth right there, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, G Corey, what you think about Brett Brown? You think the Sixers need to go ahead and fire him or what?
I thought he should have been. I thought he should have been gone last year. To be honest, to me, just don't get the job done. I thought he should have been gone.
Who you talking about?
Okay.
Hey, that's just me.
Lou the Writer, what you got about you think the Sixers should fire Brett Brown?
Yeah, I thought he should have been gone after that Boston series. But the problem is,
Do you think they should have fired him 2 years ago?
yep. Because think about it, ain't no reason the Sixers to have lost that series against Brad Stevens and the Boston Celtics. Because basically, I think Kyrie didn't play that series. Remember? And I think Gordon Hayward didn't even play in that series either. And the Sixers still won that series and went to the conference finals. And to me, Brett Brown got a problem. He can't coach the team what he wanted to coach to because he got to please the superstars on that team. Got to please Ben Simmons. Got to please Embiid. If he try to get in their faces, they're gonna go to management and get him fired.
That's all right.
Well, they're gonna fire you anyway because you can't get the job done in the playoffs. And you have the team to actually go to the NBA Finals too, but you can't get the job done because basically it's Brett Brown against the Philadelphia 76ers players.
Looking
Do
for
it
me?
their way. He wants to do
Looking
it
for
his
me?
way, and that's the
Looking for me?
conflict of interest.
All right.
All right. Donald Woods, what you got on this? Do you think the Sixers should fire Brett Brown?
I mean, look, if you look at the job done, I mean, hey, it is what it is. I mean, we can't give nobody a pass. Somebody gonna get the blame. But at the same time, them players they got to do their part too. And shit.
Hey, hop in one minute. Click that link and hop in.
If they do fire Brett Brown, who y'all see coming in to replace him?
Yeah, hold
Brett Brown
on.
was it?
We're about to get to that. I want Juanetta Thomas to come in. I want to give her thoughts on the idea, or whatever, like that. You know what I'm saying? I want the Queen
All right.
Juanetta Thomas in the building. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get to that. Trust me,
All
we
right.
gonna get to that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because that's definitely worth a topic of discussion.
One thing
You talking about Jay
one thing I
Wright?
will say
Man,
about
Jay
this.
Wright ain't leaving. Say, Jay Wright not leaving Villanova, bro.
Say again, LB.
Nah, Jay Wright not leaving Villanova. Huh?
Oh no. Jay Wright ain't leaving Villanova.
Nope.
But yo, one thing I will say about this though is when it comes to Philly or Brett Brown, you know what I'm saying? Brett Brown's like an example of a guy getting the job because he came from a coaching tree. You know what I'm saying? And he has a certain system that he brings with him, and it kind of worked. That's the only reason I say I don't think they should have fired him when he lost to Boston. Only because think about it, that's the first that's still in the process years. You know what I'm saying? That's like the last years of the process when they wasn't even making the playoffs before that. You know what I'm saying? So
Nope.
it's like I didn't really expect them to go far that, right at the year where they were starting to see the fruits of their labor. But by now, you know what I'm saying, 2 years later, yeah, I do want to see some, you know what I'm saying? They should have been in the finals, you know what I'm saying? If you ask me last year, only for the fact that Kawhi, my dude, but Kawhi was hurt. Y'all got to remember, when Kawhi was playing these guys, he was limping around. It wasn't like you playing against 100% healthy Kawhi. So if you can't see that guy over there is hurt and he's the main dude killing you, even though Pascal Siakam and Van Vliet was playing good too in them series, and Kyle Lowry was not playing that great. He wasn't really playing good in that series at all. If you as a coach and as a team can't come together and realize that, yo, bro, we got their best players limping around and kicking our ass, and their second best player ain't even really doing shit. We should be able to dominate these boys in these games.
Yeah,
And that's no
man.
reason.
That
what I'm saying?
last year, you saw Quiet limping around like that. You should have gagged about Jimmy Butler and go ahead at his ass the whole game. Just go at him.
Yeah, man. See, that's how. Man, look. This the problem I got, right? We on this panel right here basically know what the fuck going on, but Brett Brown, no, he's the damn coach.
Exactly. He's
Man,
looking right at it.
all right, so I thought the queen was going to come in. She's going to stay in the cut today. So let's go. Let's address the elephant in the room. So we fired Brett Brown, right? We all agreed that Brett Brown should be canned, right?
Right.
Who's
Yes.
going to replace him? Who's going to replace him with? Go ahead,
You
Asaf.
gotta-
I
Go
think.
ahead.
I mean, you got a lot of people. You got a lot
Mark
of people
Jackson.
out there that you can throw out there. Mark Jackson. Shit, you got Mike Brown, Mike Woodson. You got Lionel Hollins. You got guys like
Dwayne
they're probably
Casey.
Dwayne Casey. I mean, you got so many picks. Plus, you got other dudes that's like the up and coming
Avery
guys.
Johnson.
Yeah. Well, Avery, I don't know. He's like he blackballed or something, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with Avery Johnson in the NBA.
Basically, to me, you gotta
Yeah.
get a coach that can come in there and
Jason
not take
Kidd.
shit.
You get Jason Kidd.
Oh! I asked Asaf. Y'all get your turn. With your turn.
Yeah, I would say though, if you're gonna get somebody for the Sixers, man, they got to get somebody that's gonna be able to lay down the law for the team, bro. Where the superstars, they understand you a superstar, but dude, I don't care. I've been around superstars. That's why like a Tyronn Lue would be good, but he's with the Clippers right now, and you got guys like Mark Jackson, like I said before. Like Mark Jackson is the type of dude that not only is gonna keep those superstars in check, but he's also gonna raise the confidence level of the other guys all the way down to the last man. He's gonna get the most out of every player on his roster because he's gonna put you into positions to win. You know what I'm saying? That's what he did with Golden State. Like he should be the first interview for all of these openings. You know what I mean?
think?
That's I would go with. You know
You
what I mean?
think? Man. And one would have thought the Knicks would have went out and got him, but no, they had to fuck that up. Now Mark Jackson probably. Now me personally, I think Mark Jackson's gonna end up in Atlanta for some reason. I don't know why, but I just got this hunch that dude gonna end up in Atlanta. But go ahead, Donald Woods. If you fire Brett Brown, who you gonna replace him with? Shout to Stephen Brown in the building.
Why not Greg Popovich?
I don't see Greg Popovich going to Philadelphia.
If it's not Greg, it's gonna be guys like Lionel
But
Hollins.
that's who you think though. Why you think
Well, I
Greg
mean, no, I mean,
Popovich?
shit. That's where Versa Britt don't came from. At the same time, shit. If their assistant coach can't do it, the one at the head guy where you came from should. Like, I'm going to get on one here. You know what? I'll go some guys like Mark Jackson, J. Kidd, Lionel Hollins, Mike Brown, Mike Woodson, shit, Tyler Lue, guys like them. What's somebody stronger than head coaching job? I know Puppy.
So G Corey, who you got?
I ain't
Who
gonna
you?
lie. I think Jason Kidd would do a good job, just like because I ain't like how they did Jason Kidd in Milwaukee. I ain't like how they did him in Milwaukee. I thought Milwaukee did him bad because I thought when Jason Kidd was in Milwaukee, that's when Giannis like really started up his game. Even Giannis said something about that when they fired J. Kidd. So I think he should get another chance. Mark Jackson, Dwayne Casey, Lionel Hollins. I'll go Mike Woodson because I don't understand how he got fired when his team went to the playoffs. Just like Lionel Hollins. He went to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know why Memphis fired him. Like, I'm sick of these black coaches getting fired when they do a good job. Like, that shit just don't seem right to me.
All right, Lou Ryder, what's up?
To me, you gotta get one of these old school coaches to come in there and tell Ben Simmons learn the jump shot, or else I'm gonna boot your ass out of Philadelphia. You just gotta get somebody in there who ain't gonna take no crap from these players no more. Who's gonna run his system and tell these guys to actually play defense and play and do what they do better on offense and stop playing the way they want to play. And I thought the best. And you're right, Jason Kidd probably is the best person for the job. Also, Lionel Hollins, I'm gonna put a name out there. Y'all probably ain't gonna think that's great. I think Mike Brown may be good for the job too.
There you go, Mike Brown.
Yeah, I forgot about Mike Brown.
What about Mike? Mike should be coaching now.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
should.
that's what I'm saying, man. They do good and they get.
Like you just got somebody in there not gonna take no bullshit from these players. And Matt got allow him to be the head coach of this team.
That's crazy.
But you know, I'm sure that's the route Philly gonna probably go to if they do fire him. What they can't do is they can't bring a young guy in, and they can't bring somebody who ain't gonna have respect from Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid, because then it'll be basically the same situation.
Right.
They gotta bring somebody in that them boys both were gonna respect, yo.
What Philly needs is a leader of men. They coaching a leader of men. That's what they need.
Avery Johnson.
Oh, thank you.
I can see that dynamic work. Avery Johnson can coach, man. You know, he did take a team to the NBA Finals, so I mean,
yeah, he can coach.
I think he's down in Alabama right. I think he's coaching in Alabama right now.
No, he got fired.
Yeah,
he got
I
fired.
think Mark Jackson will get him in check.
He got fired. He got fired from Alabama.
He got fired.
Yeah.
Oh shit! See, I didn't know that.
He got fired. Then the department got put on probation.
You heard another name? How about Larry Brown?
No.
Larry Brown too old now, bro.
No, Larry Brown too old, man. I don't think he want to endure the rigors of coaching the game or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? He's the man almost damn near 80 years old.
Yeah, he won't relate to these boys, man. He ain't gonna be able to relate to them dudes. They too young. That's why I say it's different. That's why I feel like Mark Jackson, if he went to the Nets, that should be the shoe-in. That should be the shoe-in over there, because he be going with guys who were already gonna respect his gangster anyway. KD don't go respect off top. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you go
So
to
it's
Philly,
Tyree.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got to have a dude that these boys going to respect off top. Because if Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid don't respect them, the other dudes, it don't matter if everybody else respect them. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I
You
said
got
the
to have
Warriors would
somebody
have won
that
2016 with
respect.
Mark Jackson. Because one thing I said about Mark Jackson, he had Steph Curry and Klay Thompson's undivided attention.
Yeah,
If they would have had Mark Jackson, they would have probably not even needed Kevin Durant by
Fact.
2017. That's what I
no,
mean.
no.
He
I
wasn't
believe
bullshit.
that wherever Mark Jackson goes, he's going to bring instant credibility and respect to that organization. You know what I'm saying? As long as the front office gives him the reign, gives him the free reign to do what he does, whether it be Atlanta, whether it be Brooklyn, whether it be Philadelphia or whatever. Wherever he goes, he's going to bring instant credibility. He's going to bring respect. We've seen Mark Jackson take a team from nothing and made them into something. You know,
I'll tell you, LB, if I was a GM, I'd hire him. Would y'all?
Hell yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He should already
what,
be.
what
He
kind
should
of a
be
question
working.
is that? Yeah.
Be
Much we
honest with
push
you,
for Mark Jackson to be a head coach, you gonna come up. What kind of a question is that?
I'm
Yeah,
just saying, if we was a
be
GM of the
honest with
team,
you,
he'd be my head coach
I would let Mark Jackson have 2 jobs, the head coach and GM job.
and GM.
Nah,
Yeah, you can
no,
pick my
no
personnel
GM.
too.
Nah,
Yeah,
no GM.
like a head of basketball operations and the head coach.
That's
Give him
it.
some Greg Popovich type titles, nigga. Like
yeah,
you got
because
to.
you know Greg Popovich was in the front office when Bob Hill was the head coach of the Spurs,
Yeah,
and they fired Bob, and you know he pretty much fired Bob Hill and did it himself. So
Yep, sure did. He was a GM.
Well, look what Jerry was doing with the Clippers. At 80, what old Jerry is now? What, 80 years old? Well, look what he doing.
but that's why they would rather have guys like you know what I'm saying. They rather have Mark Jackson calling the game than coaching the game. That's the shame, bro. Like, I just
that's disrespectful, man.
feel like that's
Fact.
just yeah. That's just
He's
it's
on there with
crazy.
Jeff. What's Jeff Van Gundy?
I mean, you got guys get. I mean, and we talk about this all the time. You get guys that have no business coaching, man. They keep getting jobs after jobs, man. You know, Luke Walton got his job up from the Lakers off the strength of what he did at Golden State, right? And
Yup.
then we got fired from the Lakers. He gets a job with Sacramento the next
Next
day,
day.
Very next
Mhm.
day.
the very
Very
next
next day.
day, right? And then look at Terry Stotts, right? Terry Stotts, he was in Atlanta before. He got canned in Atlanta. He went to Milwaukee, got canned in Milwaukee, and now he got a gig with the Portland Trailblazers. And I believe the Portland Trailblazers went in spite of him and not because of him. You
Yeah,
know,
he
Fact.
back. He hold that team back.
What up, baby?
He really do. I've been saying he hold Portland back.
Yeah, man. So, but see, that's the hypocrisy of the NBA. They sitting there talking about putting Black Lives Matter and names on the back of jerseys and shit.
That's
But at the
crazy.
same
That's
time,
crazy.
they blackballing black coaches. They don't even give
But
them
you
boys
gotta
a
think all
chance.
these owners is
After
white, so
Every,
you know,
every,
so you know they white supremacists.
Yeah, you already
I'm,
know how the owners are. But I'm just saying it's crazy all the way around, bro. Because for the league has the owners, but the other side of the league is the commissioner and the executives on the board of the league. You know what I'm saying? Besides the owners, and they let the shit happen too. So like,
True.
it's like at the end of the day, nigga, like them players should be fighting for that. Like if nothing else, if you ain't gonna protest or not play because all right, we ain't playing because we gonna play even though all this social injustice and stuff we trying to fight at the same time. Okay, you want to play, be in the bubble, but damn, y'all should be at least lobbying for social justice and for more black
That's
coaches
how.
to get these opportunities rather
That's
than
how.
some dude nobody even heard of half the time.
That's how.
You know what I
I
mean?
know
Some
that.
guy that wasn't doing shit when he did get opportunities
They don't
compared
want
to
him.
guys who actually made it to the playoffs with teams who wasn't irrelevant before they got there. You know what I mean? A lot of
right?
coaches. We can found a laundry list of black coaches and even, you know what I'm saying, other coaches. Even dudes like Vinny Del Negro wasn't a bad coach. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna get no other shot.
Yeah, same thing with Paul Cyrus.
Paul Silas, bro. Like Paul Silas got, you know what I'm saying, done in basically after he tried to get LeBron to be more of a post player, add post game to his game. And shoot,
That's how you know
he
he
didn't
that's
won't
want
be
the thing,
coach.
to like
thing
that
right
shit,
there
so
I'm
he's
talking
gone.
about.
Went to
That's the thing
Charlotte.
right
Same thing
there
with
I'm talking
David Blatt. David Blatt wasn't having that shit. He got him up out of there.
Yeah, and David Blatt is not a bad coach. He not.
But speaking of David Blatt, right? Speaking of David Blatt has won championships overseas, right? But and then the Cleveland Cavaliers fired him despite the fact that they were number one in the Eastern Conference. They had the best record in the league, and they still fired the guy. All because
after they got blown out.
Hold on, bro. They still fired the guy, even all because of the LeBron politics. You know what I'm saying? This dude, look, you know what? I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not even trying to bring up this dude's name, and I'm not even gonna have my channel hijacked by LeBron dynamic. I'm not gonna do it. All right. But
I'm just gonna say the reason why a head coach can be a head coach is a superstar basically runs the team. He goes to management and complaining about the head coach. He end up getting fired. Then this is what you get.
But see, this is the thing, right? So let's, even though I don't want to use this example, but I'm gonna have to. So when LeBron went down to Miami, right, and he tried to get Eric Spoelstra fired, right? He tried to play politics to get Eric Spoelstra fired, and but Pat Riley shut that shit down.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying?
Dwayne Wade did too.
So it's gonna take that. It's gonna take the front office telling the star player, like, look, we paying all this money. You need to go out there and perform. This is our head coach. Now, there's one or two things you can do. You can either ride with us or we're gonna trade you. But this guy ain't going. He's our coach. He's not going anywhere. So you can either deal with it or we can trade you. But he ain't going nowhere. Period. And that will put an end to all that bullshit, huh?
That's the same like if Kawhi, like let's say Kawhi hypothetically had a problem with Doc Rivers, and he go to Jerry West and say he want Doc Rivers fired. Jerry West gonna tell him, look, bro, he ain't going nowhere. You just like you just said. He gonna tell Kawhi Doc ain't going nowhere. We'll trade you before we trade him, before we let him go. Like
Type shit.
Because he's more as a coach. He's more valuable than any player. Coaches are valuable to the NBA when they're real good, when they're great. Like Popovich is valuable. Like if he left the Spurs next season and said he'll go to any of the other 29 teams, he'll have 29 offers. He'll at least have 25. You know what I'm saying? He has 25 offers, bro. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? Be trying to get this man. So as a coach, you can be super valuable, but you got to be real good. You got to be a great coach. You know what I'm saying? Guys like Doc Rivers is considered a great coach in the NBA. We've seen what he's done. You know what I'm saying? We see what he continues to do. So, like, it's certain players. It's really a certain player. I'm not even calling his name. We all know who we're talking about. But that does that because the GMs and the owners of the teams normally buckle to him. You know what I'm saying? That's why if they don't get to the championship or they lose, the guy who's coaching his team now,
facts.
And Jason Kidd's going to be the coach.
That's not right. That's not right.
You see, he was trying to stop Jason Kidd from going to New York.
That's cool, man. I feel that, man. He wrong for that, man. He don't do that, man.
Yeah, but the Sixers, bro. I hope they get rid of Brett Brown. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he gotta go.
He goes, bro, because he's holding them back, man. Just like Terry Stotts, like you said, Terry Stotts is holding back the Portland Trail Blazers. I feel like Alvin Gentry is a good coach, but he doesn't need to be the coach for that Pelicans team because they're young. They need a guy they can kind of understand what their talent level is and what they really about. Like he plays them boys and puts them in bad situations sometimes. Zion or had them boys come all the way back from being like 12 down. He'll take them out when they're like 4 down. And then they'll lose by 13. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't understand that, bro. I was like, in that game against, I guess that was his first game. That whole season, dude was killing. He was killing. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Look, even if you had the guy on a minutes restriction, right? But there was a better way you could have staggered those minutes. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, sure he'd be in there late in the game when you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you wanted to play him, if you wanted to start him like the first 10 minutes, or the first play him in like 5. If you say you had the guy on a 20-minute limit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You play him the first 5 minutes in the first quarter, play him like the last 5 minutes in the second quarter, right?
Yeah.
and then you know, you don't play him along the third quarter, and then you put him in the fourth quarter for at least the 10 minutes left in the fourth. Have him run those 10 minutes in the fourth. That way, one, he can get used to playing in the fourth quarter, and he can get himself acclimated into late game situations, right? Look, a coach can only drop so many plays, right? A player can only watch so much film, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can only do so much practice. Whether it be 3-on-3, 5-on-5 drills, but he got to get. I mean, we can sit there and simulate the last 5 minutes in practice or whatever like that.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
But when you get to the game, you know, you gotta have him in there the last 5 minutes of the game. I don't care what I don't give a fuck what circumstances guy in, barring an injury. You gotta have him out there. That's the only man, look.
And that's why I say Alvin Gentry, to me, I feel like he's a great coach, man, but he's not relatable to the team he has right now.
Everybody on that team young.
That's what I'm saying. And like he's still trying to look, he got Zion. I want him to earn it. I want him to do this and that. I know he was coming off an injury and they had him on minutes restriction, but just like you just broke down, bro, there's plenty of ways they could have had it to where he's in the game at that moment at the end of the games when you need him, and he's not stuck on the bench, not able to come back in no more. You know what I'm saying? Like he done had plenty of games, just like Lonzo. We always talk about how Lonzo is a bust and all this stuff, and I be like, you know, on both sides of the argument with Lonzo sometimes, because I see he does have a potential, but people got to understand the way he plays, and his coach don't really understand the way he plays. Like if they told Lonzo, and this is my perspective on Lonzo's game, if they gave the ball to Lonzo and said, "Look, we running and gunning," you know what I'm saying? And when we not running and when we in the half court and we running and gunning, we moving pick and rolls through Zion, picking pops with Brandon Ingram. We got Brandon Ingram spaced out to the other side. If nothing's there with Zion, kick that shit to Brandon Ingram. He can get his own damn shot. Drew Holiday's out there. He can get his own shot and play make. So we should be moving the ball on offense. And then in the fast break, you should be killing it with Zion. You know what I'm saying? Zion's the type player you don't even have to draw up plays for. When he was at Duke, Coach K said he didn't draw up any plays for Zion, and the man averaged 22. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, that just goes to show you the motor that this guy's has, man. He has a high motor. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be rebounding, blocking shots, getting the steal, doing a putback dunk, whatever like that. I mean, the guy's just an animal, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, man, I've been on this guy since he played and he's out there in Spartanburg. He out there in Spartanburg, son.
Man, this is my people's first cousin, man. I know. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what my first cousin?
Man can do, bro. And what are you going to do is,
man, I've been trying to tell motherfuckers about this dude, man. I'm telling man, this dude, man, between him and John Morant, can you know John Morant from Sumter?
Yeah, he's coach his dad. My high school coach his dad. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh really?
Of his pops. His pops was nice as Ray Allen. You know what I'm saying? Him and Ray Allen was on the same team in high school.
Who's his dad?
His dad is Ronnie Morant. Ronnie Morant and Ray Allen played for Hillcrest in high school together. And they was like, yo, fly slammer jammer in high school. And both of them could shoot. They was like the same player, but Ronnie was like 2 inches tall. He was like 6'7".
Oh man.
Straight up, bro. He ended up going to Claflin University, and that dude was a monster there, but he just couldn't get to the league. Because the only reason Ray Allen really got on was because, you know, saying, well, they won the state.
Oh, that's down in Simpsonville, right?
Huh?
Hillcrest High School. Is that in Simpsonville?
You know, Hillcrest is in Dalzell. That's right outside of Sumter.
Oh, okay.
Same place where John Morant was from. His dad went overseas and played ball, but stopped playing ball. You know what I'm saying? When he had Ja, because he seen that Ja wanted to play ball, so he put all his effort into training him so he could get to the league.
I tell you, man, we had some motherfuckers come out of South Carolina, boy. You know what I'm saying? We had some fucking
over the NBA,
South Carolina, boy.
15 to 20 years gonna be South Carolina talent, running it.
What's what I tell you?
I'm telling niggas. If he gets the right, that's what I'm saying. that's why I feel like Gentry just holding him back a lot. Like he's really holding him back. He's holding a lot of those players back. Like Brandon Ingram can still get his 25, and Zion can still average 25 to 28 at the same
no
time.
plays draw up for him.
Yeah, and
Hey,
Drew
bro.
Holiday still can get his buckets.
Yeah, son. Hey, think about it this way, bro. And we'll get back to the Pelicans. You know how many motherfuckers come out of South Carolina? We talk about Kevin Garnett, Jermaine O'Neal, the Hall of Famer Alex English. You know what I'm saying?
Xavier McDaniel.
Xavier McDaniel. Man, we have some fucking beasts come out of South Carolina, boy.
Yeah. And there's some other guys we just ain't thinking about off the top of the head. You know,
Yeah.
like Antonio Daniels from the Spurs. He came from South Carolina. He came from Gaffney.
Yeah, he did play at Gaffney. I remember that. Yeah, man.
Not Gaffney. C. Murray in Williamsburg in Greeleyville. That's where he's from. He's from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like it's a lot of. We can look through the league right now. It's people from like Chris Da Silva in Miami. He's from USC. He's from South Carolina. You know what I'm saying?
Darius Thornwell.
Yep, Darius Thornwell. We got players all over there. PJ Dozier. You know what I mean? But I mean, we here. We here. We play ball down here. That's what I be telling these dudes. I be telling Lamont Lame and all them bums. They come down here. We can get on the court, inside, outside. I don't care. In my yard, wherever you want to go. And I'm going to dust you. And I'm going to show you how we do.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know, Chris Middleton played his high school ball at Portugal.
Oh, yeah. That's right down here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a lot of South Carolina ties, bro. It's starting to come out. People starting to see. You know what I'm saying? They already know. A lot of people didn't even realize Garnett was from here. You know what I'm saying? My homie went to school with Garnett, and when that shit, when the fight happened that got him, that made him move from Malden to Chicago, he wasn't even involved in it. He was just the tallest dude around. It was like the Iverson shit, Golden Alley, and everybody knew who he was.
And you know, Larry Nance from Anderson.
Damn, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and Larry Nance from Anderson. I'll tell you, man, we have some players come out of South Carolina, boy. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Garnett's so tough.
And now we about to have the two best players moving forward. Two of the best players moving forward going to be from South Carolina.
John Morant and Zion
Williamson. Two probably potential champions, MVPs, and all that. Both.
And you know they were the first and second overall picks in that draft come out this year.
Yeah, that's got to be a first. I know that's a first. That's got to be the first time two players from South Carolina ever got drafted 1 and 2 in any sport.
Yeah,
I'm sure. And it's a hell of a two. You know what I'm saying? It's a hell of a two. So.
And but you know what? I should do that. You know, I should do a video about like the best basketball players from each state and some shit like that. Yeah. You know what? That's a good video to do one day. You know what I'm saying?
And remember. MJ from right across the state line.
Yeah, North Carolina. Yeah, he right from North Carolina, boy.
You know what I mean?
You know what? I'm gonna put up 2 Raw and James behind the scenes. Maybe get some of you guys in here. We're gonna talk about that. Best basketball players in each state. Man. Do that. And ESPN, I know y'all motherfuckers watching. Don't steal my shit.
They been stealing.
You know they're gonna do.
They always do that.
Don't steal my shit, all right? Because I'm coming for you. I'm telling you right now, don't steal my shit.
Could you Perkins be watching it too? They be stealing y'all in ticket shit.
They always. But they got nothing else to talk about.
No, they be arguing with y'all takes. You know what I'm saying? Like arguing with the screen. Like they arguing to you. Not the people who are on the panel with them, because they be all agreeing on the same thing. They be like, but to them people out there that be saying, you know, well, this is just all for LeBron to win. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say this right now. You know, hey, come on, man.
That's right. If y'all steal my shit, that's right. I want all the interest. You know what I'm saying, from the YouTube videos. I'll talk about like 1,000%. That's right. I want my shit in 1,000% interest. All right, Aaron Garnett asked an interesting question about the Spurs. He said if Pop leaves, how would we feel about Becky Hammond coaching the Spurs? So here's my answer to that. Right, It all depends on Tim Duncan. If Tim Duncan don't want it, then yeah. But if Tim Duncan ends up but if Tim Duncan wants to be the head coach, he'll be the head coach of the Spurs. What you got on this, Asar?
Oh man.
Shit, I agree, man. Like if Tim Duncan got to be the first option, got to be the first choice, just because what he brought to the team and organization and keeping the system going. Becky Hammond, she should be the second option. If Tim says no, then yeah, Becky should be the first interview after Tim. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. All right, what you got, Donald Woods?
No, I didn't think about it that way. Oh man, I get Tim deserves that job if that happens. Man, that'd be a great opportunity for him. It'd be weird though. I never saw Tim scream. I never saw Tim holler. Tim was just quiet, and Tim did it the right way. Man, that'd be great. I'd love to see that.
What's up with you, G Corey? What you think?
I agree, Tim Duncan. I agree, Tim Duncan should get it. If he don't want it, I should think old girl should have it.
She coaching right now.
I know. She can coach though. I actually
I
checked
know.
it out. She's pretty
She's
good.
good. She's very good.
What about you, Lou Ryder? What you think?
Be honest with you, I think gonna go like this. Tim Duncan get the head coaching job, but Becky Hammond gonna really be the one coaching the team. Or she gets really upset that the fact that she been there the longest and been one of the assistant coaches on the first team, she leave with Popovich to be be on his coaching staff at Brooklyn. Like really, Becky Hammond wants to be a head coach in the NBA. She has gone through so many years of being an assistant coach and moving up in the ranks. She wants her opportunity, and I wouldn't be surprised if Philly give her a can too. And it's up to Becky Hammond if she want to stay to be an assistant coach or if she want to leave and try to do her own thing. But I think they're gonna offer the job to Tim Duncan first.
Right. That's my whole take on it. Now she will be outside the box hire no matter where she goes, right? Now, didn't she win Summer League 1 year as a head coach of the Spurs?
She won the Summer League.
Yeah, she won.
That was good. That was good.
Okay, I thought she did. All right.
Yeah, she did. That was good.
And see, this is another thing I want to throw out there, right? Because I think you and I think on the same wavelength. You know what I'm saying? There's this misconception of just because you hadn't won in the NBA, don't give you any kind of credibility, right? But I would take Tanner right to that because Nick Nurse, he won championships in the G League, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nick Nurse won championships in the G League. He gets hired by the Toronto Raptors, and then he turns around and wins a championship with that team, right? Larry Brown, we go back further than that. Larry Brown, he won national championship in Kansas with Danny Manning, right?
Mm-hmm. That's that.
Comes to the NBA, leads teams to the playoffs, even though his coaching stops has been, short. But despite whenever he got there, he normally has success with those teams.
Yeah.
Finally wins the NBA championship with the Detroit Pistons, the only coach to win the NCAA championship and the NBA championship.
Oh man, that's man.
Tough,
right?
Bro. So prior success outside the NBA, you know what I'm saying, does mean something. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just say because the person, like you said, you can't just say because somebody didn't win in the NBA yet that they can't win in the NBA. I think the only thing is that I want to make clear, like as far as with the difference between Tim Duncan and Becky Hammond, to me, and that's why, like, just for the people listening, you know what I'm saying, or for the person who asked that question, is like Tim Duncan is being groomed by Pop. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I feel like he's gonna have to be the one to say he doesn't want that position. But I feel like that's the only reason he's even on the staff. You know what I mean? Why would you have him on the staff if not to groom him? Plus, Tim Duncan has the longest lineage of anybody left right now attached to the Spurs with Popovich. You know what I mean? They've been together since what, 90? What year Tim Duncan got? 97? 99?
One overall out of Wake Forest.
97,
99?
97,
So
yeah.
He drafted 97 out of Wake Forest.
97, yeah. So damn, that's fucking what, 23 years?
That's right. That's right.
So of course, if you're gonna have a successor, it's gonna be Tim Duncan. You know what I'm saying? Not to say Becky Hammond doesn't deserve it, but you can't say she deserves it more than Tim Duncan. You know what I'm saying? As a coach, maybe, but that's why Popovich, I feel, is grooming Tim Duncan. He wouldn't have him out there. You know what I'm saying? Especially coaching the team some games if he didn't want to do that to groom him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because considering that, when Tim Duncan retired, you didn't hear nothing from Tim Duncan for a few years. And
Yeah,
then
Duncan was quiet.
all of a sudden now this dude's on the staff of the Spurs.
Yep. But he was always around the organization though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they bring him in, to teach some stuff here and there behind the scenes or whatever like that. But for the most part, this dude went on the sidelines, being no assistant coach or whatever like that. And now he's on the staff. He's now basically just like you said, Saul. He's grooming him to be the man when he leaves. So that one, whenever due to remember when Greg Popovich lost his wife, and he took that he took a hiatus or whatever like that. A lot of people in the mainstream thought the job was going to go to Becky Hammond.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why Tim Duncan became the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs when Greg Popovich left, because they've been together for all these years. He knows how Popovich thinks. He knows how Popovich moves.
He knows the system, and he's the most coachable player probably ever to play in the NBA. He's the most coachable superstar there's probably ever been. So everything that Popovich told him, he soaked that shit up.
Yeah.
Remember in a lot of them finals and a lot of his late seasons, bro, he was basically just out there to give them niggas guidance. If he had been out there during the 2013 finals, we already know the Spurs would have won because Chris Bosh wouldn't have got that rebound. But he would have made sure of that shit.
Shout out to my boy, Little Boy Sports and News, man. Y'all go subscribe to my homie James Hayes, man. You know what I'm saying? James, come on in.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. But shit,
I know what you're saying, Eric, on that. Yeah, Becky Hammond been assistant longer than Tim, but Tim's been in the system longer than Becky Hammond. But when Tim Duncan was playing for the San Antonio Spurs, Becky Hammond's been, in the WNBA.
That's why I said it was up to Becky Hammond. Like, if you don't get the head coaching job, are you gonna move on? Now just stay there and wait a couple more years to be the head coach.
All right, what's up with you, James? You know what I'm saying? Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning, everybody. Salute, chat, and the panel room. Much love to all my people.
All right, bro. Let me get your thoughts on so we talked about the Philadelphia 76ers, and then now we're talking about the San Antonio Spurs. So what are your thoughts on the Philadelphia 76ers or whether or not they can make a deep playoff run? If you don't think they make a playoff run, a deep one, do you think they should fire Brett Brown? Go right ahead.
Well, if they don't make it, Brent Brown have to be gone because he had too many chances to get this team over the hump. As far as the talent that he had with the Jimmy Butlers, Tobias Harrisons, and he couldn't do it. So with that being said, I gotta go with that. You gotta be gone. You gotta get somebody in there. You got the Mark Jacksons, you got the Wayne Cases, you got Mike Woods still out there. So you have coaching candidates, but some going on with these black coaches, they can't get another interview for some reason after they led their prospective team to the playoff and showed they can build franchises up to playoff contenders. And what I'm gonna say about the San Antonio Spurs, it was already in the plot that they was molding Tim Duncan to be that head coach. So Pop wasn't mad about it. He just need a new challenge, I guess. He to show that he could rebuild teams and keep a team in the playoff position to compete for a ring. So it's just time for him a new challenge and let's see what Duncan, Mr. Fundamentals, can do if he can bring that championship glory back to San Antonio, because they need a new start. They need a new direction. Because Pop, I don't think he could get get a hold and to get a grasp of these young players that's in the league today compared to when he first came into the league, how easy it was to coach these players because certain players was willing to listen, certain players was willing to buy into his system. You know, you got these young players who feel like they alphas already and they all stars already without having to prove themselves because of what they did before they came to the league, thinking it's gonna still be the same. But we all know every level get harder and harder, and it's different. And that's why they say levels to this shit. You got college, you got G League, you got overseas, then you got the pros. So with that being said, I want to see what Tim Duncan do with the Spurs because he have pieces. He have a 1-2 punch that he can build off for as Aldridge and DeRozan. It's just a matter of time to see if he can get them to play together.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what it is, man. Man, we all pretty much in agreement that Brett Brown needs to be canned. We all pretty much in agreement about the status of Tim Duncan or whatever like that. Um, but and then hey James, before you came in, I would say me and you too raw need to do a panel, and maybe I'll get a saw in here, whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? We need to do a panel about like the best players from each state.
Oh, we could do that. I was thinking about that too because I just seen Miss Juanetta in the chat. She was saying NYC had the most Hall of Fame because that's the basketball mecca. So I know they're gonna be top two, top three of all time dealing with that because of the ruckus that, like I say, Madison Square Garden. And I gotta give props where it's due, man. You know what I mean? There's the basketball mecca. Carmelo Anthony, you got a lot of people come from that East Coast that know how to ball and got that street ball mentality too. So they take that trip all over the world playing against other great players. So with that being said, I would like to see where the other states rank up against the New York type players.
Hey, I remember watching the video one day of KD playing at Rucker Park. The motherfucker dropped like 66.
Yeah.
See,
Motherfucker
that's
pulling
what
up
I'm
from
saying though.
Beijing on people, yo.
That's why I'm mad they stopped that shit because today we can really see what these new day and age players about. Because like I say, I'm glad Ice Cube brought out that big three because that goes to show you some people still in shape, man. Age don't make a difference. If you love the game and you take care of your body, you can still go out there and drop buckets.
That's
Hey,
like
Remember Kobe?
that's why I like
hey,
seeing Mike Tyson go out there and fight again.
hey, speaking of which, talk about that big three, man. Hey, man, what you think about Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, man? That motherfucker can still play. That motherfucker, 52
Football.
years old, still out there dropping buckets on people, yo.
Hey, that's what I'm trying to tell you now, bro. It's just like they talk about the old school all they want, bro. But let me tell you something. Them dudes love the game more than anything, more than any decade. You know what I mean? For us, when you watch the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the mid 90s, the mid 90s, I mean the mid 80s on back. Like you can start from the beginning of the 80s, but I'm just saying when it really went to getting competitive, when Jordan, Isaiah, and it went to getting deep, I'm saying, with the Elijah Wines being in those drafts. Man, see, bro, from the mid 80s on back to now, you can look at the talent and you can look at the will, the win from each decade, as far as the work mentality, how they attack the game. Not nothing against nobody, bro. But I'm saying it's just that these people, when they get to that stardom, they're not trying to relinquish it to nobody. Nobody in their class, what I'm saying. So Reggie Miller being the best 3-point shooter, followed by Ray Allen, you have somebody to compete with now. Michael
Hmm.
Jordan setting that tone. Then you got Kobe coming from behind him, keeping that level of mentality for us playing up there. Then you got the new schoolers, like I say, they come in of natural raw ability. I give you that. Nobody's seen a 6'10" point guard that can run a flow like a Kevin Durant. You know what I mean? I could give you that for shooting, but don't make it seem like because our offense was consistent on stretching the floor, that if we didn't work on the same thing that y'all making these kids work on by elevating their game and opening it up for them to score more, we couldn't do the same thing because we still was averaging 110, 120 a game back in the 80s and the 90s with defenses.
Yeah, man. I think a big part of that shit too is these guys today, like they don't account for certain things that we can look at in the '90s and easily see, or in the '80s and easily see. Like the way teams are made now, you got two or three like all NBA level players playing on the same teams. Back in the day, like when you look at Michael Jordan had Scottie Pippen, okay? But really, if we look at Scottie Pippen, his numbers, any season of his career, and compared to other people at the small forward position, he really wasn't better than any of them. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't better than Dominique. He wasn't better than who else was playing the small forward back then. Guys
Larry
like
Bird,
yeah, he damn sure wasn't better than Larry Bird. You know what I'm saying? But he was on
James
there
Worthy.
because James Worthy. He was on there because of the fact that he was on a team that was successful as hell, and really it's because he's behind Michael Jordan. You know, he's the second player on the team. That's basically it. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of times, we can't account for the fact that, like, if you look at the '90s, it wasn't teams that was just superstar loaded. They might have had a superstar, maybe two. Like, you know what I'm saying? I look at Gary Payton and Sean Kemp as superstar level players back then. You know what I'm saying? Definitely back at that time. You know what I'm saying? If you got your
John
own shoes,
Stockton.
your own commercials, you a fucking superstar. I'm sorry. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
Penny
that's how that
Hardaway.
shit. You got a nickname. You a
Penny
superstar.
Hardaway.
Penny
Penny
Hardaway,
Hardaway.
and Shaq, you know what I'm saying? But
Shaq.
that's what I'm
Yep.
saying.
John
But
Stockton, Karl Malone.
you didn't have a lot of like for instance, it wasn't like John Stockton, for example, got held back by the time he played in a way. Because if John Stockton played today, he could average 25 and 10.
Yeah. Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Because
Yep.
if Reggie Miller got held back in a way by playing in the '90s. Because if he played today, Reggie Miller would the most threes Reggie Miller ever took in one season was 6.6. James Harden today takes 12. Steph Curry today takes at least 10.
To
So
be honest with you, I think if
so if
Reggie
Reggie
Miller
was
played
taking 10 a
today,
game, you already know what it'd be. You know what I'm saying?
Terrible.
And
Oh
he
man.
could make them shits at an alarming clip too, man. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I'm saying.
When Reggie Miller get hot, boy, you can go ahead and cancel Christmas for that.
Over. It's over with.
Overconfident.
He playing that, he averaged
Reggie Miller
30.
will-
Hey,
I
you know
think
why I
Reggie
agree
Miller
with
will have a
Assad
ring
though?
in his
You
new era.
oh, go ahead, Luke. My bad, Luke.
I think Reggie Miller may have a ring in this new era. The way he played.
Definitely.
That's a fact because how wide the offense is for as those type players. But this what I want to piggyback off what the Salt just said. If the most 3-pointers Reggie Miller took was 6, you got to think about this. The game is wide open. It's more of a 3-point lead. That 6 gonna go to at least 10 to 12. So you giving him more shots to get hot from behind the arc. So that's more results.
And we all know Reggie Miller's a killer, boy. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah. And he's a
Yeah,
great
clutch
shooter.
shot.
That
Clutch.
and
You
you
That's
can't
can't.
be
why
that type of
But see,
person
that's
that
the
many
thing that
shots.
pisses me off, man. When these young cats that come in here and
I'm telling you, bro.
and they talk about, the guys of the '90s couldn't play in this league. How? How could they not?
they be
That's crazy,
thriving. They be
man.
better.
It'd be
Hey,
crazy, man.
Think about it like this. Oh, my fault, James. Go ahead.
No, I was just want to say this. Rod Strickland, Mookie Blaylock, Muggsy Bogues, Spud Webb. I'm naming nigga that's under 6 feet that could play in this bitch.
Today.
Ivan Addison.
Muggy.
Yep. AI would kill it today.
Yeah,
Hey,
he
AI,
will.
AI. You put AI on damn near any team. You put AI on damn near any team out here, and that team is a damn contender today.
Yes.
Straight
Yeah.
up. Because most likely he's gonna have better offensive players than he ever had when he was with Philly as a whole team. They ain't gonna have great defense necessarily, but they're gonna be able to put up a hell of a lot of points, bro. Trust me, they're gonna be able to put up buckets.
And that's gonna make his
he had
job
problems.
easy.
He ain't had no teammates that could put up no buckets with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, you take Iverson and put him on the Boston Celtics instead of Kemba Walker right now.
Oh man, that's rap.
Oh Lord, they win a championship.
Oh, that shit wouldn't even be. It'd be like, damn, they coming out the East, bro. I don't give a damn about Giannis. I don't care about Philly. I don't care about nobody.
Nope.
If
Hey, but you know
Iverson
what
was
I
on
do like
Philadelphia
though?
right now,
I do like that pick, but I say if you put him on Philly with them two big men, because now
yeah,
you done move Simmons to the power forward, bruh. I break
yeah,
that shit down. He got two niggas to alley it up there too.
that's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
If you put him on
Nigga
the
still
Sixers
got
today,
Tobias Harris on the wing with you.
if you put
Yeah.
Allen Iverson, prime Iverson in his on the Sixers right now, that shit ain't even fair to the league. I ain't gonna lie
Fuck
to
no.
you.
Are you
What
I
crazy?
ain't
about
even gonna lie to you. That shit wouldn't even be fair to the league, bro.
what
Straight up.
about prime Charles Barkley on the Warriors?
Oh, it's over with.
Yeah.
It's over with.
Uh,
Charles, people the world his way.
Man,
y'all
you
think
mean to
about
tell? Hold on. You put Prime Charles Barkley in the Warriors. What would they do with Draymond Green?
it. Get rid of him.
Get rid of him.
Kick that
He'll
nigga
That
to the
punch
nigga
curb.
Draymond
been a
Green
Get
straight
that
bullshit.
nigga
out.
up out of here, boy.
That's about it.
Prime Barkley, shit. They act like they
Shit,
don't know
shit.
Draymond.
Hey,
Hey, I
let him
put a
run.
prime Sean Kemp over there because of how they running style is. How
Oh
they
yeah.
like that fast pace.
Yeah.
Sean Kemp will be a good small forward, power forward, wing player to run the floor with him.
Crazy putback dunks too. And boards. He gonna get the
Man.
board. Shit. And
And
his
you
assists
told
gonna go up because he's
some
playing with
highlight
two
reel
great shooters.
alleys too, man.
Yeah, all that. Shit. That should
I
be
can name
crazy.
like 5 players that could go good with the Warriors, and Draymond wouldn't even much have the. He wouldn't even much be able to pass Gatorade to these niggas.
For
I
real,
mean,
though.
can we say that? Can we say that LeBron James? Can we say that Sean Kemp was like LeBron before LeBron came in the league?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, in a way. The only
I
thing
can't.
is, only thing that separates them to me is like LeBron had better handles. You know what I'm saying? LeBron can pass better. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Was more willing to pass. I'll put it like that. I ain't gonna say he passed better or not. I'm gonna say he's more willing to pass. You
right.
know,
But you
so
couldn't deny the athleticism, though.
athleticism about the same, yeah. And they both came out
Man.
of relatively high school. That nigga went to junior college for a year, but you know what I'm saying? Sean Kemp went to junior college for a year, but he was
Yeah,
like 18, 19 when he got in, or like 18. So I mean, they both was virtually athletically the same though. But Kemp was just like he was just raw. He was just raw athleticism too though. Like his shit was more less polished. You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell
Yeah.
he just was naturally able to just jump over everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody, I just feel like even though George Karl was a good coach for them, if he would have been able to play today, where they see would have had somebody, the training staffs and shit that they have now, the personal trainer that these guys have now, and the diets and stuff, he could definitely be, you know, a crazy. He could build up crazy numbers every night right now. I'm just saying, you know, and it's, you know, what I mean,
Sean
it'd
being
be crazy.
patient.
That's the
Hey,
same
bro,
as
this
Larry
what
Bird.
people.
If Larry Bird was playing today, yo, if Larry
Okay.
Bird
Oh,
was
hell,
playing today with all the resources and the way the game is, think about the numbers Larry Bird would be putting up. He was getting
shit.
10 boards when it
He
was
probably
5
averaged
dudes in the
40.
paint.
I gotta say, Larry Bird will average 50 a game. Because Larry Bird can shoot the lights out.
Shit.
Bro, we ain't
Hey,
even talking
but to
about like
me, he's still the most prettiest jump shooter alive.
Man, I'm
that.
telling you. You trying to get that
Like he
that-
just shoot the ball like he almost be trying. That shit just be going all nets. That bitch don't hit no rim. I be like,
Nothing.
God damn.
hey,
that
and then
boy,
Larry Bird talk shit to you. You know what I'm saying? Larry Bird was like, "Hey,
Same
look, I'm gonna
time.
catch this ball up the baseline, and I'm gonna shoot this three in your face and hit it."
These
Hey,
niggas gonna be crying.
They do that shit.
you know
He
why I
did
used to
talk
like Larry
shit.
Bird? Because people always knew about his shot, but they underestimated his rebounding. He
His
was a
Mm-hmm.
pass.
good passer out of double teams because he had the height to seal with the defense. He wasn't the most athletic white boy. That ain't what I need you for. I just need you to be the fucking jump shot shooter and get help on the boards like you've been doing. And if you
And
look at
Larry a
his
killer.
career numbers, dog, he 24-10 career, 24-12 easy.
And look, and
man.
it would have been higher than that, except when his back got injured in his last few seasons. That's why I be telling
Yeah,
niggas like, you gotta look at these boys. You can't look at the last three or four seasons after they got injured or like when they, you know what I'm saying, they old and they ain't really even playing as much. I look at them boys in the prime of their career, the first 10, 12 years. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I don't really look at Kobe's career after year 17 because he had Achilles. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I can't look at that and
Yeah.
say that was him at his best.
Nope.
No, not when we seen this motherfucker year after year. You know,
Yeah,
put up MVP type numbers and shit.
yeah.
Right.
So when I look at just like if you look back at Nate Tiny Archibald's career, like if you go on Basketball Reference and look at his stat lines, right? Then you look at him up until the point he had his Achilles tear. Man, that man was like 20 and 10, 28 and 10, and he was like 6'3",
Hey, Dave, get this, Asar.
killing it.
Get this, Asar. ESPN didn't even put him in the top 74 best players of all time.
Oh man.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
Tiny Archibald out, but they got motherfucker like Tony Parker on there, man. I'm like, come on, man.
That's
Come
what I'm saying.
I love Tony, but he Tony ain't like that.
That's what I'm saying, man. You got to look at them dudes and really think about it, like for the way the era was. You know what I'm saying? If them boys had the advances that we had then, or they had if the game had advanced to the point where it's like, okay, shooting threes is a great shot now. The guys who were shooting 1 or 2 threes and shooting like 40%, if you give them boys 10 threes a game to shoot, come on, they're going to kill it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even a guy like Steve Kerr would be good right now. Steve Kerr coming off your bench is like 12, 15 points a game, where he was only averaging 5 in his prime with the Bulls. You see what I'm saying? Like
Craig Hodges
would be. Come on, man. Craig Hodges would probably be a champion, man. Somewhere he'd be a championship level player on somebody's team, nigga.
Man, look, Craig Hodges is a man. Look, this dude was in a 3-point contest virtually every year and won that shit.
Facts, bro. And Craig Hodges only shot, I think his high was like 5 threes a game, bro. In 1 or 2 seasons. Like, imagine you let that man have a green light to shoot whenever you want to shoot him, like they do now. Oh my God.
I tell you, man, motherfuckers don't know, boy.
Sharif, like you said, if Mahmoud Abdul Rauf was 21 years old playing in the NBA today, you wouldn't even know about Steph Curry, bro. You be forget about Steph, bro. You'd be like, this is a better Steph.
Sure, they better.
Like, this nigga a better Steph. He was coming off the bench most of his career doing that shit. Putting up 18, 19 off the bench. You know what I'm saying? 20-something when he started the damn. And then right when he got to a point where he was starting and doing his thing still and upping those numbers, that's when he got into the controversy, you know what I'm saying, with the flag jump. And then they suspended the dude. He had to make an agreement with them just to get back in the league, and then it wasn't the same no more. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Craig Hodges. You know what I'm saying? But
what about Del Curry? Steph Curry, daddy.
Come on, bro. If Del Curry was playing today, bro, like in today's offense, come on, man. I'm not saying it would be. I'm saying they would be at least what Klay Thompson is.
Yep.
At least. Yeah. It'd be a great second guy if they ain't the first guy. Reggie Miller be a first guy. You know what I'm saying? Guys like that be first guys. You know what I'm saying?
I'll trade Reggie Miller for James Harden's spot. They'll be winning multiple championships.
Man, look.
And Larry Johnson for the back injury.
Oh yeah, Larry Johnson pre-back injury would have been.
Just imagine if Jerry West played today.
Oh man,
that's what I mean. Like, bro, you can't disregard these guys. You know what I'm saying? Because they played in a league where, look, Jerry West played in a league where there wasn't even no damn 3-point line. You know what I'm saying? On the goddamn court for the bulk of his fucking career, right? Except for I think the last year or two of his career. And matter of fact, when niggas be talking about Jerry West won his championships in the 70s when Kareem and them boys and all them dudes was here. It was the league was deep when he actually won, and he was MVP late. Also, so I mean, like, bro, it's not like he was just playing against nobodies. He was playing against the best of the best and still holding his own. So if he played today, he'd be putting up astronomical numbers too. It's like MJ. It's like Hakeem. Think about Hakeem getting the ball in the post. Basically one-on-one. There's no help. The help is all the way out there by the 3-point line, damn near. Come on, man. He's going to score 45, 50 and have like 15 boards a game. Easy. He's going to put up steal game numbers. 6, 7.
Wilt. Imagine if Wilt played today.
Come on, bro. It'd be ridiculous. That's what I'm saying.
Look at Dr. J.
And today they don't even play defense.
Fuck no. They don't play no defense. They took it out the game. They took it out the game.
These dudes
know what I want to say? I'm about to tell you this. Marquise Johnson.
Oh, you're not on.
Marquise Johnson, he injured his career with a torn ACL, MCL. A lot of these players had those same type injuries because of the medical field wasn't like it is today. That derailed them. But I'm about to do a video on that, and I'm gonna give y'all all the small forwards that really was impactful to these teams, but their careers was injured by torn ACLs, where they couldn't even come back after that. And that's a big blow because, like, the medical field today, when you get these kids that kind of regimen, like Derrick Rose, what he had about 2 or 3 of them motherfuckers, and this nigga
Yeah, he
still
like
coming back.
Three.
man. He
Like,
coming back
I'm just
stronger
saying, like, come on, man. And these dudes couldn't come back off one.
shit. That's
So
crazy,
the
though.
talent level that they had, that they could have gave to the game with a full career, where people could have really understood them and saw what they meant to the NBA. That's what I'm about to do, bro. I've been doing my homework and I've been writing a few names down. And just like Larry Bird with that back injury, before the back injury, you got to understand what he gave to the game, what he was doing when he stole that bitch and he flicked it to DJ, and DJ laid it up off the glass for the win. That's a fucking epic play, man. Like, people don't know that. I think Larry Bird shitty though. He don't play defense. He don't go all out. He just won't shoot the ball. No, he knew the consequences and the magnitude of this game.
Larry Bird was 3-time all defensive team. That's how people don't.
It just hurt me, dog.
I agree with you, man. Niggas, people just don't know the game, and it's to a point now where since they don't know, they feel they gotta go ahead and disrespect them dudes to make their guys look better than them anyway. Because that's just how they gonna feel in their eyes. They don't really know, man. They just be capping for their people at this point, man. Like, not to say that there aren't superstars in the league today that couldn't play back in the day. I don't be saying that, but what I'm trying to tell people is the way the game is played, the way the rules have been changed. If you take any handful, if I take David Robinson, Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley, I'm not even gonna say everybody, you know what I'm saying, Patrick Ewing, and bring them into the game right now and just put Patrick Ewing on the Knicks. You have the Knicks in the playoffs, nigga, with that same roster. That same roster. Some kind of way. Because he'd average like 35, bro. And and his defense is crazy. You know what I'm saying? He put the boys in the league today, they're gonna spaz out because the way the rules is, it's easier for them. They're going against less defensive pressure. Michael Jordan had double and triple teams. In the league today, you rarely see a double team on a person's shot. You see that shit basically at half court to try to get the ball out of his hands. That's it.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
look,
really.
look at Dr. J. Look how Dr. J played. Look at how Dr. J will play now.
Hey, here's another one, bro. His number's ridiculous, but they don't look at it. They think he was the bullshitter.
I forget about Dr. J.
Look at another one. Oscar Robertson.
Like how Giannis numbers look, and that's how Dr. J will look. Crazy points and rebounds and defense.
Oscar Robertson.
Him too.
Come on.
Him too.
Hey, bro, you know Dr. J averaged 20 points or better every year, but except his last 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's ridiculous, man. How can you do that and say this man ain't playing? Like, he don't have no game. You know how hard it is to hit 15?
Yeah.
And this nigga ain't have no shot when he first come in. This nigga just was high flying.
Yeah. He came from the ABA.
He developed.
Yeah, but I'm saying he was more of a dunker. He was more of a high flyer.
I know.
Yeah, he was back at when Dr. J had that big old afro going in the lane, dunk on everybody.
Yeah, what I liked about him, he was willing to learn the game and stretch his game out. So that's how he was able to get people off their feet to go to the rack and dunk on them. I mean, they know once it's flight school and it's over with. I ain't never seen nobody do it better than him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, some of the move Jordan he got from Dr. J.
Yeah.
That's why I say Jordan had to learn from somebody.
Yeah.
But who Dr. J had to learn from, because he come in doing that shit. Nobody wasn't high flying like Dr. J like that, boy.
Nope.
Nobody. That's why they gave him the name the Doc.
And don't forget about Dominique Wilkins.
Oh
Doc
yeah,
came in
can't
before
forget about
Wilkins,
Dominique.
man. That's what I'm telling you.
I know.
Yeah,
And Dominique, he ruptured his Achilles. The came back
I
and still did
understand,
it.
but listen to what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. The only thing I'm saying is Doc came in the league and set the tone for that high flying shit.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, he
That's
did,
that.
he did, he did, he did.
Yeah.
Once he took off and he won that dunk contest, then you had the Daryl Dawkins and all them niggas trying to. Cause there was big men, you know what they can touch the rim, but to see Doc do it on the style that
Oh
he was
man.
doing it with the hang time that he was doing it,
Oh
ain't nobody
man.
wasn't saying that shit like that.
I'm telling you, man.
But Dr. J was revolutionary, bro.
That
Oh
nigga
my
like he took that shit to a whole new heights, man. I was like, God damn.
Dr.
And
J was the first guy to do reverse layup.
Hey, to this day,
That's
I'm gonna
Iceman.
tell you two
That's Iceman
plays
right
still
there.
iconic in the game. That bird play when he stole that bitch and passed it to DJ, and that fucking windmill when he hit Michael Cooper, motherfucking ass, Dr. J.
yeah, Magic was down there too.
That like he rocked the crane on it, like he was like, "Come on, I'm about to put you bitches to sleep." That
That
nigga
dunk was
rocked
Magic,
that
heard.
bitch and wind it
hey,
up.
That
hey,
dunk was heard around
Magic,
the world when
Hey
he
man,
did that.
Magic say he
hey
looked
James,
at
hey, I still be having nightmares about that dunk, bro.
Hey,
I
Michael
was like,
Cooper
oh
jumped, but then
shit,
he
look
tried
out
to bend
below.
it and try to move. It was too late.
yeah,
He
it was
Yeah,
should
it
have
was
over
too
with.
just
late.
kept
He
going.
tried.
And Michael Cooper was a great defender too, so that's what made it even worse.
That's what I'm saying. But listen, he know when Dr. J took up, watch that play, dog. When Dr. J took up, he took up at the same time. But it's for some reason, Dr.
He
J
ball
just
up.
went a little bit higher than him. When he saw he couldn't do it, he tried to back out of it. But you in the air, you
You in
can't
the
look
air.
at that nigga try to duck.
Yeah, look,
Like he
yeah,
was
too
getting
late.
scared or something. Nigga just still pound that bitch on it. Bitch, bang, bitch.
Well, look, that's what I'm saying, man. Dr. J
Oh,
opened the door for a lot of the, like you said, for the
I'm
high
telling you.
flying, for
I'm
really
telling you.
for dudes being that athletic. You know what I'm
Like
saying?
they look at LeBron. No, it was Dr. J before LeBron, even before Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I told everybody, I'm like,
Yeah,
y'all
but that nigga changed
crazy.
the game. But see, when Jordan come,
Told you.
know what made Jordan different? Because Jordan
Yeah,
was leaning with his shit. Like Jordan
yeah,
was sideways or
Sideways.
some kind. How the fuck you do that?
That
Like
I
man
that
know,
was
man.
fucking me up.
sideways like a
That shit
John
was
was
table.
like he
crazy.
was Superman for real. That nigga was
Yeah,
sideways on some of them dunks. Then the way he used to scissor his legs and kick them bitches while he in, like that shit used to be looking sweet in the air. Like some kind of way he'll move the fucking feet and move his on with the ball and leaning sideways with it. No, that
Man,
shit. He took
man,
it
the
to
thing
another level with the lean though. I ain't seen a nigga lean like him yet.
with the
oh
lean
man.
and with the acrobatic just finishing. Like I seen that man do 3 different fakes in the air and finish over between 2 dudes on a layup and one. Like, how do you do that? You don't even supposed to be in the air that long. You know what I'm saying?
To me,
My
Dominique still the
favorite,
power
my,
with Donker though.
Yeah.
I
Dominique
think
was
that's what I said, Dominic too.
you
Dominique
know the
is the
thing.
hardest dunker, but you know what I used to like about Dominique? He could do the
Yeah,
same thing that you doing, but he just ain't got no flair with it. He just coming with straight power.
straight power, straight
You
power.
know the flair is what Mike and Julius Urban gonna give you. You know that
Yeah,
hang time with the little lean, you know the
yeah.
finessing. But shit, Dominique getting straight to the point. Bitch, I'm a jump
you know,
high just like you, but I'm coming down trying to bend this
I'm
bitch.
doing the whole force. I'm trying to break
yeah,
that
Dominique coming
motherfucker.
off 2
Man,
feet with 2 hands and he trying to tear the rim off.
No, you
hey,
know he
y'all,
the only
That's
2 feet
That's
jumper.
That's how Shaq did it.
This nigga jumping
But
off two
Dominique was
feet
a
every
great,
time. He never was a 1 foot jumper. Every time he went,
yeah,
he jumped off 2 feet.
feet.
Yeah,
That shit was
Hey,
Yep.
powerful, dog. That's how strong that nigga was.
and he
hey,
doing
y'all,
windmills too.
Shout out to Eric Ocasio in the building, man. Appreciate you, homie.
Hey, bro, they
remember that?
robbed him that 1 year. I think he's supposed to be George. But that's
well,
what
he's
I'm
supposed to
telling
be.
you.
Yeah,
George
yeah.
with
Yeah,
the leaning. George looking more flourish with the scissor kick.
yeah.
Dominique, you just jumping high and hanging on that. Man, them niggas want to see something looking sweet. And John brought a whole different aspect to the game when he did that lean from the side. He scissored them feet and then he winded up with that tongue out. Man, that's something different.
But you know what,
Hey, my
bro?
favorite dunk contest are 87 and 88.
Yeah, me too. But you know what, bro? I think Dominique, he gotta get credit for. Like, I think a lot of people they only look at him as a dunker. Like Dominique was a scorer. He was not just a
Oh, he
dunker.
was of that too. I was about to say that.
He was a dominant scorer, bro. Like
Yeah, he's
Dominique
definitely a
should be
dominant
right
scorer.
behind Michael Jordan in scoring every year. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I'm
I
a,
got his
They
numbers
would
too,
go
boy.
at
That
it.
nigga shit ridiculous. Say, bro,
I
I
remember
swear, dog, that nigga shit ridiculous.
Bro,
I
it's
remember
the only
Jordan
reason
and Dominique would go at it every night in the NBA on who gonna win the scoring title. Every
and,
night.
and when they went against each other, Dominique was giving Scotty the business.
what?
Dominique
Facts.
gave Scotty business every
That,
damn time, bro. Every time. Mike had to score
Facts.
50 because Dominique's scoring 45. Shit.
yeah,
Like,
True
facts.
that.
and they ain't from all dunking. Like, I'm telling you, that dude was an animal.
He
You
can
know
Only
get
what
to the
difference
else,
was,
rim,
no?
get to the
big
line, and
difference
he can
was,
shoot it.
big difference was he just didn't have a second guy like that was just right there with him every game. He had good players with him. Got Kevin Willis was good. Kevin Willis, he was an
Yep.
all-star a couple times, but he wasn't. Kevin Willis an underperformer to me. You know what I'm
He
saying? For
was.
his
He
size,
was.
and
Yeah,
Doc Rivers
true.
was a good player. He was a solid player, but Doc wasn't the guy gonna get you over. He's not a super. He wasn't a superstar level player back then. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? To go with Dominique, or even a star. Really, he was a solid player. He wasn't really like a star. You know what I'm saying? Dominique was like the only superstar on that team, only star level nigga on the team. So I feel like, and he had to go against Jordan at the end of the day. So for a while, and he had to go against Isaiah them and Boston.
Yeah. Oh
And
man.
Bird.
See, that was his storm. Boston used to kill him too, like they used to do Jordan. Boston
Yeah,
was
Yeah, man.
beating up on all them boys, and they keep talking about Boston, Boston. Man, Boston beat Isaiah. Boston beat down Dominique, and then Boston punished Jordan.
Yeah.
yeah. Because people gotta remember that series when Jordan, I think it was the same year when Jordan was going against Boston. I mean, going against the Celtics in the East in the semifinals. Dominique was going against Boston in the semifinals,
So much about themselves.
and so it was like shit. It wasn't like I feel like Dominique don't get his proper due. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jordan, my favorite player of all time, but I feel like Dominique
Dominic
don't get his proper justice. A lot of them dudes ain't gonna get their proper justice just because of how dominant Michael Jordan was. But that ain't
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
important.
make sure that.
Jordan,
Listen, I'm gonna make sure they get their justice or so. Watch this
damn right,
video about the draft.
damn right. They got to,
That's
bro.
why I gotta do it, man. I got to do it because I'm tired of these niggas compare. Like I told Lamont, he always talking about, man, it's a 3-point shooting league. I said, all right, name me a center that's shooting Steph Curry or James Harden numbers. You know the highest center that's shooting better than all of them, even James Harden and Steph Curry, Hassan Whiteside at 57%. You know he ain't no 3-point shooter. So how
Hell
you
no.
gonna even say that? So when I really dissect everything from down the middle, from Joel Embiid, your top center in the league, to Anthony Davis, whoever you want to go with, for as inside and outside, all around game. That's your top two centers in the league. Joel and Anthony Davis. Everybody can agree with that. Then if you trickle down to the Jokic's, the Nurkic's, and all whoever
they're all from
Jerkic's,
the same area. They're all from the
Circuit's.
same area.
I don't give a fuck how many Jerkic's and Circuit's. All them niggas still shooting under 30%, dog, from the three.
Yep.
They're all from the
Hey, I
same
got a
area.
new person in the
Them
building.
niggas shoot
Hold on,
like
hold on,
32%.
y'all. I got a new person in the building. Gideon. What's up, Gideon?
There you go.
What's going on?
Gideon.
How you
Hey,
guys
what's up,
doing?
man? Hey, so let me ask you some questions. I got some questions to ask you, bro. So we talked about the Philadelphia 76ers. So questions I had is how did you think this team could how did you think this team could go in the playoffs? And basically, what prompted all this, that mangy Rottweiler Kendrick Perkins ran his mouth yet again, saying that the Sixers ceiling was the second round of playoffs, right? So I want to know, what's your expectation for the Philadelphia 76ers? You think they can make the Eastern Conference Finals?
I
If they don't, does Brett
um
Brown get fired? If Brett Brown gets fired, who you will replace him with? And so what you think?
okay, Philly at best. I see them depending on matchup, maybe they might get to the second round, but I don't see this team in the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, they lost in pieces. They lost Jimmy Butler and JJ Redick from the original team. You know what I mean? So that's gonna be a tough for Philly to succeed. And if Brett Brown does get fired, they can get a
Crazy.
coach that
Amazing,
it
right?
might Johnson or a David Blatt
Mm.
or a Mark Jackson or even a Kenny Atkinson.
Do you think Brett Brown gets fired?
If they lose early, yes.
Okay. So we pretty much are in agreement here that Brett Brown should be canned. Okay, got you.
Should be. I don't
Um,
like. Yeah.
Now, what do you think about the San Antonio Spurs? So we talked about them also. If Greg Popovich does step aside, now we all to some degree agree that it's Tim Duncan's job to lose. But if Tim Duncan doesn't want the job, we thought about Becky Hammond stepping in. So what you think about that?
San Antonio. I mean, yeah, Pop. This might be Pop's last season. Will it be so crazy that if he does that his last season on the team, he didn't even make the playoffs? Because ironically, his first season on the team, he didn't make the playoffs, and he's been to the postseason for what 22 straight years. And the Spurs are they still have a shot making the playoffs. They're 4 games back of the grid. What I'm saying is that the ninth has between 4 games back or less. So if San Antonio can like hang around, they still have a shot, but I don't think they can end. And I think Tim Duncan would be a good head coach, because he knows the Spurs system inside and out. Been with the team 1998, 1997, 98 season, all the way to 1996. Just like Tim Duncan does know the system and how they run. So San Antonio, they've kind of been a little bit disappointing this season. San Antonio's been disappointing this season. What I'm saying is that if the Spurs, I think Duncan will do a good job with the Spurs, but for the Spurs, when it comes to the playoff hopes, I don't know because without LaMarcus Aldridge, other than DeMar DeRozan, who's going to be your go-to guy? So it's going to be a tough. It's going to be a tough ending for San Antonio if they're going to make the playoffs for the 23rd straight year.
Right. Now, going back to what we was talking about as far as like but the greats in this game, like Dr. J, obviously Michael Jordan, whatever like that. Now, let's pick that back up. Go ahead, James.
No, I was just saying about they were saying about the 90s and the 80s, and I pulled up a couple of small forward. You know what I mean? And I pulled up a couple of their career numbers and their best seasons, and it's not kind of it's not suspect, bro. What I'm saying. So the injuries that plague these players, as far as torn ACLs and MCLs, you got to understand the medical field played a major part in some of these players pursuing the rest of their career by putting up great numbers and giving us a great show. As far as saying who could give Jordan an extra run for that title, because if you look at the 6 peat that Jordan did, besides the last 2 times, he played a different team every year, so the league was competitive. It wasn't like Golden State and Cleveland went 4, 5 years in a row, and nobody else ain't have a shot because you already know what was gonna happen. But
I just
Georgia,
there's some teams who had a shot stopping the Golden State Cleveland run, like 2016. OKC should have beat Cleveland. 2015, Chicago should have beat. Sorry, OKC should have beat Golden State. Excuse me.
but I
2015.
understand that. Listen, I'm saying, but it didn't happen for some reason. So all this shoulda, coulda, woulda. For some reason, it did happen, and the 5 finals that we saw was the same team. So the same 2 teams basically dominated. There was number one in their respective conferences. Like besides the last 2 years that LeBron played when he went against Boston, because Boston had the best record. Other than that, it basically was a clean sweep. Like I say, we already knew who was gonna play in the finals. As far as we knew who Michael Jordan was, we knew what he brought to the game. He was gonna get there every year after we saw him do that first 3 peat. So we wanted to see him keep going instead of retiring. But then even when he came back in the West, the one team went because he was the best player behind Michael Jordan, which was Elijah Wan. But if you think about that team that he was playing, he played 2 different teams, which Shaquille went one year and Patrick Ewing and the Knicks went the next year. So the Eastern Conference still was competitive, what I'm saying. No team dominated besides Michael Jordan. Every year was a different team. That's what I'm saying.
True.
So you saw different players go try to attack different superstars differently, but Elijah Wan with the footwork and the dream shake. It just was too much for these centers. And then you got to still think about Big Shot Rob got his name with the Houston Rockets. Sam Cassell got his name with the Houston Rockets. So he had role players and pieces around him that was on his level that was worried about winning instead of the money.
Yeah. I agree. And during that era, you felt even though the Bulls were a great team, like you said, the East, the Magic, you know, you had you had a lot of teams that you felt could come out the East. During LeBron's era, you never really felt that. You know what I mean? Other than maybe like the Celtics with the big three with KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. Oh wait, you never felt oh any team can beat LeBron's East. I mean, for the Warriors is different, all right? I understand Golden State won the five straight finals. I get that. But I understand no one beat them. But I felt they could lose in the West. I felt a healthy Spurs team may have a shot. I felt the Houston Rockets have a shot. I felt OKC had a chance. So to me, I just think that there was less parity in the East compared to the West. I know it's been the Warriors for the past 5 years. I know it's been Cavs Warriors for 4 years in a row for the Fans. What I'm saying is that in the West, I felt most teams could win in the West. Well, during LeBron's era, I never felt any team could win in the East other than either the Miami Heat with the big three or the Cavs with the big three.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, but one thing about the league in general back then, even if we come close up to the early 2000s, you know what I'm saying? The early 2000s, it was still more of a balance. Like when Jordan played, there were good teams in the East, there was good teams in the West. There were superstars in the East, there were superstars in the West. It wasn't like so lopsided to where, you know what I'm saying, like it is now, or like it became, you know what I'm saying, in the early 2000s towards now. Like now it's just like, okay, almost all the superstars play in the West. And there's like a handful of superstars that play, there's a handful of stars and superstars that play in the East. So it's like real lopsided. When Jordan played, you had, look at the Knicks. They had Patrick Ewing. He was a superstar. Jordan was a superstar in the East. Patrick Ewing was in the East. Reggie Miller was in the East. There's a lot of other Shaq was in the East. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of guys in the East, just like it was a lot of names we could reel off from the West. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like the balance was there, so you could say when they's going through these teams to get to the finals, both teams that got to the finals had to go through some good teams to get there. They wasn't just going against like the Wasps. You know what I mean? In the Eastern Conference, if a man makes it to the finals 8 straight times, and the best person you can give me, the best team that you can give me that played them, or the best 2 or 3 teams you can give me is the Big Three Celtics, who's all over 30-something years old, over 33 years old, or the Derrick Rose Chicago Bulls, who had who was the best shot at beating them, but Derrick Rose was hurt. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't get an opportunity. And the Pacers with young Paul George, like compared to Michael Jordan having to go through Reggie Miller, them having to go through Patrick Ewing, them having to go through countless names and great teams with these guys, you know what I'm saying? Or Hakeem having to go through the West, Karl Malone having to go through the Western competition, you know what I'm saying? Barkley, them, you know what I'm saying? In the East and the West, Barkley, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people from the reason why Jordan has put out more Hall of Famers, kept more Hall of Famers from winning championships than anybody else, is because he was keeping them out in the East and he was beating the Western team. So he's beating twice as many people as LeBron has to beat, you know what I'm saying, for his rings, for his attempts at rings, I should say. You know what I mean?
Know what else the difference on that? Jordan in the finals had to play all 60-win teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He beat the
So
most
when
60-win
you look
teams.
at it just from that aspect of it, they wasn't playing no scrubs. They won 60 games, man. You know how hard
That's
it
what
is
I'm
to win 50 games, 55? These people with 60 plus wins every year. That Utah both times, Seattle,
saying.
Phoenix,
Phoenix,
Portland, and the
Portland,
Lakers.
the damn Lakers. And you got to think
Shout out
about
to
it
the
too.
underrated darkness.
No,
You got to
okay.
think about
Jordan did.
think about it like
Okay.
this too now, real quick. When you think about how teams were created back then, Most teams, like I said, they would build off of their first superstar, right?
Mhm.
Like everything was built around players that would complement the rest of what the team needs and this superstar. You feel me?
Mhm.
That's why, like when Jordan played these teams, they were so good. Like the Pacers was very good because they had a good overall roster. It wasn't weak spots in their rotation. They could go 10, 11 guys deep if they wanted to. You see what I'm
Right
saying?
back. Something.
Just like the Jazz. If you look at the Jazz team, like even with Antoine Carr and these guys, Antoine Carr wasn't no bum player. You know what I'm saying? Greg Ostertag wasn't a bum. You know what I'm saying? They weren't all stars or superstars, no, but they was very solid players that if they left that team, other teams would want them quickly. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's team was like that we played. When you look at the Seattle Supersonics, they had 4 or 5 dudes on the starting lineup averaging at least 18 a game. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the bench with Hersey Hawkins and all these other dudes on it, Nate McMillans, and you know what I'm saying? We didn't play teams that was just top heavy. You know what I'm saying? We played solid teams. And basically everybody had pretty solid teams. And it just depended on what level superstar you got. Is your superstar like a Jordan level? Or is he a little bit more like a, you know what I'm saying, a lower level guy who's still good, but not even a superstar, a star level player, you know what I'm saying? So teams today is built around, well, we got these 3 superstars, so most of our money is going into them. And now we got to fill in. We can get 3 or 4 guys that's pretty good, but then after that, we just picking up minimum contracts and guys. You know what I'm saying? To fill spots. That's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? That's why the competition pool ain't as good. They just going against, except if you're in the West. If you're in the West, you can actually say, well, look, I went through, I had to go through these guys, and these guys, and then I had to play these guys in the finals. In the East, it's like, well, first couple of rounds was easy. I had to go against Washington. You know what I'm saying? We beat them pretty easy. Then the Pacers, and it was like, okay. Now in the Eastern Conference Finals, we had to play somebody, and in the finals, okay. But we didn't really have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
So
that's
it's
why
like,
man
yeah,
Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving gonna miss because it'll try to at least balance it off a little bit.
that's fact. That's fact. That would make it a lot more competitive. That'd make
Because
the
I
East
like what
a
Trey
lot
Young
stronger.
doing with Atlanta, but they're missing some more pieces and they still on a
Yeah.
rebuild. Then you got to think about this too. Besides Boston, Philly, Toronto, and who else you can say?
Um,
Uh,
Miami. Miami, the
Miami.
Miami
top 14.
outside.
Who you gonna roll with?
Outside of that, that's what I say. It's a crapshoot after that. It's like, shoot, I don't really expect no surprises from none of them teams. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
Orlando,
I'm just
no.
being real. Miami, Toronto, Philly, and the Bucks. After that, dog, you could throw it like I don't know who you could put right there.
Yeah, you put them in a hat, shake it up, and then pick one. It don't even matter. It's
That's
still
why the
gonna try to
West
get
have
back.
more teams competing for a playoff spot. I think they are the most. The
Yeah,
East only have like 9 teams down there.
yeah. Washington, they're the extra team. Like shit, the West got like 4 teams outside fighting for that 8th spot.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So all them at least got a superstar that can carry a team. On the East, they don't. That's why I say give Trey Young a little more, like another year or two with some more help. I think he'll be able to do it. But by him being the size that he is, he ain't gonna be able to take over no game because they gonna let him shoot that shit from out there. You ain't gonna make all of them.
Nope.
Hey, you know who I think would be a good pickup for them right now? Who needs to get on the team? DeMarcus Cousins.
I was just about to say that
Cover on the
because
Wizards,
now,
No, on the
huh?
Hawks.
on the Hawks,
I'm talking
but
about
they
with
already
the
got
Hawks.
Clint Capella.
Yeah, but I feel like Capella, man, he
He's
you see
weak
what he gonna
minded.
do. He's not gonna give you what like Boogie. I know Boogie coming off the Achilles, and he ain't gonna be like old Boogie. But Boogie in Atlanta can still get you 18 and 10, bro.
But
Solid.
to me,
Man, I think
Boogie
he'd
gonna
get
get
you more than that. To be honest with you,
I think so too, but I'm just saying, like that's the floor. You know what I'm saying? With Capella,
right?
you're gonna get that 13 and 13, and it's gonna be off of dunks and spins and shit like that. But Boogie, you can actually run some offense. You know what I'm saying
Yeah,
through
he
the
can
big.
post.
Get Trey Young,
He can hit the mid range.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
and
he can
then
open up
Trey Young
shots
can
for
be
you.
moving. when the ball in the Cousins' hands, Trae Young could be moving to open spots on the court, and Boogie hit that
Yeah.
nigga. It's over with. Like he don't even have to work hard. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Plus, Clint
Like,
Capella don't want to be there in the first place. I
nah,
think
he don't want to do
see,
that.
I
The
see
only reason why
CP
that's a
trading
bad fit
somewhere.
for them because Trey Young too small. If he was to try to alley oop that shit over to Capella, man, them niggas too big in the lane. They gonna be swatting that shit.
Yeah, unless he in a fast break, and Capella ain't fast as he used to be. That's why John Collins get the fast break dunks. You know what
I'm
I'm
just
saying?
saying, say he
What?
break the defense down, run a pick and roll. You do the pick and roll. You already what 6 feet, 6'1" or something. You ain't that tall, so you break the defense down. You get in the lane and you try to lob it to Clint Capella. The backside help and the rotator gonna be in your passing lane because they already got the height. They ain't got to do nothing but just jump up and put their fucking hands up.
Oh yeah, I feel you on that. I just don't think. I just feel like with Cousins, the reason why I really think Cousins would be good for them is because if they trying to be more than just a highlight team that loses a lot, if they actually want to get to the playoffs, they need a team. They need a player who, when the game slows down, we can get that shit to Cousins, bro, and he can give us something in the offense. You know what I'm saying? We can run, and Trey Young is still a threat because without the ball, now he can be doing all this backdoor shit. He can come off of pin downs when Boogie got the ball on one side. He can come out of nowhere, be at the top of the key, get that shit, and pull up. He don't got to pull up from 35 feet. He go wide open at the
Wow.
top.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
'cause
Marcus Cousins, to me, I think he would be. I think if he goes to the Wizards, I think the Wizards becomes a threat, dog.
yeah, with John Wall coming back too, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying DeMarcus Cousins on either one of them type teams, bro, would be great for them teams. I think.
because look at this. So you got John Wall coming back, right? You already got Bradley Beal. They're more likely going to re-sign Davis Bertans. He's been a surprise for them this year. Well, I don't think he was a surprise. I thought he's always been a good player. He was just held back in San Antonio, right?
Yeah,
So you got those, and then you bring in DeMarcus Cousins. You got inside and outside game. Versus, man, I'm telling you, man, I think that team can do something, man.
yeah, I
If
Oh,
they
they
think
were to
they
gonna
get
can.
DeMarcus Cousins and John Wall coming back.
The main reason
hey,
I'm
y'all
saying
got Scott Brooks as the coach, huh?
they can steal them right now.
Yeah, yeah. Scott Brooks still the head coach up here.
I
Oh man,
gotta see how he gonna work John Wall when he get back. Cause I
yeah,
like him because he was a point guard. And I watched him at Houston in that championship run. He was a good solid role player. He played his role. He wasn't trying to do too much. So I think he know how to keep people in order from that perspective. And I'm glad he got from away from Russell Westbrook because he'd have made him look bad as a coach. Like he don't know how to control players, but he do. But
yeah.
with that being said, if John Wall can break down a defense, you got DeMarcus Cousins and Bradley Beal. Both of them can create their own shots. Really, all three of them. That is a deadly big three, bro, on the slick.
Yeah, for real, for real. That could take them from being outside or ninth seed like they are now, trying to get in the playoffs, to being like a strong 4 to 5 seed, bro.
I was about to say they're
You know,
top
John
five
Wall
now.
come back.
They right behind the Heat, battling with the Heat. Cause let me tell you
Yeah,
something. I ain't sleeping on the Heat, bro. Cause you know why? They got Jimmy Butler who know how to win and play team ball, and he got them young niggas shining with him. And I
mm-hmm.
like that dude Bam, bro. Bam, he showing me something, bro.
Bro,
Hey,
I think
man.
Jimmy Butler is the second best leader in the NBA today, yo, behind Chris Paul, bro. This season
Yeah.
at least,
Hey,
as far as a leader.
I love Bam too, yo. You know what I'm saying? I think Bam probably going to win most improved player. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing against Brandon Ingram. I think Brandon Ingram had an awesome year, but I think that was going to go to Bam.
It's
Yeah,
between
I
He
them
like
already
Bam.
two.
did in the All Star game. How he won
Yeah,
that competition? That was for the Pern guards.
Yeah.
fact.
That nigga dribbled, passed it through the rings, and he hit the three. First
That's right.
try, bang. I'm like, look at this nigga. Where this nigga come from?
See,
He must
Bam is
have
one
been
of the
chasing
special players,
gazelles
bro.
where he from, cause he kind of got quickness. And I like his hands a little bit, but it ain't all sweet with it. But it's just enough to get him to where he need to go and complete the basket. I like his competitiveness. Say about Miami, my sleep in the East, bro. Don't sleep on them boys.
Yeah, that's my
Especially in this
sleeper
kind of
too.
situation, or playing every other day.
And you got to think. This one thing I thought about too with the Miami Heat, right? They ain't even had to travel as far.
Nope. They went a few hours. They went an
Yeah,
hour and a half.
obviously Orlando ain't had to travel far neither, but they not a better team than Miami. But Miami ain't even had to travel far.
Nope.
But then you got to
Miami still got
understand, they're not even playing everybody. They got a few people sitting out. They ain't even playing with the team.
No, they're not.
And them boys still winning. Like, I know they just lost this last game, but you know, I watched it a little bit. Bad shot selections, shots wasn't falling for certain players, but you know, they just getting their legs back on them. It's only the second game for certain people. So I want to see when the season starts how the coach is gonna put these players in position to attack certain players because they already know who's gonna go to the finals. To me, the Western Conference Finals, if Milwaukee don't make it out the East, the NBA championship is gonna be the Western Conference Finals.
yeah, pretty much. That's the thing. That's the deadly thing about it, though. Like, with you guys playing every other day, and Miami already got a blueprint on how to beat Milwaukee and stop Giannis. You know what I'm saying? When they throw that zone out there, they beat people. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey,
and they got a young squad around a veteran player like Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? So and Jimmy is sacrificing his individual numbers so them boys can get their numbers and have their confidence up. That's what's scary about it. Because you know Jimmy can get 25 anytime he wants or more. You know what I'm saying? If he really
All I
wanted
gotta
to.
say, all I gotta
So
say is
they
watch out for Jimmy
scary.
Butler in the playoffs.
That's what I mean. Like playoff Jimmy is a
right.
real thing, bro. Playoff Jimmy will get you 30, 40 points very quick, and you be looking like, damn. And if Tyler Hero, see, the only difference about them is they young. But it's kind of like the Pelicans in the West. If the Pelicans make it in, I think the Pelicans could really take out the Lakers really in a series when they're playing every other day, just because of their youth. They got
Yep.
they got young legs. They can run up and down that court every other day, and they don't really have the same effect as 35-year-old Braun and the rest of them dudes who got one of the oldest teams in the league right now. The White and them
Man,
niggas, they ain't gonna be able to play like that every other day. It's gonna
Hey,
be very
peep this
hard.
out.
That's
Jimmy
crazy.
Butler, Jimmy Butler averaged 20 points. He gets 6 rebounds and 6 assists. Then he 4-2 against the top three teams in the East: Buck, Raptors, and Boston.
Yep.
And
Jimmy
they
Yeah, I'm
Butler,
telling
both
you,
won
Miami
in
is a
20.
team. Miami is a team to watch out for, man. I'm telling you, man, they can throw a wrench in all this shit.
yeah, they
Hey, you know
can.
why? Because Jimmy Butler, bro, that dude could take Giannis out the game. Yeah, not saying he gonna stop him, but I'm saying he can make it hard for him. And then they got bodies they can throw at him.
I'm telling you. Plus, Bam, not just Giannis, but the team, Miami's team, can stop the other guys beside Giannis. You know what I'm saying? They can make it hard for them dudes, and then it's really over. That's the thing
Jimmy like
about it.
Kawhi. Jimmy like Kawhi. They
Yeah,
like
though.
Kawhi can score better. They're
Jimmy,
two-way
Jimmy,
players. Yeah, two-way
what
players.
I,
They
am
forget about him.
yep.
Hey,
I'm worried
listen,
about what
you
the Heat.
know what? I'm glad you said that, D. Because
I
look
know.
where Jimmy Butler came from when he first come in the league. He couldn't shoot like that.
Nope.
They just
He had no
looking at
jump
him
shot.
as a defensive player.
Yep.
That's what I was
Look,
speaking
he got
about.
that jump shot. That was it.
Now
Matter of
he
fact,
he got that mid range. He could take you off the dribble and he'll knock that three down. I'm like, man, that's a good combination, bro.
matter of
Telling
fact,
you, bro.
James, did y'all boys know speaking of Kawhi, since we comparing to Kawhi, y'all know Kawhi wasn't even a small forward in high school. That nigga was
No,
a
he
center.
was.
He was the
Oh
center.
man. Damn.
He was the
Man,
center.
I didn't know that.
And
I
then he
didn't know
went to
that.
power forward. And then he went to power forward at San Diego State, so they moved him to small forward later. So
Shit.
that man had to develop, and that goes to what I was saying before, dog. Like players who are great have to develop their game, or else, or even if you good, or else if you move from small forward when you come in the league, and by the second, third year you in the league, you a power forward. That means you didn't have the skills. So for Kawhi to
Exactly.
move from center when he was in high school, the power forward to small forward, and had the skills of a shooting guard, you know what I'm saying? That shows you how much his game develops year by year. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Kawhi got another like shit, 5, 6 more, 7 more great years. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like he got like even if he gets
I think
older,
he
you know
can.
what I'm saying? Even with his bad knees, he just ain't gonna never get an MVP because he ain't gonna be able to physically
Yeah.
play the amount of games, you know what I'm saying, to qualify. But he gonna be putting up
Yeah,
great
but
numbers,
Jimmy not worrying about that though.
winning.
I mean, Kawhi ain't worrying about that. He want the finals MVP. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I just
All
feel
them
like,
dirty football.
speaking of the Clippers, I feel like Lou Williams he did his team a disservice, bro. He did his team a real
Yeah,
bad disservice.
yeah.
He should
I'm
Yeah.
have.
gonna keep it real with you, bro. I knew that shit was gonna happen though. Because you can't put no grown men in the bubble making that kind of money, feeding them no fucking day camp food in no lunch bag, and expect these people not to be running out
That,
trying to
that's
feed them,
that,
bro.
that's
You
what he had.
said
Look,
they
boy,
kept
that
you in the
add up a
lunch bag.
banana with some motherfucking tuna.
Hey,
Listen, they're giving
Fact.
these people an apple and a banana with a tuna sandwich in a plastic bag and telling these people, this is how you live. Lou say, all right, I'm gonna fix you, bitches. We got the depth. They could take a 10-game loss. Corral can hold it down till I get back. I might miss the first 2 games of the season, but it ain't gonna hurt us because we
it's
got
still
depth.
only.
I'm about
But
to go
James,
have fun. Fuck this shit.
hey,
I'm
but
about to see
James,
He
some
the
boys
same
pop.
way.
Eat some chicken wings. God damn it!
He
but
gotta
this
get
the
that
only.
Lou. He gotta get that Lou wings.
But this the only thing I disagree with that on. His first game is against the Lakers. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
fuck that, man.
Man,
Listen,
they'll
I
I'm
beat
gonna
the
know,
beat
Lakers.
I
them
know,
They'll
bitches.
beat the Lakers, bro.
I know.
Listen. I'm gonna beat
Lakers.
them bitches when they
That's what
count.
I'm saying.
This regular season. Long
That's
as
what
we
I'm
in the
saying.
playoffs, we still gonna play them again. Let them think they doing something for the for the regular season first game. Cause we whacked them when the first game of the season started for real. We was up
Yeah.
2-0 on it before Aaron Bradley shocked us and hit us with 6 screen thoughts our
I mean,
fucking
that's
head.
fact. That's
But
facts.
but let
But
me tell you
this is what I'm
something. We
worried
could
about,
beat
though.
these people, and we were short-handed with Paul George when we beat them twice. One of those
I
games.
know. I know. But
So we could take a blow with Lou Williams. Lou Williams gonna come back.
listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying though. The reason why I feel like Lou Williams doing his team a disservice by missing that first game and the second game, because he missed 2 games, right? He's gonna miss 2 games.
Yeah.
Is also why he quarantining. Isn't part of the quarantine you can't really train and shit
Yep.
because you can't practice with the team, right?
No,
No,
you
we
can't
can't do
practice
that.
with the team. You can train in your room, but you
That's
stuck
what
in
I'm
your
saying.
room,
It's
bro.
not the same. That's what I'm
He
saying. It's not the
already know
same.
the team. He got chemistry with them. He gonna come back and that's just like you, man. All right, so you live in the house because
Yeah.
you left that bitch for a week. You gonna come back and don't know where she at? Come on, man.
No. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is this. Listen what I'm trying to say. With Zubac just getting back, you got Harold just getting back. You got a lot of these teams just really getting back.
Pat
So
Beverly.
by the time they play these games, those guys are gonna have chemistry. Well, they not gonna lose chemistry, but they're gonna have those reps in practice together. You know what I'm
I
saying? Those shoot
understand
arounds
that
and shit.
part.
And Lou Williams is not gonna have that. So he's gonna have at least 1 or 2 games where he's gonna have to get his adjustments back. You know what I'm saying? Get himself back into he's still Lou Will now. That nigga can play with the lights off. I ain't saying he can't play. He ain't gonna be able to be the same player. What I'm saying is it's gonna mess up some of what the guys that's already there and been practicing is doing. You see what I'm saying? Because they're gonna have to
Right.
reinstall him back into the offense again, which they need him in there, but it's still gonna be an adjustment for some people that's gonna be kind of, you know what I mean, that they don't really need to have at this moment. That's what I'm saying. Of
No,
all
I
time.
They got
feel you, but the only reason why I wouldn't sweat that shit so hard, like I'm saying, because dog, these people got depth. Reggie Jackson showed you that.
oh
Then
man.
then Pat Bev just got back, Harrell
Yep.
and Zubac. So you still got 3 niggas just came back. So let Lou Williams go eat him some Lou lemon pepper, man, barbecue at the
Hey,
motherfucking Magic City
hey,
strip
hey, I'm
club.
gonna tell
You
you.
got the people down here eating on fucking corner food, man, in the bag. You gotta shake that shit. Man,
Oh
nobody
man.
wanna live like that, man.
Hey
Oh
Lou, hey
James.
James. My bad, James. I ain't even mad at him for that. You know what I'm really mad about with that situation? Why that nigga let this rapper take a picture with him and then post the shit? I'd have told that nigga, hey, bro, don't take no damn pictures right now, bro. You don't know what's going on, cuz I
See,
can't
they
have
gonna
that.
try to railroad him. That's why they hit him with the max. They couldn't hit him with no more than 10 games. So they like, all right, since it's so close to the season, you feel like y'all got depth, you ain't gonna hurt him, give him the 10-game max. And why that shit, man, them people ain't gonna miss a fucking beat. And when Lou Williams do come back and put the icing on the cake and ready to blow the bitch out in the finals, nigga ain't gonna worry about them lemon peppers no more. Watch.
Hey, hold on, everybody. I got
I'm
Trudy
gonna
King
go.
TV up in here.
I'm gonna ride from Houston to Atlanta just to give me some lemon peppers. Maybe I could get me a fucking deal of chip around them
Hey
bitches.
Yeah,
James.
no shit.
And Lou
Hey,
Will catch
everybody. Hey,
some
hold
his
on, everybody.
ass.
Hold on, everybody. I got Trudy King TV up in here. What's going on, Trudy King, man?
Yo, what up?
Trudy King.
What
Okay,
up,
there you
everybody?
go.
What up, OB?
Hey, so I got some
You hear,
questions to ask you,
you hear me?
whatever, like that. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So, yeah, anybody new to come up, and shout out to my boy Jacob Jennings. I see you in the building, man. Salute. Hey, so when you talk about the Philadelphia 76ers, right? So,
Right.
how deep of a playoff run you think they'll make, and if they don't make a playoff run, a deep playoff run, do you think Brett Brown should get fired? Go right ahead.
Um, it depends on who they play. Be honest with you, 'cause I can see them go to the Eastern Conference Finals. I also can see them get put out in the second round. But if I feel Brett, you probably need to get rid of Brett Brown. You probably need to change, like new atmosphere in that situation. If the Sixers can't get it done or improve whatever. But how do like I mean if if they make the Eastern Conference Finals, I don't think he should get fired. But if they don't, then yeah, automatically you gotta go.
Okay, so say the Philadelphia 76ers fire Brett Brown. Who do you replace him with?
Of course. I mean, like Mark Jackson always. I mean, me personally. I always feel like Mark Jackson needed like you know what I mean. He be in a good situation. But somebody like that. Who's some coaches out there? I feel like some reason Mark Jackson has been. You know what I mean. For some reason with like, I think it could turn Sixers around for some reason. But coaches right now, I don't. That's top of my head right now.
All right. So, what do you think about the San Antonio Spurs? Should Greg Popovich step aside? They got Tim Duncan. You know, he's been, he coached the game or two with the Spurs. Becky Hammond been an assistant. So, do you think if who do you think takes the reins in San Antonio if Greg Popovich steps aside?
That's a good question because I see they try to push that there's a whole new era when it comes to female empowerment and all that. I push that, making him into that forefront of being because of that. But I get it too because Tim Duncan, and Greg Popovich had that relationship. So I don't know. That's a good. Um, I think Big Him will be a head coach in the NBA. How soon that will be, but that's what will happen. Will be, but I think Tim will be the next coach though. If I had to put money on it.
Oh, okay. Now we've talked about man, James, man, you got me hungry for lemon pepper wings now, motherfucker.
My bad,
Yeah, he
dog.
definitely. Yeah.
I'm just
God
saying,
damn,
man.
man, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I'm about this close to calling Wingstop.
I'm just saying that people making a big old deal about the man getting some real food because they feeding them bullshit. Goddamn.
Yeah, this
The
nigga's
man,
bullshit.
listen,
Hey,
You're
they
right.
say the man got his own wings. I'm going where I got my own wings at. Fuck
I
that.
be
Y'all
thinking they
making a
be
big old deal
mad,
because it's
James.
Magic City. I'm going
I
to where
blame
the heat.
Word. The bubble,
I blame the NBA. I blame the NBA and
the
dudes
bubble should
like
have lemon
Fuck
pepper
that.
rings, man.
I
Yeah,
got
man.
motherfuckers in the
The
joint
bubble
eating
should
better
have
than
lemon pepper
them.
rings, man.
And then,
Word,
then they
man.
try
No
to make
reason
it seem
why.
like the dude lied about going to a funeral. The proof that the dude went to the funeral, but he just ain't come straight back to the bubble.
no, I didn't think he lied about it, not like that. You know, a lot of motherfuckers were saying that bullshit.
And they
No, he
trying to
didn't
they
lie
trying to
about it.
degrade the man. That's all I'm saying. They trying to make
Yeah.
it seem like it's more than what it is. He lied to get out the bubble to go get some fucking lemon peppers. Man, stop doing that, man.
Yeah, stop that. Stop that.
Word, like
Man, I got motherfuckers doing 10 years eating better than them.
To me,
Hey,
dog,
let
it's
me
just a story because they don't got shit to talk about. And that goes to show you. Talk about the games
yes.
that's being played.
exactly. Hey, LB, let me ask you this, yo. Since we talking about
Word.
like teams and what happens if they can't make runs. What do you think will happen with the Houston Rockets if they don't make a run? Like what if they
Oh,
lose
Mike
again?
D'Antoni gone. Mike, matter of
Yeah, they
fact,
got to get
not
out of there.
just Mike D'Antoni. Daryl Morey's gone too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how.
Or I think they finally trade James Harden.
you think
They're
so?
not gonna do that.
Hey,
Nah,
you
they're
know
not
what's
gonna do
gonna
that.
be
They ain't
nice?
changing
I'm gonna tell you
Harden.
what's
They're
gonna
not
get
doing that. They
D'Antoni
ain't doing that.
fired.
They'll
I'm
never
gonna
do
tell
that.
you what's gonna get D'Antoni fired. They gonna face the OKC Thunder and they gonna lose. What?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm.
possible. We have to wait and see how seedings are. We have to wait and see how the 8 seeding games are before we get that matchup. You know,
What seed
Hey,
is the Rockets right now? They the third or fourth?
no, they're 6 seed.
They're
They what?
the Rockets are
The Rockets.
6th seed.
They're 6 seed.
That's
Yeah.
the 60? Oh, okay.
Where you got that from?
That's what I'm saying. I just don't see that. I don't see that. First of all, that small ball lineups don't work. It's not gonna work
hell
to win
no.
the championship.
Nah,
Number two, when you got a guy like Harden who basically only scores when the ball's in his hands, you ain't gonna win a championship like that. You can't win a championship with a strictly ISO player, bro. That's
Nah.
damn near impossible.
I agree.
Especially not with two basically strictly ISO players. Even though
Hey,
Westbrook
breaking
going
news.
better.
I got some. I gotta do a Cash App donation. Shout out to Jacob Jennings and the Cash App with the donation coming through. You know, with enough money to give me some lemon peppers. You know.
Get that Lou Will special.
For lunch on me, fam. And much love, Jacob Jennings. You know, Jacob Jennings. He's been a star supporter of my channel, man. Along with you guys, man. Hey, I want to say this before we continue on, right? I really do thank y'all for subscribing to the channel, and I really do appreciate y'all support. Y'all coming in, chopping up with your boy. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Man, you know, anytime
Appreciate
Brad
it.
got your back.
Yeah, man. I really do thank y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? You guys will keep me coming here, putting out this content or whatever like that. So I mean, I really do appreciate everyone that's watching this, that's going to watch this video, that's watching this video right now. Everybody on the panel, I salute all of y'all, man. Straight up.
Yeah, that's
Thank
you,
you.
bro.
That's
You
what
from the
it is.
Yeah,
jump, so
same.
you know I was gonna show you some support, bro.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, we South Carolinians got to stick together, bro.
You already know. You already know. That's the real. So yeah, man. Like I just think a lot of these teams, like when you look at how teams are made, a lot of these teams is made to make superstars or make guys look like superstars. And to me, really, if James Harden retired and he win one ring, he still won't be top 25 to me all time.
Nope.
Like it's real hard to say. That's what I be saying. It's hard to say how good or bad a person is today because they got a whole offense where they say, "Hey man, if we get 160 touches, let's say, you're gonna have 85 of them." Like, damn, it's hard for you to not be. It's hard for you to be trash. You touch the ball 80 something times. If I give it to the worst player of the game, the worst player I got, 80 something. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. You remember when the Lakers brought up that dude from the G League, Ingram?
Andre Ingram, yeah.
Yeah.
That man had 28 points, bro. Imagine how much times he touched the ball that game compared to any other game anybody else touched it. You see what I'm saying? It's hard for him not to be good. They keep giving you the ball, telling you to shoot it. You're gonna put up some damn numbers. You know what I'm saying? If you're allowed to shoot, I don't care if you came straight out the G League. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you're a player that's good, like Harden's good, but I can't say he's great or all-time great or nothing because it's like, bro, he got two moves. He does two things, and most of that is a step back that's damn near illegal. You know what I'm saying? Or a euro that's damn near illegal. You know what I'm
Goddamn
saying?
travel.
And he touches the
Yeah.
ball like 90% of
Manipulate.
the game.
Yeah,
So
he
allow
manipulated the
shit like
rules.
that.
Yeah, that's the thing with Harden. I think Harden is a great player, but like I said, what you said, like he manipulates the rules. So it's like in the end of the day when your career all said and done, it's like we looking back at what you did. It's like it's not that impressive. You know what I mean? You was an MVP, yeah, you did all this, but it's like you manipulated the rules, and then when it came to the playoff time, you can't do that same thing you did in the regular season.
That's
Cause
the
like
biggest.
that's all the thing. You ain't gonna get them same calls, and that ISO ball, you playing more minutes and all that, and you know what I mean? Stamp, you know what I mean? You ain't going because all the shots he puts up and all that. He put up like 20. He put up over like 20 shots a game. Like that takes a lot. That takes a lot of stamina and energy.
The Antonio offense just ain't
ISO ball.
made.
That's not. It's not gonna work. You're not gonna win like that.
Exactly.
He's a
Like Kobe
point
Bryant
guard.
already told everybody that, man. Kobe Bryant
Like
said on the interview
then Tony
and
keep
told everybody
and
that.
then Tony letting it
Yeah, Kobe
slide.
Bryant did said it. He said that style would never win a championship.
That's how
I
the
thought
never
he was
won
just
championship.
and Harden, but he was just telling them facts.
Yeah.
That's his feelings, but that's
And remember,
Right.
Dan
It's
Tony, the
true.
nigga that
You
Dan
can't
Tony,
win
the
like
reason Kobe even got the
and
Achilles
they
injury. He played
lucky.
that man 45 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
that's right.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
yeah.
right.
What?
Round to the ground. They
Exactly.
out there winning.
Told him to shoot all like it's not efficient way that's not efficient way to win. Yeah,
Oh, it's not.
it's gonna take you to a certain to a you know what I mean, to a certain extent, but you're not gonna win like that.
No.
Man, who the hell got a trend in the background?
At least Westbrook had like
Yeah, but Westbrook the same way though. He devolved, my friend. Put Westbrook in the two guard.
yeah, like at least Westbrook changed at least Westbrook stopped shooting threes. I give the Rockets that.
Yeah, but he can't shoot.
Westbrook stopped shooting threes as much as he
He
did.
can't shoot threes.
He can shoot.
I
He
mean,
But he can't even shoot free throws.
he finally realized it. He finally realized it for all these years. So listen, man, I need to take. Listen, I don't gotta be taking these. Like
Hey, bro.
it took him all these years. I don't know what.
Got a nice team though.
I know he did.
what you
Hey,
say, James?
I'm talking about for us players wise, they got players that can run.
Yeah, but the problem is they don't have no bigs no more.
They can run.
PJ Tucker not beat anybody no more.
They got no bigs.
And
No,
when
that's
they
why
get
they
that
moving
much
Luka. That's
speed,
why they
Yeah,
moving.
they're not big,
All right,
and then
that's
if
why they moving Ben Simmons to power forward because now you're gonna have Ben down there and
oh, you talking about the
B
six? I
Horford.
thought you talking about the Rockets. My fault. I thought you talking
No,
about the
I'm talking
Rockets.
about Ben Simmons. I say the
Oh
Sixers,
yeah.
as far as the nucleus that they got, like the players, so bro, they can run, they can go.
Oh yeah. We all agree on that. That's what we saying. Brett Brown the problem.
Yeah.
If they
Yeah, that
don't,
nigga's a problem, bro. With the squad I'm looking at right now on the floor, that nigga's a problem.
I'm gonna tell you how you the problem still because either way because how do you not know to put Ben Simmons at the 4 to start with? You know what I'm saying? Why would you just say just because he can ball handle and pass, you're gonna automatically move him to small forward and then put him at point guard this year? Like the last couple of seasons, that doesn't make any sense when he doesn't shoot the ball, so he's not stretching the court. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like put him at the 4 if you're gonna do that. Let him do all this
But
shit
him-
inside the arc
Right.
and attack the basket.
Yeah, but
from
him
inside
not
the arc
shooting.
like he's doing.
Right, but him. Yeah, but him not shooting still gonna be a problem anyway, though. Either way, he's still on the court.
But
So
what I'm
him
saying
not
is this.
shooting is still gonna be a problem.
But think about it like this. Instead of having to worry about a wing player that can't shoot, a player on the wing not being able to shoot, you worrying about a big man not being able to shoot. That's a more regular problem. You're used to having one big man who can't shoot, like the Lakers. JaVale McGee can't shoot at all, right?
Right.
Dwight Howard can't shoot at all, but they got Anthony Davis who can. So you can have them two on the court at the same time and not really lose nothing because your 3 wing players should be able to shoot at least somewhat, right? So like, with
Right, but they lined up
up
before they could shoot though.
But they had
But they
Ben
lined up before
Simmons-
they could shoot.
But they had Ben Simmons on the wing then. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. And then when they did that, they had like Al Horford. They had another guy playing the 4 that wasn't a good match with Embiid because they did the same thing. Embiid and Ben Simmons don't do the same thing, so they can play together. You see what I'm saying? And you got a guy like Shake Milton who can still play, make, and score. And you got 2 other wings out there, Tobias, who can go to the 3 now, which is his natural position. And then you got a shooting guard out there, Korkmaz or whoever you're gonna have out there who can just shoot. You know what I'm saying?
They got Glenn Robinson the third. That's a
Glenn
nice
Robinson the
pickup.
third. Yeah, they got players. They got a nice solid roster with Josh Richardson too. Like, but those guys, I'm
Josh
saying like,
Richardson still hurt.
yeah, he is. But what I'm saying is, if they had made this move off top, you feel me? First of all, Ben Simmons wouldn't have to worry so much about
Right.
people talking about him shooting because he wouldn't be on the perimeter so most of the time, except in pick and rolls and shit to the basket where he can make a second hockey pass if he wants off the roll, off the catch, off the roll. You know what I'm saying? If he wants to, like they can do all kind of things with him from the 4 that use his skills way better than out there on the perimeter. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like
he
Brett
was a
Brown.
4 in college. He was a 4. he was a power forward in college anyway. He was a
Yeah,
power
that's what I'm
forward coming
saying.
in out of college. So like
LSU,
they were
LSU,
trying
He
to make him
played a
like
point
they were trying
forward.
to make him. Yeah, they were trying to make him a LeBron, Magic Johnson type of dude. When he like, it's like that's not him.
Nah, you got to put him down there where he's supposed to be at and let him do his thing from down there with them little awkward hook shots and awkward hook shots and layups. He getting 18 points a game. Why the hell do you take him away from the basket when that's where he scores at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not going to jump out there anyway. You know what I mean? I done seen Ben Simmons in practices. In practice, he can shoot. He don't shoot in the game. So that
Yeah,
lets me know
I
mentally
agree.
he's not going to do it.
Exactly. Ben Simmons needs to have confidence in his shots. You know what I mean? And it's like Brett Brown needs to tell him to be willing to take those shots. I just see Ben Simmons at the top of the key. He dish it out to somebody else rather than sometimes shooting the ball. It's like he has a nice shot. He just needs to utilize it in his being, you know?
Yeah. If I see
Think about it,
if I see Andre Roberson confident shooting, he should be confident shooting.
Exactly.
I gotta give that to Roger Roberson. He said, "Listen, man, I'm a."
I'm at least put this bad boy up.
I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker.
Real construction work in him, man. At least he got the heart to shoot that bitch.
I give him that. He's throwing. He be throwing a lot of bricks up, but he listen. I'm gonna get. He said,
Plus, y'all think about it like this.
Bringing up the concrete.
If Ben Simmons playing the 4, right, and you move Tobias, you got a better defender playing the 4 position than Tobias Harris. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having Ben Simmons playing a point guard, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
now, me personally, I think they overpaid Tobias Harris. You know what I'm saying? I think he got way too much fucking money. What do you think about it?
They overpaid 2 people. They overpaid him and.
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
I mean,
who else they overpaid?
Al Horford.
Al Horford got overpaid. He's getting old. He hasn't been impactful as he was in Boston.
He good. Like he good. He's good to be on your team, but he overpaid.
That's what I'm saying. And Tobias Harris is good, but he's inconsistent. That's his problem. One game he can have 35 to 40. His jumper can be flowing. His 3-ball can be flowing. But then next game he can have a goose egg and not show up. He just needs to be a little bit more consistent, though.
Yeah, but due to that inconsistency, he is overpaid.
He back to the 3 now, so hopefully.
But that's what I'm saying. If he moves back to the 3 like he's supposed to, I feel like his consistency will go up because when he was playing the 3 in LA, he was good. He was consistent for him. Remember, like he had the same good.
Yeah, he was. He's balling, giving you 20 per game because he's playing the forward position. He was putting the ball on the floor and he was hitting the in Philadelphia, I just don't think the Sixers use it well enough, you know?
Yeah, I'm thinking like once they start playing these 8 games and they can get a rhythm playing with that kind of rotation with Ben at the 4, Tobias back in his regular position, then I can really see what they doing. You know what I'm saying? I can see how if they understand what they really got there, because they should be able to really put up buckets and be strong defensively if Ben at the 4. Like
that's what I'm saying, man. It's like it's so crazy that Philly.
Al Horford. You have Al Horford leading the second unit.
Anchor, but he's not really. Al Horford should be the anchor. He hasn't really done that much.
And then Horford can play. Then Horford can come in for Embiid and not miss a beat with Ben Simmons. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. I agree. Al Horford and Ben Simmons could be lethal together. So yeah.
Be a crazy front court. Either way. So, like I said, if they don't do nothing, it's on Brett Brown, man.
Yeah, Mike
and then they got to find somebody that them boys gonna respect.
You got
top.
But you gotta think, man. The Sixers on paper, man, they got a really deep team, man. But I think that we all on this panel can agree, Brett Brown just don't know how to use it, man.
He doesn't utilize. He doesn't make adjustments. That's his problem with Brett Brown. He doesn't make adjustments. Remember in Game 7 versus the Raptors, they had like 3 straight shot clock violations.
Yeah.
If the Sixers need to execute down the stretch and move the ball better, they would have probably been to a finals right now.
I believe that, man. I mean, like, bro, it's just
Yeah.
like it's just like
Also Embiid being hurt all the time too.
But
some of
even
that.
when Embiid being hurt, you know what I'm saying, you can still compensate that with Al Horford. The
Mhm.
thing about Al Horford is,
Yeah.
okay, so remember the game against Indiana, right? Now I think this came off an impressive win blowing out the Bucks, right? I think they blew them out on Christmas. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it was.
Right.
They blew them out on Christmas. Joel Embiid was out in that game. Al Horford comes in, right?
Yeah.
Why them motherfuckers shit the
Right.
bed and they end up getting blown out by Indiana? That's a team they had no business losing to.
No
Without
business.
Oladipo at the time. Oladipo was still out.
That's the
That's like
thing,
they
man.
lost
Like,
by 20 to Indiana.
They're just
see, but
like
like I
I
said,
said,
bro.
Philly is inconsistent.
Hold on, and then get this. I don't even think Oladipo played that game because Oladipo
Nah, Oladipo wasn't playing.
was out with an injury.
He wasn't playing there.
He
I
wasn't
don't think
playing.
so. He was still
So
recovering
what's
from injury.
crazy?
That's what I'm saying. They lost by 20 to Indiana, but no Oladipo.
Oh hell no.
See, that's the thing too, man. You gotta have a coach that's gonna get in the guy's grill and challenge him before those games. Like you gotta have a guy that's gonna let the team know, hey, bro, before the game starts,
Yeah.
when you're preparing for the team, you telling them, hey, bro, we can't have no letdowns against the Pacers. You know, we just beat the Bucks. We gotta go ahead and smack the Pacers too. I don't
Yeah.
care what's wrong with you. I don't care if your stomach
Yeah, 'cause
hurt.
that's the
I
best
don't give a
Brett Brown
damn about
problem.
none of that
Even
shit. You step on this court, I'm expecting you to play.
That's true, man. That's true. The problem with Brett Brown, he's
right.
just soft. You know what I mean? Brett Brown's not tough. He's not putting his players into accountability.
Right.
That's his issue, though. Because again, if Brett Brown had the mindset, like I say, a Tom Thibodeau, he will be a better coach. You know?
Hey, I'll tell you who could.
I don't
I'll tell you
know.
who.
I don't
I'll
even
tell
know
you
about that.
if Philly had Alvin Gentry instead of the Pelicans having him, they would be in a better situation right now.
Rob is
That's
just
more of a team that he could deal with. I think that's a better team for Alvin Gentry as far as like experienced players. You know what I'm saying? Than the Pelicans.
Right.
He don't know what to do with the Pelicans, but he could do something with that team. He know how to use a dominant big man like Embiid, who's been in the league for a while, and Ben Simmons, who don't shoot jumpers, before he can do that shit with a bunch of young guys. You know what I'm saying? Where he's not even using their minutes correctly, rotating them in the game correctly.
That's being buggy all over again.
I know he's already with a team, but I'm just saying they need a coach that at least that understands what he got and how to use that shit correctly off top. You know?
Right.
And these dudes gonna respect.
Right. Develop talent. Right. Develop talent and stuff like that. Like somebody like Brad Stevens. Like Brad Stevens. He
Yeah.
develops talent. He challenges players. Like look how the Celtics, look how they play for him. You know what I mean? Look how they play as a team.
Regardless of who's hurt or who's not hurt.
Is like
they keep that level of play up because he's going to challenge them to do it. Brett Brown, it seemed like he just be like, all right, guys, if you guys can go out there and do something, you know, I'll be happy. But I mean, if not, then we gave it a try. You know, can't win them all. Like, man, get your ass out of here.
There's no reason. Right, there's no reason why they should be struggling like that. They got talent,
bro.
For real.
Like even a couple years ago when they lost to the Celtics, like they shouldn't have lost.
You shouldn't have
Like
lost. They're not beating Kyrie.
they lost without Kyrie Irving and Gordon Hayward.
That's what I'm saying. They should have beat them in 5 games if you really think about it. Like I said, Philly blew a 22-point lead in game 2, blew a late lead in game 3 because of turnovers and then just bad execution. And in game 5, got a 5-point lead late couldn't close. It should have been Cleveland and Philly in the conference finals.
Right. You got outcoached. You got outcoached by Brad. Like you got outcoached by Brad. Like they get outcoached, outplayed in every level for no reason. Like for what? How you getting like?
And
literally outcoached Brett Brown. Like it was nothing.
Exactly. And last year, man, Philadelphia should have went to the NBA Finals last year, to be honest. Because think about it. If they just executed better versus Toronto, they would have won. And then you have Milwaukee. Again, I know the Bucks were dominant, but the Sixers were more talented. You might have beat the Bucks. And you never know. If they play the Warriors with all the injuries they got and the lack of depth, you might beat Golden State. Or if you play Portland, if Portland doesn't choke every game versus Golden State, they'll probably will smash the Blazers. So it's like if you're the Sixers, you should either be a champion right now or at least be in the NBA Finals with all the talent you had last year with Jimmy Butler, J.J. Redick, Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid. Because many people compare their starting five last year to the Warriors starting five. So to me, there's no real excuse for Philly to not be in an NBA Finals or not at least have a championship in 2019, in my opinion.
Shout out to Jermaine Maxwell in the building, man. Appreciate you, man. Salute. But yeah, man, I agree with all that, man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Brett Brown he just couldn't hack it, man. I mean, they go back 2 years ago in the conference semis, they had no business losing to the Celtics. That game, I think it was game 3.
Game 3.
I think the game went to double overtime, right?
No, it went overtime. That's it.
Or went double overtime? I thought it was. Yeah, it was overtime. For some reason, I keep thinking it was double overtime. But remember, late in the game, when the ball went out of bounds and Boston maintained possession, right? They drew up a play, and then next thing you know, you got Robert Covington on Al Horford, which is a complete mismatch.
That was done. Like, what was that?
And then Joel Embiid is out there 3-point line. I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck is he doing at the 3-point line? And that's on two things. That's on two things. We already talked about Brett Brown and his lack of coaching, right? But the second on Joel Embiid for lack of situational awareness. Because this is the thing. You know Boston only down 1. Why in the fuck would you go out there to the 3-point line? If anything, you protect the paint just in case you get a situation where the ball gets thrown toward the basket.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares what happens going on that day? Because what's more likely to happen, or what's a better shooting percentage? A shot at the paint or a shot at the 3? And I was like, that is a lack of situational awareness, a lack of basketball IQ that killed that game for them, man.
Yeah, it was just stupidity. Like I remember, didn't Ben Simmons miss a wide open dunk for a spin?
He didn't miss a wide open dunk. Matter of fact, he missed the dunk he missed the dunk so bad when he missed the dunk, the shit went out of bounds.
Exactly. It's like
it was a wide open dunk. He just fucking clanked that bitch off the backboard.
That's what I'm saying, man. And it's like they lost to stupidity in that game. I mean, I think Ben Simmons or Joel Embiid who inbound the ball. I think they're down by 1 or 2, whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, I forgot about that too. The inbound with Ben Simmons, and he caught in the turnover that led to the fast break layup, which tied the game.
No, that gave Boston up too. And then Marco Bellinelli
hit the buzzer beater.
The buzzer beater. He should have stepped back a little bit. He should have stepped back behind the 3-point line. If he would have stepped back and hit the 3-point shot, they would have won the game. But I'm saying is that the way the Sixers lost game 3 was just due to stupidity. I mean, and being at the top of the key, turnovers. I mean, not getting back in transition, mismatches down low, just a bunch of stupid stuff.
Gideon, I feel like that's on Joel Embiid too. He don't need to be on the 3-point line. He need to be down low and dominating because he wasn't.
He do chance for jumpers too much. That's what
we were saying about lack of situational awareness.
Yeah, like.
And then somebody, you mean to tell me none of those players was like, Joel, what the fuck you doing all the way out here? Get your ass down there. You know, could nobody say that? Could no coach get up there and yell at Joel Embiid to get in the fucking paint? What the fuck are you doing the 3-point line?
That's what I'm saying, man. Embiid, and again, you're not Rasheed Wallace if you're Embiid. It's like, dude, get your ass in the low post. Get yourself in the block. The problem I have with Joel Embiid, the dude sells for too many jumpers. Like in Game 7 versus the Raptors, he took like 6 threes. I'm like, bro, get your butt in your paint, man.
Turn the Patrick Ewing.
Then if you go early. If you go to the next season, matter of fact, if you go back earlier this season, right, the first game when they went to play Toronto after they cried him off the court, right? The first game, the motherfucker scored no points in 32 minutes, dog.
Exactly, that's disgusting.
That's embarrassing. 0.
That's disgusting.
4 for 11 from the field. I watched that game, and then this dude Now, mind you, Philly was up 10 with like less than 5 minutes to go in the game. Why does dude out here jacking up threes? It goes back to what Gideon was saying: poor execution, turnovers, not getting the rebounds and stuff like that. Toronto kept hitting timely shots, just kept coming back, and then Toronto eventually came back and won that game.
Yeah.
Came back
And
and
that's
won it.
why, I have doubts from this season, man. That's why I was like, I don't know. I'm not going. I can't. Like, it's like I can't. Like, I don't know. I can't. I'm not going to go that far, so they can go to the championship because all that things being said is like Brett Brown still being there and the IQ and all that stuff. I'm like, I don't know. That's why I got the Celtics. That's why I got the Celtics and the Bucks and like Raptors and maybe Raptors and then Miami maybe in that mix over the Sixers. You know what I mean?
The Heat are going to be tough to beat. Hey, guys, I went last night to Ticket TV. JR literally said that Eric Spoelstra is not a good coach. JR literally said that. I'm like, he literally said all of LeBron's coaches were trash. And I'm like, dude, are you kidding?
Who said that? J.R. Smith?
JR, not J.R. Smith, JR.
Oh, okay.
Oh, JR on Ticket Channel?
Yes.
Man, that nigga, man, fuck him.
Exactly. He literally said that, ooh, Eric Spoelstra's a trash coach. How is he a trash coach?
Eric Spoelstra a future Hall of Fame coach. We're not going to do that. We're not doing that.
Exactly.
He never backed down. He never backed down to LeBron. He never backed down to LeBron. He challenged LeBron. Even though LeBron, we're not doing that. He probably the only coach that really tried challenge LeBron for real.
Well, no, what it was.
Career.
Well, this the thing with True the King. This the thing, right? When Paul Silas tried to challenge LeBron got Paul Silas fired. The difference was when Eric Spoelstra tried to when Eric Spoelstra was challenging LeBron tried to get Eric Spoelstra. He tried to go to Pat Riley to get Eric Spoelstra fired, but Pat Riley wasn't having none of that.
That's his boy.
Look, this is our coach.
That's his boy. He can't Eric Spoelstra. He paid his dues.
And Coach Spo, listen.
Dwayne Wade had a hand in that too. Dwayne Wade had a hand in. Look, man, Eric Spoelstra ain't going nowhere, bro.
Nowhere.
Yeah. Exactly. Coach Spro's done a great job. He's second in Miami. He's second in victories in Miami Heat coaching history. Also, the fact is that he has Miami top 4 in the East with no superstar.
Jimmy Butler not a superstar?
Do you think Jimmy Butler is a superstar?
No, he's not no superstar. He's not no superstar. He's a star, but he's not no superstar.
But he's not an all-star. I mean, he's not a. I'm sorry.
Okay, I take that back. He's an all-star, but he's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet.
But he no superstar.
That's a big Anthony Davis.
But you know what I say though? I say a lot of that is Jimmy Butler also like I said before, realizing he got a younger team and that he sees that these guys have talents and skills. So he's like, well, look, I could score 25, but then Tyler Hero will only score like 8. You know what I'm saying? Bam Adebayo won't be able to put up those most improved numbers because I'm taking shots. You know what I'm saying? He's passing it back to me. So instead of that, he lets them boys cook up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they got Kendrick Nunn on them. They got some talent over there, man. They got depth. And they got depth, man. They got shooters. So it's I
think Jimmy really just trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, rather than be a superstar or considered a superstar stats, he'd rather win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll give him that. You know?
Hey, to your point, Saul. Now, if you remember Jimmy Butler's other, because he initially didn't want to leave Chicago, right?
He didn't want to leave.
Huh?
Yeah, I said, he didn't want to leave. You're right.
Yeah, he initially didn't want to leave Chicago. When they traded him to the Timberwolves, right?
Yeah.
He saw that, you know, how, because, you know, Jimmy Butler, one of them dudes, man, he a dog. He want to get it from the mud. You know what I'm saying? But when he saw that Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins, when he saw how they operate, he was like, man, fuck this, man. These dudes ain't trying to ride with me. You know what I'm saying? These guys are soft.
Big fat.
Yeah.
So when he got traded to Philadelphia, he pretty much saw the same dynamic with Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. These guys, in my opinion, those guys got money before they deserved it. In my opinion,
I agree.
Right? They got all this stuff before they earned it, and that's the biggest gripe we got about today's society. You know, we in this society where we want it now, before we can even prove ourselves. Back in the day, everybody talking about, oh, well, Jordan wants the NBA, Jordan wants to the playoffs before we go to the finals and whatnot. Because back then you had to endure failure before you got the set, before you got success. You had to like earn everything, right? So that's when Jordan got that shoe deal, he was already an established superstar before he got his shoe deal. It wasn't just this motherfucker played at North Carolina and all of a sudden now he got a shoe deal. You got guys getting shoe deals before they even play a game in the NBA.
Right.
So that's why Jordan looking at these guys with the side eye because he had to endure all the pain of losing and and everything else before he got his success. These guys getting everything before they even proving themselves.
That's right. Even look at Magic and Bird. They had to go against each other to see who's the best every year. You see what I'm saying? Like for a strong part of the '80s, like
Bird.
they had to go through. Exactly, they had to go through things. They had to put themselves through the crucible year after year. And a lot of them players, this is the difference too, LB. A lot of them players don't realize, like you were saying, a lot of these guys get their money before they've done anything. Michael Jordan won 3 championships before he even got a big payday.
That's true.
Right.
And that was only so that he could, and that's only because that's the only way he really came back because he wanted Phil and he wanted to make sure he finally got paid. God damn, he had to win 3 before he got that.
So all this stuff about, which goes back to Jimmy Butler. So when Jimmy Butler saw how Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid were operating, they know the coaches weak. It was like, man, he's like, man, fuck this shit. These motherfuckers ain't trying to ride with me and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? That's why he forces way out Philadelphia. Now he's in a situation with Miami. He ain't got to worry about clashing with this superstar or I don't want to say superstar, but he don't got to worry about clashing with other star players or whatnot because star players gotten entitled and not wanting to go out there and get it. At least with Jimmy Butler, he's down there in Miami. He got some people that he can groom. Like you said, Bam becoming an all-star this year. Tyler Hero developed. Kendrick Nunn has developed.
Duncan Robinson.
Derrick
Robinson.
He got Deion Waiters' ass up out of there.
I like Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, Derrick Jones Jr.
Derrick
Jones.
Derrick
whole
Jones
squad is nice.
Yeah, Derrick
whole
Jones.
squad is going to develop.
And I think also too with Jimmy Butler, I just think he wanted to be the lead dog. I don't think he wanted to play Robin and nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't think he got a problem with it. It got like the teams he was with is like, yo, they on some bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Cause he, like I said, he like they got to Eastern Conference Finals with the Sixers. You know what I mean? He don't got a problem. You know what I mean? Playing that like Robin type of role. But it's just the people. You know what I mean? You don't got no dogs. I'm out. I ain't with
You gotta
this.
have the right dog with Jimmy. That's why he liked Derrick Rose. When Derrick Rose was healthy playing with Jimmy, and Jimmy was, coming into his own. Shoot, that shit was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Jimmy never had no problem with Derrick Rose. And likewise, it's got to be a certain type of. You got to be a dog too. That's what it is. Like if you more of a dog, if you a higher level dog than him, he understand. But shit, he know most of these dudes now ain't built like that. They be getting into it with these niggas every 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? They just soft. They don't want to win like he want to win. They want to put up numbers. You know what I mean? So, I think if you had like Jimmy, if Jimmy was playing with like a KD, he would be like, well, he'd understand that. Yeah. And Jimmy could be the vocal, alpha dog. You know what I'm saying? But KD is the better player, so he would play. You know what I mean? He would play under him, but he wouldn't have to be under that nigga. You know what I'm saying? He would be like the leader. He would be like the vocal guy. KD would be the leader through example. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Miami. I tell you, man, Miami. I mean, look. This the thing. Outside of Brooklyn and Orlando, those two teams,
laugh
you can make a case for any 6 of those teams to possibly play in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Maybe NBA
for those 6 teams to be eliminated from the equation, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to come, like Gideon said earlier, it's going to come down to matchup. You know what I'm saying? It's going to come down to who falls where. And, assuming everything holds up, You
And who
know,
wants some more? And who wants some more for real? For real?
And who
They
wants
all know.
more? You got to be the
Cause
hungry team.
they young player. Listen, they young players. They know like this is a young player. They from the same era. When it's all said and done, they gonna look back at this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
man.
Yeah.
I
I think
mean, the East. People say, "Oh, the East." You know what? Some people keep saying, "Oh, LeBron. Oh, the Heat are a top 4 team because the East is weak." I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, dude, the East is improved. You got Milwaukee, Indiana, Toronto, Boston, Philly, Miami's overachieved. I mean, Brooklyn, when they get healthy, they're going to be a strong team next year. Orlando, they could get a piece or two. They could be a nice team. It's like the East is much improved. You know what I mean?
yeah, it
right,
is. It is. It
I'm
is.
you
telling
got the Wizards. You got John Wall coming back next. John
Exactly.
Wall hopefully come back
They get
next
healthy.
year.
Atlanta's going to be nice if they get pieces.
Devontae Graham, and that Charlotte team.
Charlotte,
They may improve.
Charlotte,
They may improve.
I don't think Charlotte gonna improve, bro. Nope,
You don't
nope,
think they
nope.
gonna
Not the
improve?
Hornets. Nope,
They missing. I don't know.
nope.
I like Devontae Graham. I don't know.
Don't get me wrong. I like Devontae Graham too, but as far as like that team
I
improving,
like Devontae
nope,
Graham.
I'm gonna tell you the
nope.
biggest. Hey, I'm gonna tell you the biggest problem I see with Charlotte not developing. Charlotte doesn't. Michael Jordan doesn't all out want the team to tank. So they win
Right.
just enough games to where they be low enough in the damn shit to where they don't really they be like right at the end of the lottery or they be out of the lottery somehow, but not in the playoffs. So it's like, what the fuck are y'all doing? If he
that's
needs to
right.
tank a few seasons and get some
Yeah.
actual real prospects that ain't got no choice but to be there for 2 or 3 years. You understand? And really make something out of that team because you're not gonna get nobody to come there except for guys who got overpaid somewhere else, like Batum when he came. They
Yeah.
got Dwight. Dwight played pretty good in Denver, but they didn't build off of that. You know what I'm saying? They got guys. They had guys like Marvin Williams, and
Yeah.
they just got throwaway players. You can't be the
Yeah.
dumpster and try to make the playoffs and shit. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
man. The Hornets. The problem with
And Terry Rozier can help.
The problem with Charlotte, they need to have that go-to guy. You know what I mean? Charlotte just doesn't have that, go-to guy that can
They
get
don't got one.
and say, "Hey, give me a basket." Devontae Graham is good, but Devontae Graham, he's not a go-to guy yet. You know what I mean? Terry
Yeah.
Rozier, Terry Rozier is a good player, but Terry Rozier's been up and down this season. So it's
There's a cranberry.
yeah.
There's a cranberry.
And I know. And to be honest with you, I'm not sold on Terry Rozier.
Nah,
No,
me either.
here's the problem. He cries for man. Just man, look, suck it up and go play. How about that?
I think we've seen the best of Terry Rozier, bro. Because
Are you
one
crazy?
thing about it, when you look at guys' careers, if they like, I know he was coming off the bench, but he was giving you like I think at his best with Boston was like what 12 points a game off the bench, and now he's up to like
Yeah.
I think he's up like
It's coming
16,
up to
17,
start.
which is decent, but he's like 28. Like he's not gonna come out and have like 3 or 4, 25, 20-point games, 20 point per game
Yeah,
seasons
he
or nothing.
not. Yeah,
He's not gonna do that. He's not.
yeah, he
About
not.
to miss
He may not
years.
get any, but yeah, this probably like his peak.
Yeah,
I
like
mean, yeah,
I
that's
feel
what
like
I'm saying. If they need a go-to person, need a go-to
Devontae's
person,
good.
so he
They
can.
gotta
The
get a
go-to guy at the end of the game. They don't have that.
They don't have
Yeah,
that.
just what he is, a bench player.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
Terry
that's
was
what I'm saying, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't sold on Terry Rozier. This is the thing,
a
right? And this will tell me everything I needed to know about Terry Rozier, right?
cranberry.
Those days when Kyrie Irving was up, right? He was the starter, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You figure he would go out there and consistently light shit up. But
Right.
no, Terry Rozier would have a good game. Then he'd have a couple bad games. Then he'd come back and have another good game. He would just stay consistent. And then he would go for max salary? Really? Max salary? You think the Boston Celtics was going to give you
Yeah,
max dollars?
yeah.
Nah, man. Like
The
for
Boston Celtics thought so high in Terry Rozier, they did a sign and trade.
Dope.
like
Look, the Boston Celtics,
He had the
come on, y'all. And the Boston Celtics got so high in Terry Rozier that they did a sign and trade with him.
Like guys, I'll give you an example, okay? Like game 6 against the Cavs, he had 28 points. Then game 7, he responded for what? 2 of 14 shooting and 0 of 10 from downtown in the game 7 at home. Come on, with the chance to go to the finals.
Yeah, that's hot, man.
That was just,
Yeah, I'm a Celtics fan. I was hot. I'm like, damn,
That
come
nigga
on,
was
man.
hot oatmeal, lumped up.
That's what I'm saying. Boston just couldn't hit a straight in Game 7. I mean,
I was
That
like,
nigga had
damn.
some
I was
good
like,
time
damn,
oatmeal
Terry.
that Thelma used to cook.
Hey, I'm
Dog,
gonna tell
let
you
me
Yeah,
tell you
something.
about
I
Terry
was
Rozier.
hot,
I'm
but I'm
glad
like,
y'all
damn,
talking about
Terry.
him.
I'm
A
gonna,
reason why I don't like players like that, because Gideon, to bring up what you just said, when he hit them 28 points, he
in
must have
Game
thought he
6.
was Jordan because all them shots was bad shot selection. Niggas was hanging all over him. And I watched that game and I'm like, man, put fucking Marcus Smart back up in there. At least he grits with a little cheese on it. This y'all got Thelma oatmeal out here stinking up the joint.
Look at them
Everybody
jump.
don't eat Thelma oatmeal.
Yeah, Mark.
hey, look, you know what's
Yeah, they
crazy?
paid Marcus. Celtics paid Marcus Smart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm about to say, you know what's
They
crazy about
paid. They
that?
paid this week.
And
They was like, Terry, we ain't paid.
Marcus Smart showed that he's worth the money at least on one end of the court by being a
Yeah.
defensive player of the year candidate. Like,
Look at
damn,
the
Terry
number.
Rozier went to the damn Hornets. He ain't even an
But yeah,
all-star.
he getting better off. But he get right.
So
Right,
bonus.
and he gets better offensively every year. Marcus Smart, like he's thinking like,
Listen, he had more offensive production because he took the shots when it was open. He ain't forced no shot, and he still played good defense, like Asar said. At least
right,
he giving you something, but he ain't asking for max money. He just want what he worth. This nigga over here asking for max
yeah,
money. You feel me? And you
That's true, man. That's
He just
true.
miss
ain't
a
worth
game. Show up.
There
Now you're
that
down my oatmeal. You can't shake back. Come on, man. You cannot do that shit.
yeah,
And you see these
he
dudes
can't be
got a
doing that.
nucleus over here. You got
it. That's
Jason
right.
Tatum, you got Jalen Brown doing more than you, and these dudes ain't crying behind no bag.
That's facts.
They
yeah.
not.
Hey guys,
Hey, you
I have
know,
a question. I'm sorry for interrupting. I have a question.
good.
What is one of the best playoff series that you ever watched in the 2010s?
Oh man. Oh man.
Celtics in Miami in 2012.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a
Hold
good
Top
on,
one.
hold on,
Hey,
Miami.
biased
AJ. One
ass.
Top
second.
yeah,
I
top
knew you was
Miami.
gonna say that shit. True the king.
That
What
wasn't a
the
great.
question
Listen,
was,
that was.
Junior?
Listen, don't tell me that wasn't a great series though, LB. That's
I'm
top
not
Miami.
discounting that. I'm just
That
saying
was
you
fire series.
goddamn Celtics fan. I
So
knew you was
Gideon,
gonna say that
what
shit.
you asked say it again?
What was one of the What was one of the best playoff series you ever watched in the 2010s?
Playoffs, not finals. Like just playoffs.
Not finals, not finals.
Okay. Let's see. In the 2010s.
Oh man.
That was 10 years ago, huh?
No, 2010s era.
No,
2010s
I'm saying,
era.
but
The decade.
2010, the whole 2010
The
era.
whole
All right, hold
2010s.
on.
Yes.
That's a good one.
The whole 2010s.
Hold
Yes.
Oh, I'll give
on.
you Dirk. I'll go with Dirk. Dirk playoff series.
Excuse me?
2011. 2011. He went off. I'll give it to Dirk.
Oh, he mad serious? That was great. For
Dirk was
me,
great, man.
We
Dirk
talking
was
about
great.
said the playoffs, not the finals.
the playoffs,
Playoffs.
the finals. No,
We're not
Oh.
including the finals.
we'll do the finals next time, but just the playoffs in the 2010s decade.
That's series, I see.
Damn,
You
that's a
gotta
hard
say
one right there
Portland
because
and
I
Denver
can't
was a
really
great
think that
playoff.
far back. Fuck.
Man, that's a hard one right there, man. Because there's a lot of good players, dog.
There's a
That's what I'm
lot of
saying. I
them.
can't even
No, it's
think
a
that far
playoff
back.
series.
Oh, get in. Hold up, get in. This is what I need you to do, Mr. Google. Pull up some of those 2010 playoffs and tell me who was in there, and then I can probably, because everybody, only person thing a nigga remember was the big three going against the old big three.
Yeah.
There's also I
Houston and the
can't
Rockets.
say off the top of my head.
Houston and the
Yeah,
Warriors.
There's also the Spurs. Remember the series between the
that's a
Spurs
good
and
one.
2012? That was a good
Houston.
series.
Houston was good.
Didn't
Uh,
OKC
Yeah,
and
that
the
was a good
Spurs
one.
have a
That
good
was a
ass
good one.
series?
Oh, the
yeah, that was a
Thunder and Grizzlies. Thunder and Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what
Oh, hell yeah.
2014. That
Yeah,
was
the Thunder
awesome.
and the Grizzlies.
yeah,
Overtime.
that's what I was thinking
That
about.
was woo. That was
That was
awesome.
That was a 7-game
Yeah,
series.
I like
That
that one.
was a good one.
7-game series.
Hey, you know what was a
That
good
was a
that was
playoff
classic right
series,
2012,
there.
man?
right? Or 2013.
All right,
Hey,
to
2013.
me,
I like your boy. When LeBron play no, they ain't like they was gonna play the Heat. I mean, the Heat was gonna play the Knicks because the Knicks already had beat them like 3 times that year.
Yeah, we did
Oh, yeah.
2013. We got beat by
That's
the
how it's
Pacers.
supposed to be.
I should go back to this
Man,
Eastern thing.
I'm telling you, man.
But
When
this
they come
whole,
out, he got to see his shoulder up.
but to me, Cavs Bulls 2015 series was great. Cavs and the Bulls
That was good.
That was an
Yeah,
underrated.
I like the Bulls and the Heat. Because
I agree.
there was another team that
I
had
agree.
Miami in the regular season but couldn't close the deal.
Yeah, Chicago. The problem with Chicago, they just didn't have the firepower to beat Miami. That was the problem.
Which one? You talking about with Nate Robinson?
Man, that's when we had Kurt Heinrich and Nate Robinson and Ben Gordon, I think.
Nate
No,
was
Ben
good.
Gordon was on the Bulls that year. No, he was not. It was Kirk Heinrich and Nate Robinson.
Yeah,
But
Kurt and that's
but
right.
here's the thing: against Miami in 2013, are you talking about 2011 year?
No, 2013.
2013, yeah. But here's the thing: Luol Deng, Derrick Rose, and Kirk Heinrich were hurt. They didn't play versus Miami that year.
Yeah. That's why I ain't mentioned that one, bro.
Yeah, but I like Nate.
No, one of them years they did have Ben Gordon, but I think he was hurt.
That was the early 2000s. That was like
You talking
2000.
about 09? You talking about 09?
Celtics.
Yeah.
You talking about
Ben Gordon was cooking for us back then.
I'm talking about 09.
But to me, another great series, Clippers, Spurs 2015.
Or 2013 against
2015, Clippers Spurs 2015. That was great.
Oh, 2015. That was good.
No, Philadelphia and the Celtics in 2012.
Oh yeah, the Celtics and
Yeah, that was good.
It went to 17 series.
We're Iggy in them.
I remember that.
Iggy, Lou Lamb, shit. Brant. Yeah, Drew Holiday over there. Sit down.
That was a good
team.
Yeah,
they gave Celtics run for their money. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, they did.
Crazy.
John Drew Holiday was Rondo ass. I ain't gonna hold you.
Rondo's go crazy.
But another series I like was people don't talk about this series. How about the Heat and the Raptors in 2016?
Heat and
Raptors. The Wade brought him game 7?
It went to 7 games, yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. Because listen, I ain't think D-Wade was going to get him to game 7. If D-Wade would have had a little bit more help, because that's all they had, really.
Yeah. Dragic, Dang, Johnson, Wade.
Joe Johnson. Wow, Gordon Dragic.
That was a good team, man. If they would have had Chris Bosh and Hassan Whiteside, they would have beat the Raptors.
Great, but Chris Bosh was never supposed to go back to Miami. He was supposed to go to Houston.
Yeah, I remember that. He was supposed to be a Rocket, but then last minute, Pat Riley gave him the contract.
That was crazy. That contract should have been for D-Wade.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, D-Wade never got his money.
Yeah, you're right. That's crazy.
D-Wade never got his money, so that's why he did it like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wade
That's
never
crazy.
been the highest player on the highest paid player on his team.
Yeah, that's insane.
His whole
that was insult. That was insult in the hell, though.
Yeah. I was surprised he went back.
Worry about the chip, man. D-Wade just built me a team. I'm gonna get it over the hump. You feel me? But at the end of the day, if you
gotta get compensated though.
Yeah, you still gotta compensate the man, bro. That's all.
That's why I always say Dwayne Wade, he hurt his own legacy really by teaming up with Chris Bosh, bro. He hurt his, because really if Dwayne Wade never teamed up with them or only teamed up with like Bosh or something and they won, if they didn't even have to win 2 championships, they could have got together and won 1 or 2, and he would have been higher on everybody all-time list than he is right now with LeBron.
Because
everybody say with LeBron, oh, he was beat up and worn down and shit. You know what I'm saying? They try to act like he wasn't shit.
He was.
Chilling, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, but D-Wade was never going back to Miami. D-Wade was going to Chicago or anything. He was going to play with them and D-Rose. I remember that. Because they had a meet.
Him look like they just made it seem like I just always think that, bro. If Dwayne Wade had never played with LeBron.
Look what I got, y'all. Some motherfucking wake stop in this bitch.
LBZ wasn't playing around.
I told y'all, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, look, man, when I say something, when I say I'm going to do something, you can take that shit to the bank, Jack.
You only mention big booty strippers now.
Man, I don't need no crap having Jezebels in my fucking house, man. Fuck that.
That's right.
Hey, I have another underrated series for you. What about the Heat and the Pacers in 2013?
That was a good one. That was a good one. That's classic.
Hey, be honest with you, Gideon.
Yes.
If I had to pick one series, that would be the series that I say was, for me, the best because of the fact that it's like David and Goliath. You know what I'm saying? It's like David and Goliath. You got Paul George in what I think it's third year, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
His first
Yeah.
year, he's a man on that team, and the nigga went 7 games with a 3-headed monster.
And they almost beat the Heat, man. Bro, remember game 1 when LeBron had the layup? If they would have put Roy Hibbert in the game to block a shot,
Yeah, exactly.
they would have won that series.
Yeah,
I know.
that was complete. That was what you call him inexperience, bro, as a coach.
Yeah.
To not even
He
think
also
about
made a
that.
mistake.
Made a dumbass decision right there. Everybody
Yeah.
knew it. That's it. But like,
That's Celtics. Yeah, that's Celtics and Heat though in 2012 though. That's
That was great. That was legendary.
that's
that was
classic.
great. That was epic. That was epic.
Rondo went old.
44
Rondo had 46 in game 2.
Rondo didn't play no. He said, "Listen,
I
Rondo
felt,
took. Oh man,
but bro, I felt so bad for you guys after you lost game 7. I felt so bad. I'm
yeah,
like,
it was." Chris Bosh saved the Heat too, man. He came back with. He saved them.
D Wade went up.
Chris Bosh saved him. Chris Bosh didn't come back. Mind you, we didn't. Avery Bradley got hurt. The play he didn't make the play. Avery Bradley got hurt, and Jeff Green had the heart problem. And we had man. If Celtics had all them, man, we would won the ring, man.
You think we would have beat the Spurs or Thunder in 2012?
Yeah, Avery Bradley was locking shit up that year. He shut down D Wade. He shut down D Wade in the regular season. Went up on. He was like Avery Bradley was locking shit up that year, man. He was like then Jeff Green. Jeff Green's a solid player.
Yeah.
Especially at that time. I mean, we had more depth. We had more depth than the Thunder.
That's true, and you were more experienced than OKC.
Yep.
Right, and we was younger and had depth match the Spurs.
True.
Rondo was going crazy that play. Rondo was playoff Rondo playoff Rondo was a real thing.
I keep telling him that, but say Rondo says a myth. Rondo says a myth. I say what?
Yeah, that shit ain't no myth. That shit a real thing. I seen it firsthand, man.
Hey, while y'all bullshitting, I saw the game yesterday. I watched the game on YouTube where the Heat was playing the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. And they were 10, and Rondo had it was game 2.
44.
Rondo had 22 points in the first half. Rondo, like he a different dude. When the playoffs come, he about his business. I don't know what he turned. Like he don't play no games, man. Look, he did Chicago. Like Chicago before Chicago, low key Chicago could have beat the Celtics if he didn't.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because Rondo was cooking, and then he got hurt.
Yep.
He played for
oh my, playoff Rondo is real, man. I don't know when playoff time come. I don't know what. That's why the Lakers. I mean, that's why I want to see the Lakers in the playoffs. Rondo. I want to see it's gonna be interesting.
Right. To me, another
ain't gonna get in the playoffs this year though.
But to me, another great series is Blazers Rockets in 2014. That was
Oh man.
Yeah,
Auburn was cooking.
Oh, Damian Lillard hit that buzzer beater in Game 6.
He was unstoppable.
That was a great series. Because think about it. Portland won.
They was.
They Houston won in Portland in Game 3. Then it was close throughout. Other than Game 5, every game could have gone either way. You know.
Yeah, if you talk about a great series, the Blazers Nuggets last year was good.
That was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was dope last year.
That was.
Yeah.
But
especially that Game 7. Yeah. That Game 7 was everything.
Yeah, and Game 3, the quadruple overtime game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna eat this lemon pepper wing in dedication to Rashawn Holmes, who got himself put in quarantine for getting chicken wings outside the bubble. This goes out to you, Rashawn Holmes, if you ever watched this video.
Nice. But
Man.
nice. But what about the Spurs? People forget about the series. What about the Mavs and the Spurs in 2014?
That was good. That was good.
Ooh, yeah,
That
that
was
was.
good.
Yeah, that was.
Dallas
that's
almost beat San
Said
Antonio.
2014.
Mavs.
Oh, shout out to Talking to Glove Media. I ain't even see you in this motherfucker, homie. Hey, shout out to Talking.
Yeah.
That was a great
That was a
series.
Yeah,
great
them,
series.
them
Vince Carter was
the
good.
Grizzlies, the
I
Thunder,
mean,
the Grizzlies, the Grizzly Thunder series though. What year? 20 was it?
14.
14.
Wait.
That was crazy.
That was great.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, Tony Allen. Tony Allen KD matchup. That was.
I keep forgetting
That
about
was
Tony,
like.
man. I keep forgetting about Tony.
Yeah, that was
I keep forgetting about Tony. The
Michael
Godfather.
Conley, Marc Gasol, bum ass Kendrick Perkins tied the game up. What game was that? He tied the game up to go to overtime.
That was game 2.
That was the best thing he ever did in his life.
Pretty much.
Oh my.
And it ended
Oh my.
the game. Here's what's sad. They still lost the game.
Oh my God, yo.
They still lost the game.
Kendrick Perkins is a
Put in
fucking bum.
overtime. I gotta give him that. He put in overtime. He got the rebound or something. He put it up. Oh shit. The KD hit that three. Yeah, that was insane, yo. That was insane. Shit. Reggie Jackson was balling. He was hooped like. It was one. Yeah, it was. The role players stepped up that series though. They played.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
They had the role players of Thunder. They had to. They was gonna lose.
But my other favorite series was Warriors Rockets in 2018. That was a great series, man. And if it wasn't
Chris Paul don't get hurt, they win that series.
They got hurt,
Yeah,
and then the Rockets were blowing the back-to-back games. If CP3 was healthy that year, it would have even be better, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, I thought the Warriors and Clippers was a great series last year myself.
2014, that was great. You talk about last year or 2014?
You talk about 30. You talk about the last year when they came back from 31 and
2014.
won that
That
game.
was a great series, man.
No, we talking about what that was. Talking about 2014.
The Wizards.
Kevin Durant showed how great a player he was too.
Wizards and Celtics was good too in 2017.
Yeah, that was a good series, but that was a weird series, you know? Boston was getting blown out the first 2 games, but it came back. And then games 3 and 4, you got smacked around in DC. Then in game 5, you blew out Washington. Then game 6, John Wall hit the game-winning 3. And then game 7, Kelly comes out of nowhere.
That was like a...
Yeah, Kelly Olynyk came out of nowhere and saved their ass.
That game when the 3-point shot didn't count.
Game 6, yeah, John Wall.
I'm talking about
how you remember all this shit, dog?
I mean, another series that I enjoy was what about Cavs Pacers in 2018?
So when Cavs came back from 3-1?
No, Cavs Pacers 2018.
That was
a good series.
But Indiana Pacers
on that block.
First round.
Game 5. It was that goaltending game 5. I felt so bad for the Pacers when they lost that series. I felt that the NBA kind of screwed Indiana because I felt that the NBA did not want Indiana to win that series.
They didn't.
Hey, shout out to Terren Melton in the chat. Appreciate you.
Of course not, man. They ain't.
Hey, what about the Wizards Raptors series?
Of course not. Like
That
shit.
was not a good series. That was a sweep. Clean sweep.
That was good.
Clean sweep.
Hey, that 2001. Oh, you say 2010, huh?
10th decade, yeah.
Okay, the Lakers and OKC.
OKC versus who?
The Lakers.
2012. That was a decent series. It was close. It was close. That was actually the last series for Kobe Bryant we ever saw in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Black Mamba. Yeah. Another series, OKC Golden State 2016. That was legendary, man. That changed the NBA forever. Because think about it. If the Thunder beat the Warriors that year and they won the championship, KD might have stayed.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was the game 6. Klay Thompson. That was the Klay Thompson show.
Yeah. Whew. Super Clay was activated.
Oh yeah. Without Klay Thompson, they go home in 6 games though. But don't forget, OKC was destroying Golden State games 3 and 4 at home. People forget about that.
Yeah.
And then Golden State just came back and just, and just showed their championship
No,
pride.
Clay just came back.
Excuse me?
I said Clay just came back.
Yeah, Clay in game 6, he went crazy hot. He had 41 points, 11 threes. He had 19 in the fourth quarter. He was just unconscious. And then Steph Curry for game 7 at 36 points, 7 from downtown. Yeah, it was a nice series though. But
he had to show up.
Excuse me?
I'm saying he had to show up. That's what Clay did. That nigga couldn't go out like that.
He couldn't.
Hey, that leads me in. That segues into this, right? Who's the bigger clutch shooter on Golden State? Is it Klay Thompson or Stephen Curry? Now, I will make the argument it's Klay Thompson, but what do y'all think?
Klay Thompson.
I say Clay. I don't think Clay is a superstar, but Clay is a clutch shooter.
Oh yeah. He got ice water in his fucking veins.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of
that
might be
Steph is clutch.
You never know.
Yeah, Steph is clutch, but Clay is more clutch though. I see Clay got more moments.
Tell me about it. Game 6 Clay, like against the Rockies, he had 35 points, 9 threes. Then the game we talked about with OKC. Then game 6 versus the Raptors before he got hurt, 30 points. 8 for 12 from the field, 4 6 from downtown. He was hitting from the parking lot, but then he blew his ACL out. Yeah.
Go back a little bit. Say that one before he got hurt against the Raptors.
30 points, 8 for 12 from the field, 4 6 from downtown.
Saving Steph career again, I'm telling you, dog. Like, if it wasn't for that dude, that nigga be saving Steph ass for elimination all day long.
Pretty much, yes. I mean, look, I don't think Clay's a superstar, but when Clay gets hot, Clay can really.
He one of the best players I've ever seen. When he's in that mode that like, listen, fuck this, I'm winning this. Like, no conscience that I'm on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Like he one of the best players I ever saw. He on fire.
His daddy.
Facts, man. Klay Thompson, he when he's hot, he's smoking hot. So yeah. But what about Cavs Celtics 2018? That was an underrated series.
Yeah, I really had hope before game 7 and find out Kyrie wasn't going to be playing and he was going to get surgery or whatever. I was really hoping he had suited up for at least 1 or 2 of those games because I feel like if he would have played, they would have won.
Oh, they would have won game 7. Don't forget.
We definitely would have won game 7.
But don't forget, Kevin Love didn't play in game 7. People forget about that.
Yeah, that's true.
So we don't know what would have happened if both teams were fully healthy. If both teams were healthy, I'd say the Celtics would have won. It would have been close, though, in my opinion.
I'll be honest. I think we would probably beat them like 5 games if Kyrie Gore Hayward was healthy.
5 probably, because you guys were 10-1 at home in the playoffs.
I'm gonna say 6. I'm gonna say 6, but if it came to game 7, I still think the Celtics would have been able to win. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like with Kyrie, like he would have been a big difference, and he would have still, regardless of what the media try to say, Kyrie is not the reason why that team didn't click the second year. I don't give a damn. The reason they didn't click the second year was because they were trying to get Gordon Hayward injected into that lineup a little prematurely. Mm-hmm. And then you got too much touches.
Everybody was held accountable why it didn't click. You know what I mean? It happens. You know what I mean? And just move. Just move on.
Hey, that's another thing too, man. Because I got a problem with the media when it comes to this shit. So when Paul George had his injury, right? Yeah. Paul George had his injury, and they ain't gave him the time to get acclimated and come back, whatever like that. Yeah. You need to see Paul George step up. Man, but they give Gordon Hayward a pass.
I was on Gordon Hayward's ass, yo. I was on his ass, yo.
The media are hypocrites. Like, they want PG. I know PG may have not been the best playoff performer ever, but Paul George does have his moments in the playoffs. But it's like they give Gordon Hayward a pass for struggling mightily in the postseason. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And you talk about somebody that's overpaid. Gordon Hayward is way
Way
overpaid.
I agree.
Yeah.
He is. He's a good player. Gordon Hayward's a good player, but he's not been the same. He's not been the Utah Jazz Gordon Hayward since that injury.
Yeah. To be fair though,
with this thing with Gordon Hayward, I can make an argument he wasn't a superstar in Utah.
He was not. He was an all-star.
To be fair
The
though,
only thing that make you all-star because you had depth around you. You feel me? So let me tell you something about Bo and Luke off the Dukes of Hazzard. The boy only getting the pass because the boy only getting the pass because he was with Brad Stevenson at Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why he got his bag. Anybody can see that shit. But Brad Stevenson, this not college. It's the pros, nigga.
That's the problem with Brad Stevens, man. Brad Stevens actually is still college. It's not. I mean, Brad Stevens is a good coach, but even there's times when Boston's kind of underachieved somewhat at times with Brad Stevens. Like 2017, for example. Look, the Celtics did make the conference final, but they got demolished by Cleveland in 2017. And then 2018, I'll give Brad Stevens credit. They overachieved, making the Eastern Conference Finals with no Hayward and Kyrie. But the problem, the Celtics were great at home, but they couldn't win on the road. That was their problem. And then Game 7 against Cleveland, they just couldn't put the ball in the bucket. They had a 12-point lead, and they just kept shooting threes. And I'm like, you can't win like that. And then last year, right?
That's where the Kyrie effect would have came in. Kyrie could have put a stop to that drought.
Pretty much. Kyrie would have put a stop because you needed a go-to guy. That was the problem.
It'd have been untucked Kyrie too, jersey out.
And then 2019, last year, you had a kind of a controversial season with all the drama and all that. You beat Indiana in a sweep, but even that series was close because if Oladipo was healthy, maybe that series could have gone either way. And then in the second round, they got mollywopped by Milwaukee.
They won the first game and then got a gentleman's sweep.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But that's another thing.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that goes to the Gordon Hayward point. Once they pay Gordon Hayward that $30 million, bro, you gotta validate it as a coach. So you're gonna jam him in the lineups and force the ball his way at times where he don't even need. Gordon Hayward should have been the sixth man.
Pretty much.
What I'm saying?
It could have worked.
He should have been the sixth man, bro. At best, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
you got too many guys. You can't have four dudes. Look, Jason Tatum got to play out of position just for them to have Gordon Hayward on the court half the time with him. He got to play power forward when he's a natural small forward. We all can tell that. Jason Tatum's not a power forward.
You gotta found some way to trade Gordon Hayward because that just ain't gonna work.
If they probably going to trade, depending on how the season ends, they probably going to trade him.
Yeah,
they probably going to trade him.
Yeah, if Boston can go for
a big though. It depends how the season works. Because like I said, the team looking good. Like Gordon is overpaid, but he's still a good player.
Yes.
Hey, LB. LB, you know somebody who will trade for him? The Charlotte Hornets. Don't want to say that nigga right now.
On a one-way flight.
Yeah, straight up. Red carpet.
Long we can get long as Celtics get a center, man. Long we get that's why they're going if it's depending on how the season end up, whatever, they're gonna trade Gordon Hayward. They have probably no choice.
True. Hey guys,
Boston love DeMarcus Cousins on that team.
Boogie would have helped though. Boogie rebounded. It's just that the problem with Boogie, he's not a good defender.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He's not a good defender, but he's still a big ass dude. And when he moves over, people ain't just running up on Boogie any kind of way because they know Boogie is volatile. Boogie will swing off on you. You know what I'm saying?
But defensively, that's how the Celtics play. He can fit with them well.
Yeah.
So.
Hey,
y'all remember the matchup between DeMarcus Cousins and Embiid down low?
Oh yeah, that was good. And that was great, man.
And he fits. And DeMarcus Cousins, he fits with he great. He fit that Celtics attitude.
He'll win,
Hey,
bro. I'm telling you, he just never
I
been in
got
a
a good one.
situation with the winners
I'm gonna tell
around him.
y'all right now. I love
Except
DeMarcus
Golden
Cousins,
State.
dog. Look, people seem to forget. I mean, yeah, he got he had injury history, but people forget. DeMarcus Cousins is a fucking beast, dog.
DeMarcus
Before
Cousins was the
injury,
best in the league before his
that's what
injury.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it was.
Shit.
And
That's
see,
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Motherfuckers
he
forget, man.
was.
DeMarcus Cousins, man. Look, give me Boogie Cousins all fucking day,
Yeah.
man. That motherfucker, man, he is a walking double-double.
oh yeah,
That
Boogie
man,
Cousins. It would have been fun
Yeah.
seeing Boogie Cousins
Y'all,
and AD together in New
That
Orleans.
motherfucker print. That motherfucker is like a double-double, like how they print money at the goddamn mint in DC.
for real, bro. Remember
right.
that man got like 2 games where he had 50 points and like 20 rebounds.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Sacramento. Yeah,
Like, come on, bro. And that's when he was
Hey,
with
DeMar,
Rondo. And that's another thing. Rondo is a great player because he knows how to play with guys like that. Just like when he went to the Pelicans and he had him and Anthony Davis, big
that's what I'm
cousin
saying.
Anthony
Yeah,
Davis. They was cooking.
that's what I'm saying. Listen, I don't think the Pelicans would have beat the Warriors that year, but if you had Boogie Cousins fully healthy, remember they won one game without Boogie when Rondo had 22 assists and he was ditching the wealth, and Holiday had 21, I think.
Yeah,
And
but
he
interesting though.
30-point double. So if you add
Yeah.
Boogie to that mix, they would have pushed the Warriors to 6, maybe 7 games because they can't handle. You could say the quote unquote twin towers in New Orleans, in AD and Boogie.
Facts. Ain't nobody stopping either of them dudes. That's the whole thing. You ain't stopping neither of them. Both of them was averaging over 25.
Yeah, Draymond Green. What they gonna put Draymond Green on?
Boogie was outscoring Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he
Man, look, you put Draymond Green, either one of them guys, they cook him. Either one of them guys cook his
They
ass.
fouling out in the
Oh, yeah.
half, bro.
Barbecue chicken, finger licking with the ranch and
Jambalaya,
everything.
yes.
Ranch, honey mustard sauce, everything.
Jordan Bell, none of Kevon Looney, man, none of them boys be able to stop them, them dudes. If they was
I do think the Warriors beat the Pels. No, listen, I do think the Warriors would have beat the Pels in 2018, but if New Orleans was fully healthy, they could have pushed them to 6, maybe 7 games.
Yeah, I just feel like this.
Yeah,
they can win one game.
It'll be that red. It don't matter to them.
And you got prime DeMarcus Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
But without the man, I just don't know, bro. Because like this, Golden State, yo, them threes would have to be on every goddamn night. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, you think they could beat the
Warriors? One bad night, and Draymond
they
ain't
had a
gonna be
good
out
chance. That's what I'm saying. They had
every game.
They had a good chance.
That would have been
still get his ass cut. Fuck all that.
It would have been a good chance though.
They don't have nobody to stop
the matchup problem. It's a matchup. They had a matchup problem.
That's true. And New Orleans was
Yeah,
hanging with Golden State. And don't forget, the Pelicans were giving the Warriors all they could.
You're not gonna have Durant. You can't have Durant. You're not gonna have Durant just guard Anthony Davis, whatever, because he got to score. So he's gonna be though. It's like it's gonna be a matchup problem.
I put it like this: if they won, it would have been because Steph Curry was on, Clay was on, and KD was unstoppable. But the rest of them niggas wasn't doing nothing. The rest of them dudes wasn't able to really do nothing because Draymond
McGee was still on that team.
Livingston's okay at best. Yeah, listen, I do think New Orleans would have pushed Golden State in a deeper series. I just think the experience factor is going to be a problem. Like, what do you
I can give you that. I can give you that. I can give you that today.
But I want to ask you, I'm just trying to be funny. If the Pelicans did beat the Warriors with Boogie, do you think they beat the Rockets that year in 2018?
Yep.
You think?
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I do.
Because that isolation ball ain't gonna work against them niggas.
That ain't gonna work, man.
Pelicans had decent defense too that season.
Yeah. Wow, you
put Drew Holiday on James Harden, and it made it like
you literally think that would be healthy to get in the finals?
You said what?
You
a chance, man. They had a chance, man.
They had a chance to be in the NBA finals, right?
Yes. Yeah, with a healthy Boogie, yeah, definitely.
They had a chance. They had a chance.
Because think about that chance. Think about it this: up until the finals, they wouldn't be playing no team with a dominant big man.
That's true.
And they
Nope.
have two dominant front court players. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Mhm.
Hold
You
on.
got playoff Rondo. You got playoff
You got
Rondo.
Rondo out, and Drew Holiday is the other wing.
And then
Like,
Miritich.
you
Don't
ain't
forget,
slipping. You got a solid.
and don't forget Miritich. Miritich hit it.
Yeah,
Oh, there
Miritich.
you go. Miritich.
Yup.
Miritich.
Each one more was solid over their bench. You know what I'm
They
saying?
had
You
a
got guys-
chance. They had a chance. That's why every day was just pissed the fuck off. He's like, man, listen, I'm out.
Like,
But
don't get me
Ronnie tried to
wrong now.
they let Rondo go. All
Don't get
that
me
shit.
wrong, though, Gideon. Don't get me wrong, though, Gideon. They would have had to. They would have had to play out of their minds to get there. Now they still would have had to play out of their minds to get there
Yeah.
to overcome like the experience of other teams
Yeah.
and the
Well,
mudslide
they
teams.
had
But they could have done it. They could have done it, I think, with Boogie. They would
Yeah,
have had a
it
real
would
good
have
process.
been fun to see them in the NBA Finals. It would have been fun. Because think about
Yeah.
it. If they would have beat the Warriors and the Rockets that year, but they'll have to play against the Cavs, what do you think would have happened, though?
Oh, that would have been easy. That would have been easy.
It will be
LeBron had to go off.
Would people beat Cleveland?
Yeah, they probably I've been LeBron would have to go. LeBron probably gonna go off, but still, it's by everybody else.
Kevin Love can still give you double doubles. Kevin Love, he can still give you double doubles.
You put every day. You put Anthony Davis on him. You put Anthony Davis on him. You put Anthony Davis on. That's gonna be difficult.
This is the big problem. Kevin Love and Tristan Thompson are going to average 4 fouls a game every game, at least playing against them dudes. So that double-double ain't gonna be nothing against 35 and 12 and 28 and 13 from the other two guys.
And mind
you, know
you,
what I'm saying?
and Kevin Love was more of a spot up during that time. And Kevin Love was like a spot up. And in Cleveland, he was a spot up player, really, in Cleveland.
Yeah, but he was in Minnesota. He was a post player.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, though. That's gonna get the edge. Would have done. All he had every day was just guard him. He don't be open.
There's barbecue chicken.
Yeah, man.
There's barbecue
I would
chicken.
have been very interesting.
It's like it's been tough. LeBron would go crazy. It'd be interesting, but it was a matchup problem for a lot of teams. Man, that's why I feel like it was so good because there was a matchup problem. It was the old school, had the old school like that old school lineup of like
this is what
like a legit power forward and a legit center.
Yeah.
Because remember when Cousins went there, it was right after the All-Star break. It was during the All-Star game he got traded. And,
I remember. Yeah.
And they shot up from I don't remember what
Yeah,
team
the
they
old
were
school
before he
lineup.
got there, but I know they went up to like the 3rd or 4th seed.
No. In 2017, they didn't make the playoffs. 2018, they made the playoffs, but they were the 6th seed. But remember, before Boogie got hurt, I think they were like a top 4 seed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When Boogie
they had
he got there to the time he got hurt, I know they had only lost like a handful of games. That's what I'm saying. They hadn't lost much games. They had won a lot of games to boost themselves up.
Let me tell you something. That's how I knew Alvin Gentry wasn't no good coach. Because you got 2 twin towers. You come from Greg Popovich's system, and you still don't know what to do. You got a good point guard and a defensive mind that Drew Holiday that can give you buckets, and you got a Rondo that can facilitate and give you defense. You had Miritich, you had Etwan Moore. Man, you've been having weapons around you, man. You just can't do it. You ain't the coach to get these dudes over the fucking hump. I could coach that Pelicans team to a chip, my nigga.
Wow. James, you literally think you coached them past the Rockets and the Warriors that year?
Man, listen. I can coach that team right there to a chip, my nigga.
Wow.
Boogie went down, AD lost his confidence. That's why when we went to the
semifinal,
we got bad, man, because that nigga he was lost. Like he lost his best friend, like his brother got killed or something, man. Show you an alpha. I'm like, man, you can't get down because we already know when we made that trade. Before we made the trade, you was already that dude for us. But Boogie opens your offensive game up more where you can dominate more.
That's Davis
dominate with LeBron. Let's play team ball now. This man go down. You can still do that with Miritich because now Miritich could stretch the floor and he could play on the block with you. We still had Okafor from UConn. He was a good center that can help you too, man. Don't say like you ain't had no help down there, man. Like It's just that when DeMarcus went and you lost that extra 25 with you, it's like nigga, you got lost in the blender somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, AD still played well, but AD didn't look inspired after that somewhat. And I'm like you said, you didn't have another big man that you could feed down the post. That was your problem against the Warriors in the playoff. It's because you try to play the Warriors game too much. I'm like, if you want to beat Golden State, you got to play disciplined basketball. Golden State's a very disciplined team. You guys just didn't play disciplined down the stretch, though.
This
Yeah,
what
that's
I
fact.
noticed too, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is my last point on this. This what I noticed too. That's how I noticed like AD, he need a superstar player to get him on that level where they could bring the best up out of him. That's
Yeah,
why he balling with
AD not an
LeBron.
alpha. AD
He
not an
not
alpha
that type
dog.
of alpha to carry no team, man.
I
Nah,
don't think AD an alpha dog. Like he's a great
What?
player. He's a great player, but I don't think he has that alpha. Listen, he don't got that alpha dog in him. He's a great player. Don't get it twisted. But I don't think he rather will have like like I said, DeMarcus Cousins. DeMarcus Cousins was like he was the lead scorer of that team when
yeah,
Cousins was
Cousins was
taking over the
healthy.
team. Cousins was
Not
taking over
that
the
alpha.
team. Cousins was
they
taking
were
over the team.
exactly. And then look at now Lakers. That's LeBron. Like he letting LeBron James like he's cool in that role. Like I don't even think AD has a problem with people saying LeBron's MVP. I don't think he has a problem with that.
Shit, I do.
I mean,
Yo,
yeah, we talking about me. Us would have a feel problem with it, but I don't think he would. You know, that's the thing.
I agree. I don't
you
think he got a problem with it either. I think he should, but I don't think he really does. Because I feel like Anthony Davis one of
Like
them
even looking when he was in Kentucky.
He used to have a stack.
Like look, he was in Kentucky. He wasn't the lead scorer. He was in Kentucky. Like even looking when he was in Kentucky, he wasn't the lead scorer in Kentucky. He wasn't like the main like alpha on that team. Yeah, and Michael Gilchrist, Teague, and all that. Like he wasn't. You know what I mean? He was the best pro on that team. Don't get twisted. But he wasn't like, oh, I'm the alpha man. I'm the alpha. This is my team. He wasn't that guy. He's not that guy.
No,
He don't have that personality.
then he went to
more of
LA.
a guy I feel like he's more of a guy that's like he won't maybe it's coming from the fact that he played on stack teams when he was at Kentucky, or maybe it comes from the fact that when he was at at New Orleans, they weren't really a deep team minus him. You know what I'm saying? As far as superstar level talent, maybe he feel like he can't win without seeing another superstar on his roster. You know what I'm saying? And just obviously got to defer to that nigga. Like I wasn't doing nothing before you got here. Now you got me in this position, so. I guess I gotta say it's more because of you than me, even though in reality, this man outplaying LeBron. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And know what else? Our GM played a major role in that too, because he ain't know how to keep a team together. That's why they got your dude from Cleveland. At least he know how to construct a roster to be playoff contention. You know what I mean? Now it's with the coaches and the players buy into the system and do what they need to do when they hit the floor.
So James, you absolutely that's what happened, man. Our general manager didn't do his job. He didn't do his job. He just sat there, let that dude beat him, and then when it was time for him to do his job, he bailed out.
Yeah,
that's what happened. That's what happened.
Hey, I have a question. Who do you think is more unluckier in the 2010s? The 2012 Bulls, the 2015 Clippers, or the 2018 Rockets?
The Bulls.
Bulls. They lost a one of a kind talent.
Bro, we supposed to have with Derrick Rose there. He's going to at least have 1 or 2 championships, bro. Straight up.
You think so?
Even when he was a rookie, he gave the Celtics running for his money.
He did.
I mean, he's a talent, man. I mean,
Rose is that good, man.
See, think about it like this: if Derrick Rose, another one of them players, if Derrick Rose had got them injuries in 2018, between 2018 and now, he'd be ready to play next year.
Oh hell yeah!
He'd sit out a year. He'd be ready to play next year. That nigga was sitting out back then, and they was getting all on him for it.
Yeah,
I was mad about that.
Yeah,
like
Thibodeau fucked that up when we was beating Philly. We had I think it was like
12. I remember that. You guys
that was the dumbest shit ever.
Yo, they still playing? I didn't get that.
That was the dumbest shit ever, yo.
That was dumb. It's like Phipps. Come on, man. You're up by 12. You're not getting blown up. Right?
And that's the same dude that still still can get a 5-year contract in the NBA. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's like
gonna work in New York because he gonna run that
Exactly.
team to the ground.
I hope he
Or that's
doesn't
a damn
start to
shame,
tear the
man.
team up to the ground. I hope not.
He better not. He better learn his lesson.
Oh
Dang, he
no,
better
he's
learn
gonna
his
do it.
lesson, man.
He
I'm
better.
gonna
He
tell you exactly
better.
what's gonna happen. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, bro. Next year, first of all, they ain't getting no free agents gonna want to go there. No real free agents gonna want to go there and play under that dude, under no slave master. So what's gonna end up happening? He gonna have
I'm
basically
playing
the
40
same
minutes a
roster.
game.
He gonna have basically the same damn roster, and he gonna have R.J. Barrett trying to damn score 30 a night on like 30% shooting, and the rest of them niggas gonna be and Kenny and Kevin Knox and all them other dudes, Mitchell Robinson, gonna get worn into the ground. Their value gonna go down because they're not gonna look good, and then they gonna just keep having bum teams for the next 4 or 5 years. He might get lucky and get a draft pick that's worth a damn. He gonna run that nigga into the ground. So if he get LaMelo. If LaMelo was gonna be good, he ain't gonna be good with Thibodeau. I'm telling you, whatever he
Man,
gets, he gonna get it the first couple
No,
seasons.
because
Then
in
his body gonna
Thibodeau,
break down.
yeah, because in Thibodeau's system, you got to play defense if you want to see the court. You ain't trying
I'm
to play
telling you.
defense.
you
Yeah,
gotta even
good luck
try.
being
You
on the
gotta play
court.
some. You gotta play some type of defense. They
Got it.
playing like 35 minutes
Some
plus.
type of defense, nigga. You got to play defense if you want to see the court, bro.
That's
I'm telling you.
facts.
Yeah, you gotta play and 35 plus minutes a game.
That's
Okay.
right.
That's shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And his rotations, and he know you tired as fuck out there. So he still ain't gonna take you out for another 3 or 4 minutes of game time. And then when he take you out for like a minute and a half, and then you going right back in.
He really read players for the ground though. Like that's a shame. Like he really like it ain't just like a. That's not even like that's what he really like did it. Like he ran down Joakim Noah, Lil Dang.
Oh, here's another one.
Oh,
Like,
but by the time
what about-
Jimmy Butler left, he had to have 2 knee braces on to play, nigga.
yeah, like Jim Butler was playing. Jim Butler was averaging 13 points playing 40 minutes a game. Like, what do you like? Why he playing 40 minutes?
Exactly.
Like, averaging 13. Like, come on, yo. Like,
that's crazy.
He was averaging 13. Like, that was stupid, man. He playing 40 minutes.
So all them other guys, and you know the Knicks got all these guys who quote unquote prospects. So all these prospects, half of them ain't even gonna get to develop at all because they ain't gonna court like that. The ones that are on the court ain't gonna really get to develop because the way they play, RJ gonna be the one taking most of all the damn shots. So it really ain't. I don't see where that shit gonna work, bro. I just don't see what Tom Thibodeau was a good decision. If you're trying to say you want to bring Knicks defense back, I feel you. But I'd have brought Thibodeau as an assistant. I'd have brought me a defensive assistant in.
Man, that's what he is, man. He's just an assistant, man. He ain't no head coach. He's just an assistant.
He ain't getting you nowhere as a head coach, bro. I used to be behind Tibbs, man. I'm a Bulls fan for life. So when we got Tibbs, I was kind of happy at first because I thought we were gonna be running it kind of like Boston did. Boston used to run KG the minutes the right way. You know what I'm saying? They didn't run people into the ground.
You can't run people like you can't just have everybody can't just do 40 minutes. You know what I mean? Only certain people could do that. You know what I mean? You gotta know your personnel. You gotta know your personnel that can do that type of stuff. If you do want to run that.
If you do 40 minutes, if they play 40 minutes tonight, all right, and you got a game like day after tomorrow. Well, guess what? Hey, bro, you might only play about 28, 30 minutes this time, man. I'm trying to save you. You know what I'm saying? Unless we in a situation, you know, we gotta play you. I'm not trying to give you a lot of minutes. Hopefully, we can get up on these boys early and I can rest you. You know what I'm saying? Like Thibodeau don't give a damn. We could be playing the damn Atlanta Hawks, and they 5-25, and he got Jimmy Butler out there, Derrick Rose, Dang.
They playing their hearts out like it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Let me show you how I know. This is how I know Thibodeau was the wrong coach for us, bro. When we played, we had Luol Deng, and I forget which year it was, bro. Luol Deng had played so much minutes and so long, the nigga was in the hospital on his deathbed.
2013.
Yeah,
2013, bro. The man was on his deathbed. Tibbs ain't give a damn. He was still coaching out there like he don't give a fuck. Still running these boys to the ground. That man the man was on his fucking. They was talking about this man was about to die during the playoffs, bro.
And they practice, so you can look at all that stuff. And they I know they practice. I know he had hard practice and stuff like that.
Thibodeau is like he's a slave driver, bro. At the end of the day, he's not gonna. He's not the kind of guy that's gonna get your team. He ain't gonna do nothing but make your team. Put it like this: the Knicks record wise, they might actually look better record wise for a year or two. But then they're not gonna. If they make the playoffs, they might scrape in there some kind of way because they sub 500, but it's like a bunch of other teams sub 500 too or some shit, and they just happen to get the luck of the draw or something. But they're not gonna ever do anything. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna get no talent because ain't nobody gonna want to come play for them.
You do have a point. It's a wait and see type thing, but you do have a point. Another team that was unlucky, the Lob City Clippers. They were unlucky.
Yeah.
But, think about this. In 2014, remember when they played against the Thunder? They were up by 7 in Game 5, but they ended up losing that game. And then the play when Reggie Jackson lost the ball, but somehow it was still Clippers ball. I didn't get that. And then
Gideon.
Yeah.
Gideon. You got to think about this too. Doc Rivers had 10 to get Carmelo Anthony on that team. All he had to do was trade his own son.
Damn.
I remember that.
And Doc would have Melo, Paul, Griffin, Jordan, Crawford, Barnes, Collins, Reddick. Bro, that team would have won a championship. I mean,
that team would have been crazy.
I mean, in 2015, they were up 3-1 on Houston, all right? You just beat San Antonio, won the championship. If you beat Houston, Golden State will be very tough, but I think they can beat the Warriors in 6 games. Then you have the Cavs, right? The Cavs, no Kevin Love, because he got hurt. Kyrie is hobbled. Maybe you beat them. You might have won the title that year. Then in 2016, right? Here's what's crazy. Blake Griffin and Chris Paul get hurt the same game in Game 4 versus the Blazers. Let's be realistic, okay? If they were healthy, they were probably going to beat Portland more than likely. But would they beating Golden State? I don't know. It depends on Curry. If Curry is healthy, I say no. But if Curry is not healthy, you might advance, though. And then if you do advance, you play OKC, right? OKC, they're a great team, but they don't execute in fourth quarters very well. So you might have gone to the finals, maybe, it's a maybe, and played Cleveland. I don't think they beat Cleveland. Not with Kevin Love, Kyrie, and LeBron healthy. I don't think so. Then 2017, right? Against Utah. Blake Griffin gets hurt in Game 3 in a 1-1 series tie, and he ended up losing the series in 7. Maybe if Blake was healthy, you probably would beat Utah. Except if you do that, I don't think they beat Golden State with KD. I don't think so. So, yeah.
It would have been a deeper run, though. They would have at least made deeper runs than they ended up making. Yeah, I see you on that. Hey, let me ask y'all a question then, since you brought up OKC and we were talking about the Rockets earlier. Do y'all think, out of James Harden and Russell Westbrook, do y'all think which one of them do y'all think will go down as, the guy with no ring?
Westbrook.
I mean, when I say a ring, I mean a ring as the best player, or at least the first or second best player on the team.
That's maybe Russ, I guess.
Man, that's a hard question. I don't know, man.
You said a person that's known for not having a ring.
Because if you ask me, I think both of them probably have the possibility to go down with that.
But
that's what I'm saying. Me too.
I think both of them. Oh yeah, of course, both of them gonna be like. But I think Westbrook gonna get more flack. Westbrook gonna get more flack though.
No, James Harden gonna get his share of flack. Trust me, he's gonna get
his flack, but not like Westbrook. Westbrook got put on the Westbrook ain't done nothing when KD left at all. He ain't done like shit.
We can make the same thing about James Harden. He ain't done shit neither.
Right, but he lost to the champions though.
Nah, no,
that's the thing,
bro. James Harden.
Hey, before we go deep into that, I want to get underrated darkness up in here. He ain't said nothing yet. What's up, underrated?
What's up, underrated?
What's good?
What up?
Everybody? What's good, y'all?
Hey, what you think about the So I ask anytime someone new comes in the chat, I ask them about the Philadelphia 76ers or whatever like that. I see you back up here, Mr. Big Chat. So, what do you think about Philadelphia's playoff chances? And if they don't make a deep playoff run, you think they fire Brett Brown? What you think?
I think it's one and done. They got to get it done. He got to finally get it done. And I'm saying, like, LB, he got to get down there and punish him, start shooting 3-pointers, and you know what I'm saying, and And look at he got to get a jump shot. Because if they don't do none of that, the other guy, he ain't going to do. I mean, I like the other players they have too, but they got to get it done. You got to get it done.
All right. And so you
It
think they
would be
fired
no
Brett Brown?
excuse. Huh?
You think they fired Brett Brown?
They should. Or they might have to do it like this. They might see they can ship one of those players. I don't think they should, but they should get rid of the coach. I don't know how the rest of them feel, but I don't.
Hey, Donald, man, fix your internet, man. You keep.
No, man, no. I've been talking to somebody. My phone's been ringing.
Come, man. The next time you leave, man, you going, man.
My bad.
I know. What you saying, underrated?
Yeah, I said is that he got to get it done. Philly's got to get it done. But you know how they funny to get rid of coaches and stuff. What they gonna do? They gonna try and get rid of one of those players. But this is our level. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All I can say, let's see.
All right. Now let's go back to the James Harden dynamic. Right now, Gideon, I know you was about to ramble off a bunch of because you got this photographic memory that is like insane.
No.
You know.
Yeah, man.
You
People
got
just
the photographic memory, boy. I swear to God, but I need to know what the fuck you eating, man. Maybe that gave me a photographic memory too.
That's that beautiful mind shit.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, go take it away, Gideon. Take it away.
Thanks, man. People keep saying that, oh, I only use stats. That's not true. Yet I don't only use numbers, you know? I give you context and good reasoning when I make my arguments. I'm saying this, all right? Look, James Harden, he's a great talent, great player, MVP candidate. He's had a great 2010s career. I'm just saying this. I understand he fought some tough teams since he's been a Rocket, but I'm sorry. The dude has had a lot of failures, losing to teams he should be beating. Like 2014. Again, I know the Blazers were good, but you got Dwight Howard, Jeremy Lin, Omar Ashby, Chandler Parsons, and Pat Beverly, and you can't get out the first round? Come on, man. And then 2015, you got Dwight Howard, right? Trevor Ariza, Jason Terry on your team, veterans, Josh Smith, Corey Brewer. I understand the Warriors were great in 2015. I get that. They're amazing. But you had a good enough team to make the finals that year. Then in 2016, Steph Curry misses 3 games in the series. And not only do you lose, but you get destroyed in 5. Come on, man. 2017, right? The Spurs, no Tony Parker, no Kawhi Leonard. In game 5,
Old Manu.
no Manu played.
I said
He
old.
should have old one.
An old Manu, and Manu Ginobili was James Harden in game 5. People forget about that. And old Ginobili. And then in game 6, right? You have an opportunity to force a game 7. Not only do you lose that game, you get destroyed by 39 points at home and only score 10 points on 2 of 11 shooting with a golden opportunity to get to the conference final. Come on, man. And then 2018. Yes, he didn't have Luke Mute because Mute, he helps with the Rockets defense that year. And yes, Chris Paul got hurt at the wrong time. I do think they would have won the series if both teams were fully healthy. I think the Rockets would have beat the Warriors if they were healthy, but still, you had a 17-point lead in game 6 and lost by 29, which I don't even know how that's even possible. And then in game 7, you have a 15-point lead at home. You have an opportunity to carry this team to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1995 with Hakeem and Clyde. And then your team misses 27 straight threes and lose by 9. Come on, man. You had that series in the bag. And then 2019. Think about this. You beat the Warriors twice with KD. KD goes down in game 5. You were down 20, come back, get the lead. That was your opportunity, Harden, to take over the game and put this spirit in the series and go back home up 3-2. But you only took 3 shots in the fourth quarter and 1 shot with 8 minutes to go. That is ridiculous and shameful. Then game 6, right? No Kevin Durant, no DeMarcus Cousins, and you lose at home again for the 3rd straight year. Steph Curry was scoreless at the half, and you're tied, man, and you can't put your team on your back and get it done. But that's the problem with James Harden. Harden is an awesome regular season performer, but come playoff time, he'll lose to teams he should be beating. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and I agree with everything you said. But what the Westbrook game done happen still ain't like that. Like Westbrook, the same way.
True. Russ.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying though. Like I'm not saying James Harden should not get no flack at all. Of course, everything you say I agree with. But Westbrook is more disappointing than that.
I mean, 2017, I could give him kind of a pass in 2017 because they weren't supposed to be in the playoffs, and the Rockets were better. But
after that though, come on, like that you can't make no excuse on that.
2018 and 19, no excuse. 2018, let me think about it. You got Carmelo Anthony, Paul George, Steven Adams. You have a squad, a team that many people thought, Paul Pierce, thought they could win the championship. Many people thought the Thunder could compete for the title. Not only do you lose you lose in the first round to the Jazz without Gordon Hayward, man. You lost to the Jazz led by a rookie with home court. Come on, man. With superstar talent, if you rest,
you let Ricky Rubio going off on
Ricky
Westbrook,
Rubio,
man.
come on,
He going off on Westbrook. He going off on Westbrook, man. That was disgusting, man.
That was just disgraceful.
Then they got nerve. They got nerve to throw Carmelo under the bus. Like, come on, yo. They had nerve to throw Carmelo under the bus. Like that was his fault.
That series right there, Westbrook was trying to prove to Ricky Rubio, I'm better than you, and you ain't nothing you can do about it.
He took like 40 shots. He had 40 points on 40 shots.
46 points on 43 shots. Yes.
Terrible.
I mean,
like,
Russ,
that was horrible though.
I mean, Russ did his best in Game 6, but there were times when he tried to do too much. And then in 2019, the Blazers, right? They just came off a sweep against the Boogie the year before. They don't have Nurkic, man. Bro, they don't have a center if you're Portland. And OKC, you got Paul George, Dennis Schroeder, Russ, Adams. You have a squad, and you can't win? You lose in 5?
Now Westbrook fought again. He got outplayed. Dame Lillard was cooking that man. Dame Lillard showed him that said, listen, I'm better than you. Simple as that. Like
I'm saying the biggest problem with Russell Westbrook. That's why I brought up Westbrook and Harden, because not just because they play on the same team, but because Westbrook problem is a little different than James Harden problem, but they both got a big issue as to why I don't think they ever gonna win no championships. Russell Westbrook is always trying to prove a point against whoever's the other point guard that he's playing against, rather than playing the game and winning. You see what I'm saying? That's why he's shooting 40-something times to only get 40-something points. You know what I mean? And he's shooting threes and going 0 for 8 and 0 for 11 and shit, 1 for 10s and shit like that, when he shouldn't even be shooting them motherfuckers. And now, you know what I'm saying, him and James Harden problem is he can put up all these empty-ass stats in the regular season, and I call them empty because, nigga, you average 85 touches a game, and your main job is to shoot, and you shoot 12 threes a game. So of course you're gonna put up some big ass numbers. If I keep giving you the ball, letting you shoot as many times as you want, of course you're gonna put up numbers. And he can score.
Bring your ass in here, Lamont. You talk a whole bunch of cash money shit in the comments. Bring your ass in here.
Oh man.
Yeah, what did Lamont say now? What do you say?
It don't even matter, bro. Let me
It's Lamont.
What I was saying though. Oh, go ahead, Eddie. Yeah, but all I'm saying is, it's hard for me to see players like James Harden or Westbrook, either apart or together, winning championships as the best player on the team.
Well,
the way the teams have to play.
Wait.
Hell no.
All right, Mr. Contrarian, what you got?
What you mean? How am I contributing?
I don't even know what you're talking about today. All right, so let me start with this, Lamont. Let me ask you a couple questions. First of all, what do you think about the 76ers and their playoff chances? And
Hold on, I had to put my headphones on. I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
What do you think about the 76ers and their playoff chances? And if they don't get it done in the playoffs, they get eliminated in the first or second round, do you think Brett Brown get fired? And if he does get fired, who do you replace him with?
I don't think Brett Brown's going to get fired now, but if you replace him, I'm looking at you got to go with a veteran coach. So it just kind of depends on who's out there on the market. I wouldn't go with it. I wouldn't go with a new face in there. I thought Tom Thibodeau would have been a better fit with the Sixers as opposed to the Knicks. Um, but other than Tom Thibodeau, I mean, I think if the Lakers let go of Frank Vogel would be a good coach for the Sixers, or even they needed a guy out there that can give them some offense and gives them diversity on offense. Brett Brown's kind of figuring it out now, putting Simmons at power forward, but they need a guy in there that can change the offensive scheme of things because their defense is going to be stout regardless.
Mark Jackson be good with the Golden State.
Hold on, who'd you say?
Mark Jackson.
Oh, I don't know. I think Mark Jackson's better with younger teams. I think he's a good developmental coach. I don't know if he's. I haven't seen what he can do. I haven't seen what he can do.
No, he can coach veterans now. He already proven that. No, we just cannot say that.
No, what I'm saying is he developed. He developed a great team.
Say that.
The Sixers is young.
No, they're not like the. I mean, he literally developed the Warriors from when they were rookies.
I mean, you still got young people you still can develop on that team, though.
He still has some. You just cannot say that. Oh, he can develop young players and he have veterans on team. No.
Listen to what I said. Though. That's not what I said. What I said was I haven't seen him because he hasn't had enough experience in the NBA. I haven't seen him be able to coach a veteran-laden team. Those guys are veterans now. They're not. You don't consider.
I mean, you're talking about experience. I mean, that's still like young. They still got time to grow though, as individuals, as plus players.
No, they're young. They're young. They're a young team, but they're not a developing team. They're just one great coach away from really being title contenders. They have one of the best rosters in the NBA, from the top to the bottom. The length, they're the biggest team in NBA. They got length everywhere. They got 3-point shooting everywhere. They got skill everywhere. I mean, all they're missing is a coach that can just put it all together. Brett Brown he's looking like he can put it together this year. If y'all watched him play the 2 games.
I don't think so, man.
We got way to see. We got way to see.
They are the best team in NBA right now, based on.
Lamont, hold on.
Nah.
Come on.
Wait a minute. Wait, y'all. Let Lamont finish. Let Lamont finish his statement.
Okay. What I'm saying is, if you watch how the Sixers have played, and again, I've watched all the games, every single one, and the one thing that stands out with the Sixers is that change to putting Ben Simmons at power forward. What it does is it allows them to put an extra shooter on the court. And now you have multiple playmakers on the court at all times. And then when they got probably the best center, the backup center in the NBA, with Horford coming off the bench.
Hey, Lamont. But Lamont, we all agree with you on all that you're saying right there now. The biggest difference is, the only real difference is, like, what I was saying earlier is, like, Brett Brown made the move to put Ben Simmons at the 4. But my thing is, I feel like, it's a last ditch move. It's like, yo, I'm on the hot seat already. I got to do something. I got to make some move to make it seem like at least we really going to try, which he has the talent. We all say the Philadelphia 76ers, talent-wise, have a roster that should be able to make it to the final. So we're not saying, like, the talent is not good. And I think the reason why we say, like, I say Mark Jackson would be a great coach too, because while we have only seen him with the Curry and he drafted, Clay and them guys and Draymond and getting them boys and creating a system, we do know he can take a team, look at what they have, look at what they're missing, and see what he can do to develop the talent that they already have.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
With the talent that the Warriors had, that was all Jerry West. That wasn't Mark Jackson.
What?
That was Jerry West bringing in that talent, and Mark Jackson was coaching them up.
Listen what I'm saying though. Lamont, I can bring in all kind of talent as a GM, and you have as a coach to be successful, still have to figure out a way to use these guys' talents and skills in unison to get wins. That's what Mark Jackson did. So that's what I'm saying. If Mark Jackson is the coach in Philly, first of all, he doesn't have to worry about bringing in new talent because he already has a roster that's full of talent. So now all he has to do is worry about how can I maximize Ben Simmons' skills along with Embiid skills at the same time and use these other guys. And if Ben Simmons is playing the 4, that's even easier for him. You know what I mean? I feel like Brett Brown just did this in a last-ditch effort. If he doesn't get to the finals or he doesn't even have a deep run, I feel like he's going. You know what I'm saying?
But as the Sixers players already said, they said this is something that they've been working on for the last 2 years. They just haven't implemented in game. So it's not new to the Sixers. It's new to us.
What?
This is new. This is new to us.
This is what I'm saying, though, Lamont.
It's
Listen,
not new. It's
listen,
not new to
Lamont,
them.
Man,
think about it like this.
that sounds
about it like
crazy,
this.
man.
Think about it like
How's
this,
that
Lamont.
crazy?
If they was doing this before, you said since last season.
It
They
took
said
2 years.
what they
Hold
said
on.
is they've been working on this for the last 2 years. They just haven't implemented it yet because of
All right.
personnel.
Well, let me ask you a
Oh,
question.
man, that sounds-
Let me ask you a question. What personnel were they missing where they couldn't have put Ben Simmons at the 4 off the top?
A guard like Shake Milton.
A guard like Shake Milton, right?
Yeah.
When they had Jimmy Butler, they didn't have Ben Simmons running the 4.
Yeah, but Jimmy Butler's
Jimmy
a
Butler's
different
better
type
than
of
Shake
beast.
Milton.
No,
What?
he's better, but Shake Milton. So Jimmy Butler's more so of a ball dominant ISO defender. He's not necessarily the playmaker that they were looking for. Jimmy Butler's looking to get the ball and score.
Listen. They had TJ McConnell. They had guys whose job is to play make on the team.
TJ
right?
McCollum is not. TJ McCollum is not. He's not as good as Shake Milton.
TJ McConnell is a better playmaker than Shake Milton.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He is, bro.
What are you talking about? Shake Milton's better.
Come on, y'all. Let's stop reaching with TJ. TJ McConnell's good, but he's a great defender. But as far as playmaking ability, come on, man.
That's what he's on the court for, bro.
That's why.
Hold on. You say Shake Milton is better than CJ McCollum?
No, TJ
McConnell. At playmaking, we're talking about playmaking.
So look, Shake Milton. Look his offensive game is what makes him better with regards to his.
I didn't say he wasn't better as a player. I'm talking about playmaking.
Milton's a better player, but not a better playmaker.
What I'm saying is, with his offensive ability combined with his playmaking, makes him more valuable than TJ McConnell.
Okay, this is what I'm saying though. If you have Jimmy Butler at the 3, Ben Simmons at the 4, motherfucking Embiid at the 5, who was they point last year?
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons was your
point. All right. Well, who put y'all know what I mean? Who was the backup? Who would have been the backup to Ben Simmons? TJ McConnell, right?
TJ, yeah.
Okay, who would have been playing 2 guard last year?
Redick was the 2 guard.
Redick. Okay, so where is the drop off? That's what I'm trying to say. Where would have been the drop off if Ben Simmons was playing the 4 last year in the playoffs? That sounds like a lineup that could win.
That's a team that could win the championship if you put Ben Simmons at the 4. Yeah.
So if they was working on this all that time, how come at no point during the playoffs they said, you know what? Let's put Ben at the 4 and see how it works.
Jimmy Butler got there in the middle of the year. They never had time to really implement or get the whole cohesion. Let's say if he resigns,
Jimmy was holding them down though. Jimmy,
okay, come
he
on.
was a
We
big
know it
proponent
takes
of them.
time. It takes cohesion and time for a team to become a championship contender. You can't just plug a piece in and say, go win a championship. It takes time.
What I'm saying is they plugged them in and they got the game 7 of an Eastern Conference final.
Okay, they got there,
with
but
a
they
guy,
didn't win it.
hold on, Lamont, with a dude who don't even shoot. With a dude like Ben Simmons, they got there with Ben Simmons playing out of position is my whole point. That's my whole fucking point.
I don't
they got the game
what
7
you
of
guys
a
are trying to
final
say.
with a guy playing out of position.
What is the point that you're trying to make? I don't understand.
The point I'm making is if Brett Brown is not doing this Ben Simmons shit as a last-ditch effort, he would have decided, as a smart coach would have, last year, somewhere in the playoffs at least, when he started seeing, damn, we losing games that we should be winning, let's put Ben Simmons at the fucking 4 and make this shit really lopsided in our favor.
Right.
Okay. I mean, we can say that in hindsight, but again, what he's done now.
He's working on this shit.
What I'm saying is now. What I'm saying now is he's done it now, and it looks like it's going to work.
That's great, man. But guess what?
It will work.
If it doesn't work though, he's out the door.
Okay. So I've already stated this very clearly on my channel. I think the Sixers are going to win it all this year based on what I said.
Hell no.
Come on, man. Hell no.
There goes Lamont with the hot takes, boy.
Oh my God. Come on, Lamont. Come on, Lamont, man.
Hey, remember the date? Remember this conversation? We're going to come back.
I remember it. I'm saying this man tripping.
So Lamont, let me get this straight. Lamont, let me get this straight.
I knew everybody was saying something.
Allow me
like
to
that,
talk.
man.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it if you allow me to talk. I'll explain it.
All right, all right, Lamont, we give you the floor. Go ahead and explain it, bro.
So I watched them play, not this past scrimmage game, but the game before that. I forgot who they played. But I watched how teams tried to defend them. They tried to defend them with a man-to-man matchup zone by packing the paint, which is what most teams go to when you're playing a really big team like that. And then when anybody drives, you pack the paint, turn them into playmakers. And And now when teams try to go into that, I watched the Sixers become a great 3-point shooting team just that quick because they moved Ben Simmons to the power forward, and they have now 3 playmakers, not just on the perimeter, but 3 people on the perimeter that can make threes at an elite level. Not to mention the fact that you have Al Horford, who you can take out on the perimeter. I watched Steven Adams have to decide between guarding Ben Simmons on a drive or having to go take away the 3-point line from Al Horford because we know he can hit the 3. When teams are confused like that, when you can't go match up man-to-man on them or a matchup zone with a man-to-man principles, it's going to be extremely hard for teams to figure out how we're going to guard this team. That's what changes them right there. Teams cannot guard them the traditional way that they normally have in the past, which limited them. And again, once I saw that, I said it's going to be hard, even for the Clippers, to guard this team.
Bro, the Clippers.
I don't agree with that at all.
Perimeter, bro, the Clippers when healthy can guard the perimeter. With Paul George, Kawhi, Noah can guard the interior. It's like, listen, the Sixers. You don't know what team's going to come out in a given night. 1 minute they can blow a top team. Next minute they can lose to a bad team. I don't think the Sixers have enough depth to win the championship.
They did the same thing yesterday when Joel Embiid was out. They played the same way.
Hey, I got something for that.
They lost to the Thunder, though.
No, they won. They won that game. No, they won that game. They won.
No, they lost to OKC.
They lost to OKC, dude.
Dude, Andre Robertson hit 2 threes. Andre Robertson. All right.
Hey, I'm about to tell him. I'm about to
eat that. But the fourth quarter was played by all bench players anyway.
No. Listen to what I'm telling
you.
you.
Philly was up by 20 in the third.
Listen to what I'm telling you. Hold up. Even though they was up by 20 in the third, OKC in the first 3 quarters, I watched that whole game. Them people was like 3 for 17, 3 for 16, shooting threes, but they had the advantage in the paint by scoring 26 points to their 12 or 14. So with that being said, instead of them trying to jack up, and it was open threes, there was right shots because it was open, but they just wasn't falling. The nigga was bricking them bitches. Them motherfucking 3-point shots wasn't even close. Emus Chris Paul. This nigga got to the lane and finger rolled that bitch right before the half and elbowed the fucking finger roll. Nigga, come on, man. The Sixers is not about to beat nobody, though. Nobody.
You can't talk about one single missed shot to break down a whole team's scheme. That doesn't make sense.
I'm just telling you, OKC had open threes just like them. The difference was they was missing theirs, but they was making them. But I still had the advantage by keeping a 10-point, 12-point strike if our 3-point shots fall because I got a 26-12 advantage in the paint because I'm killing you when I get to the paint.
All right. I don't know what you mean by that, but okay.
Listen. First of all, if I'm missing all my 3-point shots and I'm 3 for 16, you making all yours, but you only have a 10-point lead, but I'm still in the game because I got all my points in a post by the advantage of a 26 to 14. The 3-point shots gonna start to fall eventually. They ain't gonna miss the whole game, though.
I don't know what are you talking about? The Sixers damn near hit 10 threes yesterday. What are you talking about?
Hey, Lamont.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw that question you put in the chat room. Talk about name you one player besides Phil Jackson that had a great coaching career and win at least 3 championships. Pat Riley.
I didn't put that question. I didn't put that question in there.
You just put. Oh, that's real facts. Never mind. I retract that. Yeah, Real Facts TV. Pat Riley won 5 championships. He won 4 with the Lakers and 1 with the Heat. So yeah, Lamont, you up, don't worry, you off my shit list. Don't worry, you find a way to be back on it.
And Pat Riley nearly won the title '94.
No, they lost. He lost that to the Rockets.
Yeah,
nearly.
Patrick Ewing gave up. He gave up in that series.
No, it wasn't that. It was John Starks shot 2 for 18 in that game.
No, Starks. No, I was serious. Starks always showed up though. Pat, he
didn't show up in Game 7.
I know that it just happens. That was just one game.
Bro, it's the biggest game of your life. I don't want to say one.
That is the game to show up. That is the game to show up. Game 7 is the game to show up. Point. You ain't got no more after that.
I know. That's what killed me, man. I'm like, it was just weird.
It's just that I didn't understand this, that your boy Hubert Davis said he hit 2 straight 3-pointers, Then you took him back out and go John Starks. At that time, he was 3 for 9. I didn't get it. I feel like if they catch Hubert Davidson, because you was doing his thing. It's just that down the stretch, I didn't understand why. And then you had Blackman. Why you didn't put him in the game? But I think they should have let Starks sit because you shooting 3 for 9. You just go with the 4 minute slap. That don't make no sense. You can hit 2 3 or take him out.
Oh, man, that was crazy. But Hakeem was just good, man. Hakeem was just straight up down.
Hakeem, and don't forget Sam Cassell hit the game-winning 3 in Game 3.
And Shay, we can't forget about Kenny Smith, the Jet. Can't
That's
forget about
right.
him.
Smith, Robert Ory, they just killed us down the stretch. Mario Ellie, yeah.
Yeah, but
Still Cassell play for the Rockets too.
Yeah, he did. Him too.
The championship team.
Vernon Maxwell was a big part of that Rocket team.
Hey, my biggest takeaway, they should have played Greg Anthony, what you call him, more, because they could control the pace.
Man, I can't forget about Greg Anthony. Me, another one, man. That's another one. Oh, man.
Hey, but let's not get too far off the topic, bro. Lamont said the Sixers gonna make the championship and win that bitch, bro.
Hell no.
First of all,
Hell no.
First of all,
let's not get all the MVP.
Philly ain't winning the Philly's not even coming out of the Milwaukee, so not beating Boston.
That's
Toronto or Miami.
Let me ask you a question. Who's the Sixers going to play in the finals?
Wait, who do I think will make the finals?
Yeah, me.
Come on, the Clippers.
Lamar,
the Bucks and maybe Lakers, maybe.
Hold on. Who are you asking?
Lamar.
Oh, okay. I could see them playing potentially the Clippers or I would say I don't think the Lakers got enough depth to make it.
Give me one team.
I would say if I had to say a team, I would say the Clippers would be there.
Okay.
Well, at least you got some sanity.
Possible.
I'm not looking at this as a traditional season. We're playing in a bubble. Nobody has home court advantage, and so we're just talking about strictly what you see on the court, the cohesiveness on the team, like how you're running your offense, how you're running your defense. No, nothing. There's nothing there to create a lopsided advantage for either one. Now, if they had to go into LA and win 2 games in LA, well, then that creates a lopsided advantage in the favor of the Clippers greatly because of that home court advantage. But there's no home court advantage, and you're playing in a bubble. So again, the team that I see that's most locked in is Philly.
Milwaukee, Toronto, Boston, Miami. They were
more locked in than the Milwaukee Bucks.
Hell no, they're not.
No, bro.
Even Boston,
bro.
Them motherfuckers
more
ain't
locked
lost
in than Boston.
All right, so what I'm saying, when you compare them to the Bucks, the difference between those two, they both have great benches, but the Sixers have great length. And I think their defense is going to be a little bit better than the Bucks because of their length.
You have the Lopez brothers and Greek Freak, bro.
Yeah, but Lopez.
I understand it. I'm talking about across the whole team. So I'm talking about from top to bottom on your roster. They got unbelievable. They're the top. They're the biggest team in the NBA. Oh, listen. Hold on. Who's the biggest team in NBA? Just tell me who's the biggest team in NBA right now. It's the Sixers.
Okay,
it's the Sixers. So that's why. That's all I was saying.
All right, let's go position by position. Where are they just outsizing the Bucks at though? What position?
Especially on the bench when you got Matisse Thybulle coming off the bench. Nobody. So when you have Tobias Harris, when he can play. He's usually that go-to scorer when the bench guys come in, and he stays in with the bench guys.
But he's not consistent in the playoffs, bro.
Who?
Tobias Harris.
Okay, this is not your normal playoff series. We're playing in a bubble with no home court advantage.
Worse, bro.
So again, you guys are looking at this as if teams are playing in front of 20,000 players, in front of 20,000 fans. It's not normal.
Man, it's still people watching though.
It ain't even about this.
People still watching. I don't know why you people still watching the game. People know they watching.
It's not even about people watching, y'all. It ain't about people watching. It's about the pressure. You knowing that if you don't perform in this certain series or a certain game, y'all not going no further, bro.
I don't
Right.
know what you're.
That's always
What are
there
you?
though. That's what I'm
What
trying.
what are you trying to convince me of with the Bucks that I haven't seen already?
I'm just saying, you saying like they're outsized by the Sixers when they're really not.
I'm saying,
You know
I
what
just
I'm saying?
said that. I said they're similar teams. I said I just think they have the edge because of the size advantage, especially off
There's
the
no
bench.
size advantage though.
Okay. All right. So have you seen their team? So let's break it down. Let's look at the guys that's in their rotation.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the Bucks are missing one of their best bench players in Pat Connaughton. Is he going to be back? I don't know. That's going to affect their
But you
shooting.
still
That's
got
going to affect their floor space.
DiVincenzo, George Hill can give you something off the bench.
Okay, DiVincenzo and George Hill are two smaller guards. These are not big guards we're talking about.
So what? It doesn't matter. Shake Milton is not a huge guard, bro.
Exactly.
And the Sixers are still the biggest team in the NBA.
So what? This is what I'm saying.
Okay,
What makes you want to go by position?
Nothing though.
If we go by position, bro. The center and power forward would be Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid, right? They're gonna be against Brook Lopez and Giannis. That cancels out. That's a wash, bro.
Yeah.
That's a wash. Tobias Harris and fucking Chris Middleton are like the same size.
I said the entire roster, not 2 or 3 players.
I'm going through the roster, nigga. Like, show me where the damn big advantage is. That's what I'm asking you.
I just named some players.
Where? What players?
Matisse Thybulle.
How big is Matisse Thybulle?
6'9", 6'10", something like that.
Hell, Matisse Thybulle a guard, nigga. He ain't no fucking 6'9", 6'10".
He's
6'5".
So
he's 6'5" with a long wingspan. He's 6'5" with a long wingspan.
Oh my god, bro.
Long wingspan.
Oh my god. Hold on. He's 6'5", man. I just googled his height. He's 6'5", bro. What are you talking about, man?
You got like a 7 wing. You got like a 7.
Huge
You got like
Okay, so how are they the biggest team in the NBA if they don't have a lot of size?
But that's supposed to mean.
Okay, listen. Okay, stop talking and allow me to finish. What I'm saying is, you got Alec Burke, 6'6", a great guard coming off the bench who can shoot the ball. You got
You said great guard.
Okay, I said coming off the bench, he's a great guard. Coming off the bench, any team would love to have an Alec Burke because he can give you instant points at any time. You have Joel Embiid.
Teams that win.
Okay, you have Joel Embiid at 7 feet. You have Tobias Harris at 6'8". You have Al Horford coming off the bench at 6'9", 6'10"-ish. Again, the best backup center in the NBA. You have Korkmaz, one of the best shooters in the NBA, at 6'7". Shake Milton's not small himself. He's a 6'5" guard. You got Kyle Quinn, who comes in and gives them good minutes at the power forward or center spot. He can play either one. You still got Norvell Pell. Again, he's showing them. He's showing them great flashes. They even have him listed as small forward. He's 6'10". We got Josh Richardson, one of the best perimeter defenders in the league at 6'5". You still got Glenn Robinson III, who you haven't even seen him much. We got Mike Scott. We know he can come in at small forward or even power forward or center if they want to play small ball at 6'7" and can make threes. And we still got Ben Simmons, who we know what he can do. And we got Matisse Thybulle again. He is 6'5", but he plays like he's 6'9" because of his length. So that's what I mean when I say they're the biggest team in the league, and they're probably one of the deepest teams in the league. They can go just as deep as the Clippers.
No, they can't.
Nobody's talking about Kyle O'Quinn who don't even fucking play.
Okay, listen. What I'm saying is, y'all act like I'm saying Kyle Quinn's going to come in.
Hold on, I'm gonna go through the Bucks. I'm gonna go through the Bucks lineup then.
Hold
on, I'm gonna go through the Bucks lineup then.
Okay,
you got
you're not going
Giannis
to convince me of nothing because, again, it's not about just the team. It's about the defensive schemes as well.
No, nigga, you just said the Bucks got a better defense than the fucking 76ers.
It's facts, too. Milwaukee can lock you up.
Talking about?
They can guard you on the inside. They have a lot of shot blocking in the paint. Lopez.
You just moved.
Okay, but what are you trying to convince me of?
Again, you just said it was about them being tall, super tall, outsizing these niggas.
Okay, what are you trying to convince me of with the Bucks? I know they're a good team.
I'm trying to convince you that
all I did was I made a choice.
All this side shit you talking about does not matter because the Bucks have size too.
I just made a choice based on what I saw. I don't know why we're dwelling on it or harping on it so much.
Because you know the difference.
You guys have selections. Again, you can go with the typical selection of the Clippers and just go with. But again, that's because you watch ESPN. I'm just trying to go outside.
I don't watch ESPN, bro.
It's not a hot take. It's not a hot take again because these guys have
ain't nobody picking no fucking 76 to win no fucking championship with you.
Okay, I did. All right.
I said, but you the only one, nigga. That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I said.
All right. Well, I guarantee you this year in this situation, the best team's not going to win it all.
I bet you the
But I
76ers
ain't
ain't
gonna
gonna
lie.
fucking win it
I
all.
don't knock how you feel, but the reason why I can't go with your scenario because you came up in here and told two lies. You said it was undefeated when they lost to OKC, and then you come up in here and say something
No, no,
else. I
no.
can't go with
Only
that.
reason I said that because they was up 20 in the third, and I cut the game off after
No,
that.
no,
And you
no,
said
no.
Matisse
Listen.
Thybulle is
Yeah,
six
all
foot
right,
ten.
dude. When,
So if
when
you
it, all
watch the
right,
game, you
say
would have
when
saw
the
that.
real season start then. Hold up, dude. Lamont, say the real season start. That same scenario can happen because somebody could get hurt, foul
No,
trouble.
no,
Hold up,
James.
foul
They
trouble. So
won't
you
put
mean
the
to tell me
bench
their
players
bench
in the
can't hold a
fourth quarter.
20-point lead? You
They
mean to tell
won't
me their
put
bench can't hold a 20-point lead?
James. They're not going to put the bench in until the game is locked in. They're not going to put the bench in at the top of the fourth quarter.
That's not what I'm saying, though. I say that same
NBA teams
scenario
will
can
play their
happen
starters until
with
about 3 to
somebody
4
getting
minutes.
hurt or somebody getting sick.
But they're deep, James. Do you know how deep they are? They're the deepest team in the league. One person gets hurt, it's
They're
fucked.
not the
But
deep.
they're
They're
the
not the
deepest team in
deepest.
the
They're
league, bro. They
not. No,
lost a
they're not.
20-point lead to OKC.
They're not, man. They're not the deepest team in the league. Y'all
Okay,
gotta stop saying that.
hey, hold on. Until the Clippers officially get those 3 guys back that aren't there, right now they are the deepest team in the league. Now, when they get those guys back, like Lou Williams, like Pat Beverly, like Montrezl Harrell, like Landry Shamet, yeah, they will be the deepest team again. But as of right now, those guys aren't back just yet. So until they come back and on the roster and playing, right now the Sixers are the deepest team.
Hold on, some of those guys is back. The
Okay,
only
no,
guys
that's what
not
I'm
back
they're
is
saying.
back.
Pat
They're
Beverly.
back. They're not eligible to play yet. You know, Pat Beverly's back. He just got back yesterday, but he's on a 4-day quarantine. All right, Lou
Oh, and
Williams on a 10-day quarantine. Montrezl Harrell isn't
Man.
back yet. Landry Shamet just got back, but he's on a quarantine himself. I don't know if these guys are going to be able. I don't know if they're going to pass testing. These guys
Oh, and
work
Lamont.
outside of the bubble.
And
Come on,
Lamont,
man.
you
Like
wrong
I say, we're
again.
talking about right now.
The Bucks are just as deep as the fucking 76ers, bro.
Okay, in your opinion, it's just opinion. It's all subjective.
I'm
So
not
if you
going by
think
opinion.
different,
I'm
that's
going by
fine.
the fucking actual
Opinion's a
stat.
fact,
They got a
Okay,
13-man lineup.
If you think a playoff team is going to go 13 deep in the playoffs, then you're stupid. It's not going.
They
They're not
don't
going
have
to
to
go
go
13 deep.
13 deep, bro. What I'm
Exactly.
saying
Come
is,
on, man.
just like
Come
the
on. Let's
76ers
be
not going to
real.
go 13 deep, right? The 76ers not going
Why
to
you
use every
bring?
man on their roster when it comes
But
playoff time.
Brett
What are you
Brown's already
talking
said.
about? You talking about
Brett
Kyle
Brown.
O'Quinn 1 minute.
Brett Brown has already
Dude,
said
you
he's
just talking
going
about
10
Kyle
deep.
O'Quinn being a piece, nigga. Like, he's not even going to
Okay.
be playing.
No, I didn't say
What
he
are you
was a
talking
beast.
about? You said he was
Y'all
part of
think
this depth. You called his name out,
he is?
didn't you?
He is. He
Okay,
is.
then, nigga. Well, then
I mean,
Dragan Bench is part of the depth
So
for Milwaukee. He plays 13 minutes a game right now.
if
So,
you want to include him, that's
what are you
fine.
talking
If
about?
you want to include him in what you think, then that's fine.
You included Kyle O'Quinn, dude.
yeah,
You
you said
Because
Kyle Quinn's a
because
you
bum,
did that.
yo. You just named a whole bum.
what I'm saying
Named
is
a whole bunch of bums that don't even play
he's
for the
been
Sixers and said they'd be part of the depth.
Kyle Quinn was the backup center when Joel Embiid went out before they
He's
got
a
Horford.
Oh, Kyle O'Quinn does not play.
Okay. All right, because you don't watch basketball, so you don't know.
Hey, bro, when Kyle O'Quinn was playing with the Pacers, bro, Kyle O'Quinn was standing around the court to the point they just traded that nigga, bro. He wasn't even playing.
Like I said, he's a backup.
He was not
player.
even playing.
Look, I'm not. You guys are acting like I'm saying he's gonna come in and do what a starter does. He's gonna
You
come in and do what a
can't.
backup does.
And you just lied again.
You
You said
put a
he's the
lot of
backup for
respect.
Stop it, man.
Horford is the backup for Embiid.
No, I said he was the backup before Horford got there. Well, listen.
Nigga, he wasn't even playing. He wasn't doing shit.
Yes, he was. He was the backup when Joel Embiid got hurt. When Horford wasn't
Oh
there,
Lord,
Kyle
bro,
Quinn
this
was
man got me
coming
looking
in.
up Kyle O'Quinn stats, bro. This is
Kyle Quinn actually came in and gave him some decent games. This is before
Kyle O'Quinn
Horford
ain't
got
did nothing
there.
since he left the Knicks, bro.
Okay, all right. If you want to think that he's a bum, that's fine. I'm not saying he's a great player. I'm saying he's a
saying he's
serviceable
not.
role
I'm not
player.
saying he's a bum. I'm saying the team don't even
Like I
play
said, I don't know
him.
why we're talking about Kyle Quinn. If you're trying to sound right, I'm not saying he's all-star.
Dog, that
Again,
man
you're just trying to
played.
sound right. I'm not trying to argue about Kyle
No,
Quinn.
I'm just telling you the damn truth.
Okay, if
Listen,
you believe that, and then he's an NBA. Like I said, he's going to be in a rotation. Brown has already
man
said
is not
that.
in the
Like I
rotation,
said,
bro. I'm looking
and
at the
he's already
rotation right
said.
now.
Okay, but he's already said he's going 10 deep when the playoffs start.
Man, yo, bro.
That's why they gonna lose.
Hold on, fam.
Y'all can say that.
Hold up, fam.
Y'all can
Hold
say
up,
that,
fam.
but
Hold up, fam. Kyle O'Quinn only played in 26 games this whole goddamn season.
because they have Al
How the
Horford
fuck is
this
he?
year.
He's not part of
Because
no
they have
shortened
Al
roster.
Horford.
He
Because
wasn't
they have Al
playing.
Horford. Because they have Al Horford. He's the third center on that team. And then
No,
Norvell
the year
Pell was
before
playing
that,
better.
the year before that was with
Oh,
Indiana.
God. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to prove by talking about Kyle
What are you
Quinn.
talking
I'm
about?
not
No,
saying
you
he's an
said
all-star. I'm saying he's a
you
solid
said
big coming off
Kyle.
the bench.
You
That's all I
picked
said.
his man name
So,
as
okay, well, let's
somebody
just
that's
move
a key
on.
piece
No,
for
I
them or
said,
something, a role
no, I
player.
went down their
He doesn't
whole
even
roster
play.
and I went down the whole roster and said that that's more length, and he does play.
No, it's not, bro.
Okay. If you don't think so, that's fine. Okay. If you really believe that, then let's
How
move
is six?
on.
Hold on, bro. How Kyle
Right,
Quinn
you
at 6'9"
look.
not
Okay,
playing in
listen.
the game affecting the
Okay.
fucking length on the
Okay,
court?
listen. All right, if you honestly believe that, we can move on. You're right.
Nah, answer that, go. How
All
is
right,
a
if
6'9"
you
nigga
really
not
believe that,
playing affecting the length on the court?
if you really want to sound right that bad, sound right. Let's talk about something else because this is dumb.
Man,
We're
fuck
not
sounding
gonna
right.
sit
I
here and
am
keep
right,
talking.
nigga. What are
All
you
right,
talking
be
about?
right. Let's
Call
see.
this man
Now, who's
names.
your? Okay,
You was
let's see.
wrong.
Who's your
Now you-
pick? I bet it's chalk. Who's your pick? Let's hear your pick.
Who's
Is it
what?
the Bucks or the Clippers? Let me hear your pick to win it all. Bucks, Clippers, or Lakers? Which one
The
is it?
Clippers, I picked them win it all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. Chalk.
Hey,
No
but you know what?
objectivity.
The
No,
Clippers been my pick.
no,
But the Clippers been my
nothing
pick
new.
since day one, though.
Nothing new. Again, just
The
chalk.
Clippers.
Just chalk. Sounds good.
Man, you
Nah,
got
you just picked.
Sixers not win no championship, man. You got to cut that hot
Okay,
take shit out,
okay.
man.
That's not a hot take. It's not a hot take.
I'm not. I don't got them over the Celtics.
I hear
I don't even
you.
have
Okay.
them with the Heat.
Okay.
I don't got them over the Celtics.
The Heat are a contender. So
And all that depth shit, when it comes to Celtics, ain't gonna mean nothing when it goes to the playoffs.
all right, the Celtics don't have any depth, so we'll find out.
I'm just saying. That's what I'm telling you. All that what you said, all you say about the Sixers.
together this playoffs.
So what I just said, that we know the Celtics don't have bench depth, and they have.
I'm just saying though. I'm saying that all that you said with the Sixers ain't gonna mean nothing when they play against some teams. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, we'll find out very soon here, y'all. It's not gonna take too much time.
All right, y'all. I'm going to get up out of here. We're going to leave it at that. I got some things I got to take care of, man. But I appreciate y'all for coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate the chat. Appreciate the panel. Smash the like, hit the subscribe, man. That's your boy. Scream at me. Oh!
Salute.